Good morning, everybody, and welcome to conference. Gives me great joy to welcome the person who's going to be formally opening conference. It is a man who I regularly email to complain about fly tipping in my street because, as well as having his full title, he is my local councillor. So I would be delighted to welcome our Lord Provost of the City of Edinburgh, Councillor Robert Aldridge.
Well, good morning, colleagues, friends. I'm particularly pleased that the conference organisers chose this wonderful building as our venue. I'm actually a trustee of Dynamic Earth. It's one of my many functions that I have to perform. So, no, I can't arrange a discount, but yes, those of you who are elected, and I hope many of you will be in May, are likely to receive a request for some contribution towards the replacement of the roof, which is past its normal life. So, but it is a wonderful venue and a wonderful building. More formally, as Edinburgh's 258th Lord Provost, as its second Liberal Democrat Lord Provost, and its first openly gay Lord Provost, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you all officially to our wonderful 900-year-old city, a city which had the good sense to vote almost 80% to remain in the European Union and which decisively rejected independence in the referendum. It's a fantastic city which is also growing in diversity faster than any other place in Scotland, and I'm really proud to represent it. Now, I've been lucky enough to represent the ward that I live in for nearly 42 years, in May. So eat your heart out, Willie Wilson. But that, of course, is down to the good sense of the residents, including the conference organiser there, but also down to the really important experience of being in the Young Liberals in my youth. And it's fantastic to see Young Liberals growing in strength in the party. I was always on the slightly more rebellious side of the Young Liberals, but I happened to coincide with the wonderful Jim Wallace, who was always on the sensible side of the Young Liberals. And we need Young Liberals to bring vigour to the party, and they are our future leaders. So, all power to your elbow, Young Liberals. I think to understand the real meaning of integrity and liberalism in the real world, you do have to look no further than two great Scottish Liberals, Jim Wallace and Ming Campbell. Sadly missed, and it was a real privilege to have known them and to have worked with them and to have occasionally challenged them on some of their more traditional views. But they will be indeed sadly missed. But being able to be elected for 42 years is also down to incredible support from ALDC. I think we sometimes underestimate the incredible support that they give to those who are wanting to become councillors or who are councillors, and all power to their elbow as well. And of course, it's also down to an incredibly selfless group of leafleters, door knockers and helpers of all kinds locally. I don't know why they do it, but they are the backbone of the party. They put in so much work for very little praise, and they deserve every bit of praise we can give them. So politics, as we all know, has its ups and downs. I've been in groups ranging from 2 Liberal Democrats to 18 Liberal Democrats, but I'm really lucky to be part of the superb, the professional, the dedicated Liberal Democrat group on Edinburgh City Council just now. They are simply fantastic and incredibly hardworking, and I know that next year they will advance even further. Just watch this space. They are fantastic. Finally, I wanted to say that I can't think of a time when liberal values have been more needed. If any party is the polar opposite of the new kids on the block, it's us. In an angry, a polarised country, the liberal values of celebrating and encouraging difference and diversity, of making arguments rather than simplistic slogans, of showing kindness and respect, but being firm in standing up for those who find it hard to make their voice heard, and respecting and championing human rights, they have never been more important. So, with less than 100 days to go to the Holyrood elections, let's strengthen the Liberal Democrat team who will make Edinburgh and Scotland a more liberal and a much better place to live. Thanks very much, and I declare this open.
Hello everybody, we're going to move straight on to SC1. First thing I'm going to explain is, we're a great party, membership-led party, so we're doing a bit of training today. So I'll be chairing this debate, and I'll remain as the chair of this debate, but I have asked Leo, our aide, first time to basically do the introductions and do the calling of the debate. So I hand over to Leo.
If I could please ask Kirsten Herbst-Taylor to stand by and Christine Jardine to propose the motion, please.
Good morning, conference. Medical misogyny. Sounds a bit like a vicious plot, doesn't it? The medical misogynists. Well, actually, no, it's not. Like much of the misogyny which women encounter every day, it's about neglect, ignorance, and an endemic lack of understanding. So many conditions, especially reproductive health conditions, which affect women and girls, are under-researched, the treatment under-resourced, and the medical professionals responsible for diagnosis and treatment under-informed and trained. At Westminster, I'm Deputy Chair of the Women and Equality Select Committee, and we carried out a report into this issue, the Women's Reproductive Health Conditions Report. Some of the evidence we heard was frightening. Women's pain and discomfort around so many conditions is just regarded as normal. Get used to it. And here in Scotland, the picture, as ever, is just as bad, if not worse. At the moment, it takes an average of 7.5 years to be diagnosed with endometriosis. 7.5 years. Cancer screening and diagnosis waiting times are longer than anywhere else in the UK. And recent figures show a 250% increase in waiting lists for gynecological care. But it's not just the cold facts and figures. I'm willing to bet that just about every woman in this room who's been to a doctor knows exactly what it's like to be told, well, it's probably nothing. Probably just period pains, the time of life. Don't worry about it, it's normal. And before anyone says this is a woman's issue, just about every man in this room will have been or will be affected by it as well. Your mother, your wife, your sister, your girlfriend, your daughter, all of them at some point will have been patted on the head and told to put up with it. Put up with the pain, the stress, the discomfort, the misery it brings to them, and often everybody round about them, as the effects of underdiagnosis and normalisation of pain filter out. It's an insidious, entrenched prejudice against women's pain and a lack of training. And that can lead to conditions being undiagnosed, misdiagnosed, or worse, and women just not having confidence to go to the doctor and talk to them. Now, yes, the Scottish Government has produced a women's health plan, we all know that, But surprise, surprise, the progress has been, if you'll pardon the expression, painfully slow. What we want from the next government, hopefully a new government, one which will listen, particularly to the Scottish Liberal Democrats, is to bring out the second phase, not sometime in the future, not as some kind of, oh yes, we appreciate the problem. We want it done immediately, urgently. We've waited far too long as it is. What we want and what we ask for in this motion is to take that report on women's reproductive health conditions that was produced at Westminster, expand it, include women in Scotland in it, the problems that we have faced and face every day, build on it, improve access to diagnosis, understanding, training and research, because in Scotland, like everywhere else, more research money goes into men's conditions than women's conditions. And what we want is to embed a better understanding of the effects of reproductive health conditions. Shouldn't be a postcode lottery, pain shouldn't be normalised, and no woman should go to the doctor and be told just to put up with it, suck it up and get on with life. Conference is not just a women's issue, it's an issue for all of us. But Scotland's women need us to recognise that and do something. So please, support this motion. Thank
you. Can I ask Liz McMillan to stand by and ask Kirsten Herbst-Taylor to speak for the amendment?
Good morning, Conference. I stand before you not only as a party member, but a woman living with stage 4 ovarian cancer. When I was diagnosed during a routine checkup at my local surgery, the disease was already advanced. I underwent extensive surgery, 12 hours, and 6 months of chemotherapy. I am here today because of the extraordinary skills of the surgical team at the Royal Infirmary of Edinburgh, Dr. Pete Sanderson and Professor Stephen Wigmore, and because of the expertise and steady care of my oncologist, Dr. Rachel Nursumlu. We are incredibly fortunate to have such dedication and excellence within NHS Scotland. I am deeply grateful for the treatment I have received, and I'm still receiving. But gratitude for treatment must sit alongside urgency about prevention. In Scotland, around 600 women are diagnosed with ovarian cancer every year. It is the most lethal gynecological cancer. Across the UK, fewer than half of women are diagnosed at an early stage. Stage at diagnosis changes everything. When ovarian cancer is detected at stage 1, around 95% of women survive 5 years or more. At stage 4, that figure falls to around 15%. That's 15. That is not a marginal difference. It is the difference between life expectancy measured in decades and life expectancy measured in years. We have national screening programs for breast and cervical cancer. We do not have one for ovarian cancer. Instead, we rely on women recognizing vague symptoms and primary care identifying a rare disease early enough to alter outcomes. That is not a systematic early detection strategy. I am asking this conference to support the establishment of a national screening programme for ovarian and other gynecological cancers, and to give women the entitlement to an annual gynecological checkup, including ultrasound, where clinically appropriate. Even at stage 4, there's hope. Treatment advances mean many women now live for years with good quality of life. But earlier diagnosis reduces the need for aggressive treatment, and dramatically improves survival. With survival at around 95% when ovarian cancer is detected early and only around 15% at the most advanced stage, the evidence is clear. Early detection saves lives. A national screening programme and annual gynecological checks are not optional. They are necessary. And they are a reality in other countries such as Austria, Switzerland, France, Spain, Germany, Turkey, Thailand, and Cuba. Let's make this a reality in Scotland. Thank you.
Ask Odd Boubacar Calder to stand by and Lynn McMillan to speak for the motion as a whole.
Good morning, conference. Wow, I feel a little bit hesitant about my speech now because I intend to introduce a little bit of levity to the debate, and after Kirsten's very powerful speech, I hope she won't mind. Did you know that for less than £20 you can purchase online a period pain simulator? Yeah, it's true. This is a device that you can strap on with different levels of intensity to mimic period pain, from mild cramps to level 1, through to average type cramping at level 7, and pain which equates to the early stages of labour at level 10. If you want a bit of amusement later on, there are quite a few videos online of men using these simulators and their reactions. Typical reactions at level 1 have been, "How do you live with this?" to a man saying at level 6, "I would have called in sick ages ago, in fact probably at level 2, and another man describing level 7 as sheer torture. Women using the simulator at even fairly high levels tend to be, "Yeah, that's pretty much what I experience every month." Conference, given that these simulators are not expensive, I believe that it should be compulsory for every male medical student to have to use one and experience what women experience, sorry. It probably wouldn't do any harm for male doctors to have refresher training every few years as well. We would try not to laugh as they run screaming from the room. I beg to support the motion.
Hello. Okay, hello. So we are oversubscribed in this debate, so I am going to try and cram the next bit, which is the voting after this, as quickly as possible. So in order to do that, I will just draw your attention to the fact that immediately after this, we're going to be voting on the emergency motions, which apparently is going to take 10 minutes. I'm going to try and do it in like 1. It will help if you read through the bulletin and look at the different emergency motions towards the back that we'll be voting on. And so there's option A, option B for the 2 slots. And yeah, we're going to try and be really rapid on those voting in order to allow more people to speak on this excellent debate, because the speeches have been at very high standard and the cards are also at very high standard.
Can I please ask Beatrice Wishart to stand by, and I now call Odd Boubacar Calder to speak for the motion as a whole.
Conference. When I had to write this speech, I didn't know by where to start and which end and what threads there, because medical misogyny is when you are told that your pen is in your head. Medical misogyny is when you are told that your pain is just stress. Medical misogyny is when you are told that you should lose some weight. It is when you are told that when you're crying of pain is just depression. That you're told that your pain is there to stay so get used to it without deep research on the root cause. This is when you're told that, no, you don't have Ehlers-Danlos syndromes, you have, and then being diagnosed 5 years later with the same condition after a long battle with the specialist. It is when they dismiss you and the list of symptoms that you bring at the appointment because you're so stressed to forget any important point. This is when you are told that no, you can be routinely checked for breast cancer, despite having family history of breast cancer in both sides of your family. It's when you're told you will get an exam just because you're this kind of woman who has over-worried in a patronizing tone. It's when you're told that, no, you can't get steroid injection because we don't do that anymore, but the male relative got one. That's when they leave for you for 4 hours without support or pain relief during labor, when your inductions gone wrong and have to tell to quiet down and stop being a baby. Is then when you don't have follow-up appointment after a major surgery like a C-section. When you're told that you're an over-worried first-time mom when you're concerned with your health of your 3-month-old baby girl, and then the next day you find yourself in A&E with her with an ocular cellulitis. When you're told that you don't present the sign of ADHD by a male doctor because studies has been concentrating on ADHD for boys and men. When you have to go to another country like Belgium to be diagnosed on what you've been suffering for 5 years and discovered it was preventable, and now it will take years to recover. When you have to go to another country to do a routine gynecological check because it doesn't exist in Scotland, and when it exists in different countries. It is when you feel that you need to have your partner with you to have a moral support and another advocate for you. It is when a woman, as a woman, you stop totally to trust the doctors, GPs, and the healthcare system because all of that. It is when you are stopping to go to the doctor because what's the point anyway? This is my own story. That's medical misogyny. Thank you.
Can I please ask Amanda Clark to stand by and ask Beatrice Wishart to speak for the motion as a whole?
Morning, conference. Before I get into the guts of what we're talking about today, can I thank Kirsten for sharing her very powerful situation. I think we can all feel very much for the experience that you have had. I had surgery last year, nothing comparable with Kirsten's experience. Mine was mechanical, basically age, wear and tear. I had a spinal operation last year, and thankfully I'm back on my feet again and fighting fit. So I would like to just give a shout out to everybody at the Lerwick Health Centre and at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary for looking after me so well. I agree with the motion. I think it's long past time women were required just to put up with it, whether that's delays in diagnosis or treatment, in terms of pain, and often what feels like gaslighting. How many women here have had IUDs implanted without any pain relief and being told it might just be a little bit uncomfortable? Yeah. A first-year medical student tells me that the motion covers many of the issues affecting women and reproductive health. I think we have a student there that is going to go into women's reproductive health in a big way. She's really, having had the experience herself of being gaslit over endometriosis. So I'm hopeful that improved training of future doctors will make a difference. But for now, I just simply urge conference to vote for the motion.
Can I ask Sally Patel to stand by? Oh, can I ask Christine Murdoch to stand by? And ask Amanda Clark to speak for the motion as a whole.
Good morning, conference. In May 2017, we lost our mum to breast cancer. She was diagnosed in September 2015 following a routine mammogram. Where mum lived, she was getting checks every 2 years. Early detection undoubtedly gave her the best chance of survival. Sadly, the cancer returned and Mum succumbed to the disease less than 2 years after the initial diagnosis. So here I am in Scotland in 2026, very much aware that I need regular screening and very anxious I may face the same fate as Mum. I know how important it is to check myself and be checked. NHS Scotland supposedly offers mammograms every 3 years to women aged between 50 and 71. My last mammogram was January 23, but I'm still awaiting an appointment from Tayside Breast Screening Centre. I've contacted them to be told I'm on the list for whenever the van is next in my area. The problem is that the current system of recall is based on the GP's allocation of appointment and not the individual woman. But a major review into Scottish breast screening in May 22 said the allocation of appointments has been too randomised and recommended that there should be a new approach to breast screening recall, which is more person-centred and based on calling the individual woman rather than the GP practice, and it should be based on their next test due date. It seems in 4 years nothing has changed. But not all breast cancers will show up as a lump on mammograms. Many of you here today know our dear friend, Councillor Fiona Core from Anstruther. She can't be with us today, but she wanted me to say this on her behalf. Conference recently, I was diagnosed with lobular breast cancer. Like many people, I thought breast cancer meant finding a lump. That's what we're taught to look for. Not all breast cancers show up that way. Invasive lobular carcinoma is different. It's sneaky. It doesn't always form a distinct lump you can feel. Instead, it grows in a subtle spreading pattern that's harder to detect. It makes up 10 to 15% of cancer diagnosis, meaning that 1 in every 7 to 10 people with breast cancer has the lobular type. Because lobular behaves differently, it can be harder to detect, diagnose and measure and then treat. It rarely shows on mammograms, especially those with dense breast tissue. That's why awareness matters. That's why research matters. I'm sharing my story because I want people to understand that breast cancer is not one size fits all. If something feels different in your body, even if there's no lump, trust yourself and ask questions. We can be louder. We must push for more research, better detection, and a greater understanding of this awful, life-changing disease. I hope to be back with you all soon. Thank you for listening and helping to spread awareness. Please pass this motion and check your boobs.
I now call Christine Murdoch to speak and ask Jackie Bell to stand by.
Good morning, conference. Can you imagine having sudden onset, severe, debilitating pain? So bad that your husband urges you to go to A&E. When you're finally taken, you're told it's indigestion. Yet, to pardon the pun, you know in your gut that something else is going on. But you're sent home. The next day, your husband insists you go to see the GP. That was back in the days where you could get an appointment on the same day. The GP was a woman. She was aware that heart attack symptoms can present differently in women than in men, and insisted my friend was returned to the hospital for further tests, which proved she indeed had had a heart attack. That was over 25 years ago. So why are women still being misdiagnosed with indigestion instead of having full tests? As we have heard, this is not a women's issue. It's a societal problem, because each day lost to illness and severe pain is a day lost to working to make this the most inclusive, safest country in the world. Thank you, conference.
Can I please ask Lucy Smith to stand by, and I now call Jackie Bell.
Conference. Pregnancy and childbirth should be a happy time. Unfortunately, not all women have a positive experience of the medical services that should support new mothers and their partners. My own experience was not good. Not necessarily misogyny, but unfeeling, not listening or hearing. My situation was not helped by being English in a Welsh-speaking area. My GP was great. She was very understanding of how unwell I was. I was bedridden with severe morning sickness. Unfortunately, that meant that I got into test systems too early. I was called for an AFP blood test too early. I was then examined by the gynecologist with medical students present. Without being asked to give my consent, he kept telling them to feel the 18-week fetus. Nobody was listening to me saying I was only 12 weeks pregnant. The gynecologist was later knighted. For me, I had to have the whole test again 6 weeks later. Actual childbirth was also unpleasant. Simon and I were left in a room with no TV, missing the first landing of the space shuttle, for which I'd never let Hugh forget, until the last minute. It was then a mad rush to the labour room. Sadly, that mad rush led to my having a severe tear. I was told I needed stitches. Hugh was born at 6:40. Simon was told to leave the room and wait for me. By 8:30, I was still in a pool of blood, freezing cold, in a blood-stained goonie. I had no access to a call button. It turned out there'd been a shift change and I'd been forgotten. When my cries were eventually heard, I was told, in very strict Welsh, "You were not the only woman in the hospital, Mrs. Bell." That delay could have led to infection. When we moved to Pennycook later that year, my GP asked about more children. I spoke of my experience. I said I'd like to have a home birth because hospital had been so unpleasant and I felt it put me at risk. However, the practice didn't do home births. Consequently, Hugh remained an only one. Conference. It's so important that medical staff take account of the needs of their patients and listen to them. We women know our own bodies. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Can I please ask Karen Lindsay to stand by, and I now call Lucy Smith to speak for the motion as a whole.
Good morning, conference. I kind of want to just touch on a couple of things. I want to kind of speak really personally. Firstly, I've watched my best friend battle endo symptoms since she was 16. She first went to the doctors then, and she was continuously sent away with the usual, "It's probably just normal cramps," like we've heard this morning. During these appointments, she also felt the lack of education on women's health firsthand, as she had a male doctor looking up endometriosis on the NHS website and reading it to her, like she hadn't already done that herself. This should never happen to any woman when they are concerned about their reproductive health. Her pain continued throughout university until she was finally placed on a waiting list to see a consultant. 5 years on, she's still waiting on that appointment. Additionally, I'd like to touch on the theme of misdiagnosis for women, and that's when I'd like to talk about myself for a minute. From the age of 13, I've struggled with horrifying stomach pains. They used to come in waves, and it used to be a period of time between them. From that sentence alone, it sounds like menstrual problems, doesn't it? But that's what the doctors thought, and I was put on a range of medication from the age of 13 and eventually went onto the pill when I was only 14. The pains continued well into my adult life, more erratic and in different forms. I thought the usual things that go through a woman's mind, it's probably nothing, it's just stress, you're a student, things happen. And I never went to the doctors. This occurred until November 2024, when I decided to finally go to the doctors about my symptoms. After pushing back for near enough 6 months, told that there was nothing wrong with me, I was determined to know what was going on with my body. And in June 2025, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease, a chronic illness which affects any area of the digestive system, and there is no ultimate cure. I was also told at that time that the signs were there all along, but the doctors just didn't put the pieces together. I am now healthier than I've ever been, but I know that this journey will continue to change my life. Since I was diagnosed, I have sought to figure out why I was, in my mind, misdiagnosed, and it was all the same answer: lack of research in women's health. 83% of women with Crohn's disease are misdiagnosed the first time around, and the most common cause of this misdiagnosis is hormonal and menstrual problems. This is why this motion is so important, getting backing for research and for women's health in all aspects of medical care, and making sure that women get the proper diagnosis and treatment that they deserve, and not in a ludicrous timeline like myself or my best friend. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Can I ask Sally Pattle to stand by, and I now call Karen Lindsay to speak.
Conference, I've felt moved and I've laughed and I've been enraged in this debate, and enraged particularly by what Lucy said, because somebody that I love very much had an identical experience being dismissed. It was only when she lost 5 kilograms in a week that finally they took her into hospital and diagnosed her with ulcerative colitis. So this is happening. So, and to hear your experience, we cannot let this happen. We have to do more. We have to make sure that women are taken seriously when they are presenting. I think I also want to say on behalf of Scottish Lib Dem women that the movers of this motion, that we did to formally say that we do actually accept Kirsten's amendment, and we hope that you will support it today. I mean, the figures say it all. 95% people have long-term survival rates if they catch it early, 15% if not. We need more research, and we know already that in the countries where they have these screening programs, that they have better outcomes. It makes sense. Another couple of things that I just wanted to say is that Jackie talked about her experience of birth. Now, mine was less traumatic than hers, but I had to go and hide in a cupboard in the hospital for a good few hours after an obstetrician, male of course, came in and told the midwife, without any reference to me, to just get on with it and break my waters. No thanks. The other point I would like to make as well is that I have, for the last few years, been struggling with the after effects of COVID. The sufferers of long COVID are very predominantly, the vast majority are women. And surprise, surprise, the Scottish Government just does not have enough resources into dealing with this issue. The impact on my life has been profound, and I don't even have it that badly compared to some. One other issue I think I want to address as well is that when I turned 40, every time I went to the doctor, no matter what with, they said, "Oh, you got menopause." So we need to sort of do something about that as well. Other issue, I think, bladder weakness. A lot of women who are in their 50s and 60s are suffering with incontinence because there wasn't enough preparation in when they were younger addressing this issue. So please support this motion and the amendment.
I now call Sally Pattle to summate the motion, please.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks very much for all of this. I really want to just pay a really heartfelt tribute to everybody who has felt able to share their stories today and on behalf of others. Scottish Liberal Democrat women, we have been working on this motion for a very long time now, and what has struck us is the breadth of conditions that people want to talk to us about, and what we face on a daily basis, the detrimental effect it has on our ability to carry out our daily lives, whether that's at home, in education, or in the workplace. I just want to briefly go over, hope you're going to give me a little bit of leeway, because this has been like a really high caliber debate, and I just want to make sure I get everybody in. But I just want to briefly go over the incredible contributions that we've had today. CJ, thank you so much. I couldn't have thought of anybody better to propose this. Your support during this has been amazing. So thank you again for everything that you said. Thank you. And Kirsten, honestly, that is one of the most powerful speeches I've ever heard. We wholeheartedly support your amendment, and we wish you all the best with everything that you are facing. Again, you know, to call for a national screening programme, it's not an option, it's a necessity. We should have it. It should already be here. Lynn, thank you so much. I had never heard of a period pain simulator, and I know what my husband's getting for his birthday now. And Ode, thank you, darling. I think we do know that the struggles that you have been facing, you've been such a strong voice in calling for the end to medical misogyny. So thank you for standing up here today. Beatrice, you brought up gaslighting. I think that's a term that, you know, we're all very aware with now, and it is something that we face on a daily basis. And Amanda, thank you for sharing your story and frankly your fears as well. Early detection, a new approach to not just breast cancer screening, but basically the approach to women's health is what is needed and is what we are calling for today. And to Fiona, to our friend, Councillor Fiona Core, who cannot be with us today, please know, Fiona, we are with you every step of the way, and we know that you're going to beat this. And I hope that we can talk about the Moonshot campaign that Fiona is now involved with, which calls for greater research into lobular cancer. Christine Murdoch, thank you for raising heart disease. It's something that is so often perceived as a men's disease, but we know that more women in Scotland are dying of undiagnosed heart disease than ever before. Jackie, thank you for raising the fact that we need to take account of individual women's needs. That's how it should be done, not just a one-size-fits-all. And Lucy, thank you for being so honest and open up here, mentioning the trouble that we're having with endo and the length of time it takes to get diagnosed, and then of course the problem of misdiagnosis, because many medical professionals, not all, but many, are just like, here's another young woman, we know what this is. Okay, and then Karen, thank you so much, because I haven't had to shoe in long COVID. You did it. Thank you for raising it. So, there is so much more that we could have said. We didn't have time to hear everybody, but I know that this is something that we're going to return to. We know that cancer screening and diagnosis in Scotland is longer than any other part of the UK. We know that working women spend £1.5 billion more on healthcare than men annually. That's an annual figure, and that is in every single health category, including fertility, menopause, and menstrual health. So what are we calling for today? I'll do this very quickly, I promise. We're calling for a commitment from the next Scottish Government to reprioritise health investment and enable the NHS to deliver capacity needed to make the real change needed to women's lives. We would like an awareness-raising campaign, and this is key. It's not just for the general public, it is for medical professionals as well. Okay? We want to end the stigma of women seeking help. We need better and quicker access to diagnosis. This includes your amendment, Kirsten. Thank you again. An end to the postcode lottery in treatment and referral times. Equalisation of research. We're all about equality. Well, let's have a little bit of equalisation into the research, into what have been seen as niche problems, when in fact it's just because it's women that present with them. And understanding the effects that these conditions have on mental health, period poverty, and something that we haven't had a chance to talk about, women in the workplace. Last bit, I promise. I was listening to Gloria Allred this morning on the radio. She was talking about how she has been fighting for the rights of women for over 50 years. And she says the only way that they have ever ever won any rights is by standing up and fighting every step of the way. She persists, and we will persist. And we will win this campaign to end medical misogyny, because we are women and we change the world in myriad ways every single day. So I urge you, conference, to support this motion. Thank you very much.
If you're going to run over, just do it spectacularly. And I'm no longer the conference convener, so you're welcome, Fraser. You're going to wish I stayed in retirement permanently. So we're going to move very swiftly through the next bit, so we will hopefully gain a little bit of time back. But I think we can all agree there was nothing to be missed in that debate at all, so we made the right decision. First, I would like to move the vote on Amendment 1. Can I see those in favour of Amendment 1? Wonderful. Can I see those against? That is clearly carried. We now move to the motion as amended, so that's including the amendment within the motion. Can I see those in favour of the motion as amended? Thank you. And can I see those against? That is clearly carried. Thank you. Okay, I would like to remind everyone, including our dear leader, that you must be sat in a chair in order to vote. As we move to the emergency motions, gosh, now I'm not the conference convener. I'm being really naughty. I don't know what's happening. So we move to the emergency motions. We have two sets of emergency motions, and we have an option A and an option B for each slot. These are found in your daily bulletins. I will, as much as possible, try and explain these. So the first one is EM1. It's option A, keeping our transition just. So it's largely discussing a just transition. And option B, and this is communities missing out on renewables wealth and talking about renewable benefits. So it's a straight choice between option A and option B. We really don't need a counted vote, so we will... Oh, just heckling from Richard. What's not to happen? So, can I see those in favour of option A? Okay. And can I see those in favour of option B? I think that's clearly option B. Yep, we agree. So option B will be the motion debated in tomorrow's first emergency motion slot. We now move to emergency motion 2. It is between option A and option B. Now, there has been a minor error in the printing. You'll see on the screen there are lines points 5 and 6. This is supposed to be the section in conference calls for the Scottish Government to in EM2. So in EM2, option B, which is emergency and accident and emergency, so right at the back of your papers, where it's 4, there should be 5 and 6. That is 5 and 6. Thank you, Richard. I missed you. So for EM2, we're now going to have, again, a straight vote between option A and option B. Apologies, I'm rushing it. It's just trying to catch up a bit of time. Sorry? So, thank you, Richard. Option A is improving Scotland's audiology service. And option B is emergency in accident and emergency, relieving the pressure of the front door and back door of the hospital. So can I see those in favour of option A? Thank you. And can I see those in favour of option B? Okay, thank you. I think that's clearly option B, so it'll be option B that we look to debate. I'd like to thank all the speakers in our first debate for what was an incredible debate. I'd also like to thank the incredible Leo Dempster for leading the calling of that debate. And My apologies that we are now running slightly behind, but I think that was clearly worth it. I now hand over the chair to Wendy Chamberlain MP for election briefing.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm also going to invite Paul Trollope, our Chief Executive in Scotland and Campaign Director, to join me on the stage. First of all, I just want to reflect on the debate that we've just had and the passion that was clearly demonstrated. And our session here might be a little bit drier, but I think what I would say is that if we don't deliver the campaign that we want to deliver in May, we can't make those amazing policies that we decide at conference be brought into reality. So everything that we do as we focus on May is really, really important. So Paul and I thought we would just do a little bit of a sort of mutual Q&A to give you an update in where we are in relation to the campaign, which has less than 80 days left to run, just to focus minds for everybody. But Paul, I think you were going to ask me an initial question.
Yes, I think it's strange to think the last Scottish Parliament elections we were just coming out of a pandemic and wouldn't have been able to meet in rooms like this. How time flies. But clearly, since then, we've been doing a lot of work looking forward to this set of elections. So do you want to just set out what we've been doing there?
Yeah, I think it's really important to reflect on the fact that what we're looking at in relation to me is helped by what our great results in July 2024. I think important to remember, and you'll maybe have seen this on social media, we have more MPs in Scotland than the Scottish Conservatives do. And that demonstrates how brilliant our campaign was then. But we've been doing lots of work before then, and I think that's really important for things such as the list campaigns that we're running. And a big part of that is the 150 Rising campaign, where actually what we're doing, and we've been doing for a long time, is focusing on 2027 and building up those local wards champions to be elected in 2027, but also to identify those areas where there are people that are warm to the Liberal Democrats out with our sort of core known seats. And I think that has been really brilliant in terms of the campaigning that's been getting done. And I think, Paul, you're going to talk about some of those numbers later, but also in relation to the fact that we are setting ourselves up well for success in May. Then the other thing to look at is obviously the results in May, in July 2024, and what we thought that was going to mean potentially for the Holyrood campaign. I don't think anybody can blame us for thinking that given the Labour majority and given the number of seats that they won in Scotland, that there was an expectation that Labour would start to deliver on the promises that they made during the general election and they would continue to do well from an electoral perspective. And indeed, our first campaign messaging conversations were around what we answer the question, why us and not Labour? Fair to say that some of those assumptions might have shifted in recent months. And as you know, I carry out the role of Chief Whip in Westminster. And frankly, you know, there's been a real sense of frustration that the Labour government are not delivering across a number of fronts. But that has changed the kind of messaging and work that we've been doing. But I think as a result of that, it's quite clear that people are looking for change. They are looking for fairness. They are looking to be heard and feel that they are being heard and listened to. And I think that's certainly something that we are focusing on into the campaign. But Paul, talk a bit about coming into the role, because we've obviously made some changes since the GE, and what you are enjoying and maybe finding more challenging about your role.
So I've been your Chief Executive now for a little under 12 months. So the Inverness Conference last year was the first week in the new job. And since then, we've made significant changes, I think fair to say, to our staffing team across Scotland with the single aim of electing more MSPs this May. So we've got a completely new team at Clifton Terrace, just across the city here in Edinburgh, diligently led by our Senior Operations Manager, Ed Thornley, who is hiding at the back. And employed campaign organisers in seats across Scotland. It's one of the largest staff teams we've ever had going into a set of elections here in Scotland. Everyone has a common aim, which is to elect more MSPs and to help our candidates to win, regardless of their job role within the organisation. And as the Chief Executive at the head of that team, I am massively proud of each and every one of them, their can-do attitude, and every day I am grateful for the work that they do.
And it's fair to say that some of that staffing has come about as a result of the real fundraising efforts of Alex as our leader. We do have the best organised and funded campaign that we've had for some time, and hopefully it will bear the fruit that we intend it to.
And I guess then with that larger team and larger fundraising operation, would you like to tell us a little about our targeting strategy?
So it's not going to surprise you to know that we obviously have to think about the fact that we have a different electoral system for Holyrood, additional member system, and part of that is first past the post, and we've demonstrated that in our areas of strength we can deliver on first past the post. So we've got 10 constituency targets, the 4 that we already hold and an additional 6. And we're doing lots of work in those areas. And a good example, I see Ben Langmead, Councillor Ben Langmead sitting at the front there, where he was recently elected in a by-election, and we've used that activity to help get Adam Harley, our candidate in Strathkelvin and Bearsden, hopefully over the line in May. But that real focus on activity is what we're doing. So whether that be in Argyll and Bute, Strathkelvin and Bearsden, which obviously part of that overlaps with Susan Murray's constituency, our 3 target seats in the Highlands that overlap with Jamie Stone and with Angus MacDonald's Westminster seats, you can see that where we've got that body of Lib Dem support, that's where we're targeting from a constituency perspective our efforts. And I also know Edinburgh Northern, and have I got them all?
That is them all.
That is them all. Well done. Fantastic. But it really demonstrates that people are looking for those different options. They invested us in July 2024, and we're going to take advantage of that for May. But the list has always proved slightly more challenging for us, Paul. That would be fair to say. And indeed, in 2021, we lost our one list MSP in the North East. So what's the different approach that we're taking on that?
So I think it's true to say that in our target constituencies we can elect MSPs on the constituency ballot paper, but very clearly every person in the country can get a Liberal Democrat MSP by voting Liberal Democrat on that peach-coloured second regional ballot paper. We're supporting our list candidates across Scotland with one of the largest list campaigns we have ever run, whether it's from Ipe Turvey in the northeast of Scotland, Claire McLaren in mid-Scotland, down to Duncan Dunlop in South Scotland. We have a number of first-rate candidates who will make first-rate MSPs. In 2021, we were just coming out of the pandemic. For everything we know now about Boris Johnson and his government, we didn't know that then. The Conservatives won huge numbers of list seats across Scotland that nobody believes they'll hold them all. 2 parties could take the vast bulk of those list seats off the Conservatives. One is Reform, bringing division to Scotland. The other agents of change are the Liberal Democrats. We also bring change to the table, but we bring change with fairness at its heart. Conference, many of you will be campaigning across the country, knocking doors, delivering leaflets wherever you are, and truly, this year, wherever you are, we can elect a Liberal Democrat MSP.
And I really do think that that is one of the real differences in our campaign for this election, our focus on the list and giving people that option and opportunity.
Wendy, as has been mentioned, chairs our election committee for the Holyrood elections. I don't think I could ask for a better chair of an election committee. She is doing an absolutely fantastic job.
Buying a drink later.
would you like to just explain a little bit about the sorry?
I mean, I think we've got a great setup in terms of how our leadership is set, that we have an MSP as our leader and an MP as our deputy leader, and that's the approach that we've taken to election campaigns historically as well, where we've had an MSP lead our election campaign at Westminster and an MP for Holyrood. So in addition to my multiple hats, I'm very proud to be wearing this one. But frankly, Paul's been very kind, but he and the team and Ed, etc., are making life easier for me and for the campaign committee in terms of we have the data, we have the evidence, we have the feedback. You know, Max Sefton from our head of press is giving us great information about how our candidates are engaging with the press releases that we're providing and the support that we're giving to them in that space, which means that really it is making the decisions that we have to make at campaign committee more straightforward. And it's lovely to be in a position where some of the conversations that we're having is about how we expand our campaign opportunities rather than necessarily contract them because we're lacking in resources. We've been meeting monthly, we've been doing that for some time. We all know the importance, dare I say, of a door knocked in the out with the short campaign has more value because people see us outside election time and they know that we take an interest and it's not just about the vote. But we're moving to fortnightly, we have done in the last few weeks, and we'll be shaping up as we move into the short campaign what that looks like. I have to say I did disappoint, or I did sort of slightly scare James Parry a couple of weeks ago where he talked about the Sunday visits that they might have me doing in the short campaign to give Alex a day off, and that was the point that I pointed out. I was doing the London Marathon at the end of April, so not quite sure as yet how I'm going to get those miles in, but I'll certainly be out on those Sundays too. But seriously, it's about the activity, it's actually about what all of you are doing and everything that you can do to support, because that's the information that the campaigns committee need to make the decisions that we'll be focused on in the short campaign as we really start to see what our prospects are. But hopefully you're hearing, full of ambition. And on that, Paul, you want to tell us some of the data that really shows how you are all stepping up to support the campaign that I'm chairing?
I mean, fundamentally, this is a record-breaking campaign for the Scottish Liberal Democrats. We have spoken to 44,500 voters across Scotland since the beginning of September. In January, we spoke to twice as many voters as our best January ever when it comes to canvass figures. And that is thanks to the people in this room. Thank you very much for everything that you're doing. And Wendy spoke about this campaign being one of our most better financially resourced campaigns. I did some back of the envelope maths earlier this week. Since Christmas, we have now sent over 1.5 million leaflets to print, delivering our message to doors across Scotland. This is the biggest campaign the Scottish Liberal Democrats have ever run. We are ambitious in our targeting to elect a strong and much larger team of MSPs to the next Holyrood Parliament.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's so important because, as you all know very well, the biggest challenge that we sometimes have as Liberal Democrats is people believing that we can win. Once we convince people of that, once we convince people that we're credible, and that literature going through the doors is part of that, people are much, much more open to voting for us. So that is absolutely critical. Have we got any questions from the floor? Just a couple, and then we'll bring this to a conclusion. Hello at the back. Vaguely know you, yeah. So that is really important, Tim, in terms of voting twice for us, particularly in an area such as Mid-Scotland and Fife. So in North East Fife, we're very hopeful. I would say we're more than hopeful of having Willie re-elected to work alongside me in North East Fife. But we need people in North East Fife to also be using their second vote Lib Dem in the hope that we can get Claire McLaren elected as well. That's similar for us in Edinburgh, in Edinburgh Northern and Edinburgh Western to ensure that we can make an indent on the list, because those fantastic by-election results we've had in Edinburgh show that across Edinburgh and the Lothians, people are open to the Lib Dems. So what I would say to you is, for those of you that do door knock, make sure you're asking that question. It's easy sometimes, because we're usually doing single first past the post, that you have that initial conversation. Really important to have that second one. And for myself, in my North East Fife, which is bigger than Willie's, in that part of North East Fife that Willie doesn't represent, we are having the conversation in terms of that credibility of having a list MSP elected as well. So use the scripts that are there and develop that conversation. And one more question. Yes. Is it yourself, Willie? Sorry, the lights are very bright. Yes, that's better now, Willie.
Thank you for the upbeat report. We are delivering as a party, and Royal Mail continue to help us. Paul, I know it's been on the case for this, but can we get an update on that?
I will pass to Paul for that. What I will say is I'm going out with a leave-in postie in a couple of weeks. I'll see how amenable he is to me, or if he's already annoyed about the number of leaflets that are coming out.
I mean, I think everyone would accept that Royal Mail are under an amount of pressure at the moment, but we use them to deliver leaflets across the country, and they are delivering those leaflets. When we are knocking doors in places that those leaflets are going out, our messages are being repeated back to us. People are hearing our message, and I think we need not worry about that message not getting through because of the pressures that Royal Mail are under.
Great. One more, Ali. He's great. Yeah. Paul, do you want to say a little bit about that?
Yes, I mean, all the evidence we have is that online campaigning works at its best when it is layered on top of offline campaigning. So we are focusing, using the same targeting strategy that we are for anything that we're doing in terms of door knocking and paper, to add a layer on so that people really hear our message through social media channels as well. Clearly, we tend to exist in the space that voters tend to exist in, so we will. You will find us more in sort of Facebook and YouTube, where people who are likely to turn out are likely to vote, but that is not exclusive, because clearly, as you rightly point out, in order to target younger voters, we need to use different platforms.
Yep. And what I would say is this is something at a federal level the party are looking at as well. We had brilliant success before the last general election about our focus on local and regional media across the UK, and that's gone very well for us. But there is an acknowledgement that we need to be thinking more about our social media strategy as well. But the final thing I would just say in social media strategy is you all play a part in that too. By sharing and amplifying our content, more people will get to see it. So in addition to knocking doors and delivering leaflets, and when you're sitting scrolling your phone, re-amplify some of our stuff as well. But thank you. I think this is what Tim Farron always says. Thank you for everything that you have done and everything you're going to do in the next less than 80 days. Thank you very much.
Good morning, conference. Just to let you know, we're starting the next debate in a minute, so anybody who's leaving the room, please can you do so reasonably quietly, and we'll commence shortly. Right?
Oh, I managed to get lost. I am talented when it comes to...
So it's 8 Okay. Good morning, conference. My name is Sanne Dijkstra-Downing, and I'll be chairing this debate with the help of my aide, Mel Sullivan. And this morning we're looking at motion SC2, Tackling Loneliness as a Public Health Emergency, which is on page 15 of your agenda. There are no amendments to this motion. I've not had any requests for separate votes, so we'll be voting on the motion as it is printed in your agenda. So, without further ado, I would quite like to ask Jackie Bell from East Lothian to stand by, and I call on Paul McGarry from Eastern Bartonshire to move the motion. Paul is also our lead candidate for Central Scotland and Lothian's West list. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you. How do you follow the energy like our first debate? I probably won't, so I won't even try, but today this is such an important motion, such an important issue. So, conference. I suspect many of you, like me, have spent a fair bit of time watching the TV, perhaps Netflix, and if you have, you might have come across a show by Ricky Gervais called Afterlife. Now, it's a comedy mostly, but the scenes that stick with you aren't the jokes. It's the scenes on the bench, a man who's grieving, sitting in a graveyard, staring into the middle distance. He's surrounded by a town and a cast full of people, yet he is entirely and devastatingly alone. Until a stranger, a woman called Anne, sits next to him, and they talk. Not about anything grand, they just talk. And that bench, that small wooden bench, becomes a lifeline. Gervais wrote a line for that show that's really stuck with me, and he said, "Hope is everything." But hope, conference, is a fragile thing. It's a very hard thing to keep hope alive when the house is quiet, when the phone doesn't ring, and when the days blur into weeks without a meaningful human conversation. I'm moving this conversation today because in Scotland in 2026, there are too many people sitting on that bench, and this isn't TV, no one's sitting next to them. And I know this, not because of the briefing papers or because of colourful statistics, but because I've lived in fear of it. I think of my own father. He was sick, he was struggling, and he was on his own. He sat within the four walls of his flat, unwell, vulnerable, and nobody knew. The world outside carried on, busy and loud, whilst he suffered in silence. It wasn't until someone raised the alarm, until a neighbour, someone simply noticed that he got the help he needed. But it haunts me, conference. It haunts me to think, what if they hadn't noticed? What if the alarm hadn't been raised? How long would he have waited? Now, conference, I share this because these things can be complicated. My father was a lifelong alcoholic. Whilst for so long I blamed myself and I felt guilty, these things can be complicated. This is part of, but not the only reason, we need to consider more than just the role of the family. My father passed away shortly after, but he did so with me holding his hand. He did so, I hope, feeling the love that I had for him. That empty chair at the kitchen table, the silent phone, it's a reality for thousands of people across our country right now. We often talk about the phrase battling loneliness, but I don't think that sometimes we always appreciate the scale of the enemy. So let me tell you some of these facts, and they're devastating. What if I told you there was a virus sweeping across Scotland that increased your risk of premature death by 26%? Would we not be holding emergency cabinet meetings? What if I told you that there was a condition that carried the same mortality rate as smoking 15 cigarettes a day? Would this not be an issue on the public health minister's diary every single day? Would we not have public health campaigns on every billboard in the country? Well, that condition does exist, and it's called loneliness, and the statistics are just horrifying. Research shows that chronic loneliness is more dangerous to your health than obesity, it's more dangerous than physical inactivity, and Chest, Heart and Stroke Scotland reports it increased the risk of heart disease by 29% and the risk of stroke by 32%. Devastating numbers. Perhaps the most frightening of all, for our ageing population, it also increased the risk of developing dementia by as much as 50%. We spent 2 years of our lives fighting COVID-19. We locked the country down to save lives. But in comparison, when you look at the numbers, the Scottish Household Survey found that 1 in 5 adults, 20% of our population, experienced feelings of loneliness in the previous week alone. For those aged over 50, Age Scotland tells us the figure is nearly half, 46% feeling lonely half or all of the time. This is a quiet pandemic. It doesn't have daily health count on the news or podium briefings. It doesn't have that press conference, but it is still killing people just the same. And it is expensive. A patient who is lonely costs our health services an estimated £900 extra per year compared to someone who is connected. Multiply that by hundreds of thousands of lonely Scots, and you see the community benefit and the importance of this issue. Now, why is this a Liberal Democrat issue? Why does this matter, particularly to us? Because, friends, you can have no liberty in isolation. You cannot be a free individual if you're trapped within your own home, cut off from your community, unable to participate in the democratic and social life of your country. We believe in the individual, but we have never believed there's no such thing as society. We know that the individual flourishes because of society. It's in our constitution. We are stronger when we are part of the whole. And who is hit hardest? It is the people that we as Liberals have always stood up for. It's the unpaid carers, those who are working exhausting hours with no one to ask how they are doing. It is the young people, 23% of 16 to 24-year-olds are lonely, whose social confidence has been shattered, particularly through this lockdown years. It's the disabled who are twice as likely to be lonely as an undisabled. It is the people who feel that the world has moved on and simply has left them behind. But conference, can I be blunt? Loneliness doesn't just happen like the weather, it is exasperated by bad political choices. For nearly 2 decades, the SNP government has slashed the budgets of local authorities. And when you cut a council budget, what goes first? It's not the statutory services. It's the lunch club for the elderly. It's the community bus service that connects a rural village to the town centre. It's a librarian who knows your name. They have dismantled an infrastructure of kindness that we took decades to create. We see a direct link between poor public transport and increased loneliness. If you live in a rural area and the bus only comes twice a day, or not at all, you're essentially under house arrest. It's not a metaphor, it is a reality for thousands of Scots. We've seen the continued closure of warm spaces, youth hubs, community asset transfers to get the community centres off the books of the local authorities and arts venues, the very places where human connection happens. You cannot prescribe a walking group if the pavement is dangerous. You cannot suggest a coffee morning if the community centre has been sold off to a developer. So what does this motion call for? Well, more importantly, it calls for a change in mindset. First and most importantly, we're calling on the Scottish Government to recognise loneliness formally as a public health emergency. This matters. It means we stop treating it as a soft issue for the voluntary sector and start treating it as a hard priority for the Health Secretary. Do you remember those stats I gave? They should be taking it seriously. We need a cross-government strategy with clear targets to reduce chronic loneliness over the next decade. We also need to expand social prescribing. Doctors deal with patients every day who don't need pills, they need people. They need purpose, and we need to empower GPs and mental health services to refer people to community groups arts projects and volunteering. And we need to fund those groups so they can handle the demand. And third, we need to rebuild our communities. This motion calls for investment in evening, weekend and community spaces. It calls for a better public transport, recognising that a bus ticket is often a step out of isolation. And fourth, a specific practical idea that I had, a neighbourhood connector network. I'm just going to bring this to a close. We need people on the ground, paid or supported volunteers, whose specific job is to identify the isolated, to knock the door, to say hello, and to bridge the gap in our communities. And we've seen it work in East Kilbride with a number of projects, but I will now just bring this to a close. Conference, I want to take you back to that bench. In the show Afterlife, the character Tony eventually realises the only way to heal himself is to help others. He said, kindness is a superpower. I want the Scottish Liberal Democrats to use our superpower to reflect kindness in our communities, go forth and reach our communities.
Thank you very much, Paul, for almost keeping to time. Can I please ask Barry Rhodes to stand by, please? And can I ask Jackie Bell from East Lothian to come and speak for the motion? And Jackie has also indicated that she would particularly like to speak for lines 52 to 55.
Conference. Loneliness is a particular problem in rural areas, linked to limited public transport services. A range of activities may be on offer, but you need to be able to get there. Over the years, Dunbar and East Linton Ward has seen a cut in bus services. A big issue for those without a car, particularly in the villages of East Lammermuir, which has no buses at all now. The council did recently issue a new tender for a long-standing service. There weren't any bidders. Another operator recently cut further services. The council leader has been pressed on the situation. He says it's a commercial decision. He can't do anything. East Lammermuir Community Council last year did have a trial community transport bus. It worked. It was funded by community benefits from a wind turbine company. Unfortunately, there wasn't the money to continue it, and they're still looking into how they could resurrect it. Even for those who do drive, recent proposals by East Lothian for parking charges will have an impact, because the times you can park for free in towns like Dunbar and North Berwick, Haddington, will be reduced. Travel also affects those who depend on carers or other domiciliary services. Some parts of East Lammermuir, in particular, are no-go areas for care agencies. They don't see it as economically viable. There aren't any buses, but many carers don't drive. Even if you do get a service, that it's often restricted to 15 minutes, and that's not really time to chat. The parking charges will also impact those who need at-home services. They start in North Berwick on the 2nd of March. Instead of 90 minutes free, it'll be 45 minutes, then £2 for up to that originally free 90 minutes. That restricts the time that can be spent with people. One mobile hairdresser has noted that she will have to limit her time and be out within the 45 minutes. With her business, she cannot afford to pay without drastically increasing her charges. She knows she's the only person that some clients see during the week. There'll be a similar impact on the likes of podiatry or family who make visits, because some of the meters are in residential streets. It's been stressed to East Lothian Council that charges should not come in without effective transport systems, but they aren't listening. They've already spent nearly £1 million on consultants, Stantec, and the machines were ordered before they even made the council decision in December. Loneliness is a growing issue in our communities. We need to mitigate factors that compound it, and a key one of those is transport. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Can I ask Malcolm Wood, please, to stand by, and now call on Barry Rhodes from Dumfries and Galloway to speak for the motion, and I'd like you all to know that Barry is a first-time speaker at this conference.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. I'm pleased to rise to support this motion. Since May, I have lived alone after a marriage breakup. I live in rural Dumfriesshire in Kirkconnell. You might think, what does a youngish man, well, I hope you think youngish man, know about loneliness? In Kirkconnell, the last bus leaves the main town at 5:30 to get back in the evening. There's no Sunday services. You're isolated. That one fact shapes daily lives for many, many people. If you don't drive, your evenings disappear. Social activities become difficult and your world just shrinks. There are times you feel trapped, not because you don't want to connect, but because you physically just can't. For people who live with anxiety, trauma, neurodivergence, mental health challenges, that isolation is a real risk to well-being. I haven't even touched on those who are maybe LBGT+, who are in rural communities that find it even harder, where there are fewer networks and no easy way to travel to find safe spaces and a community where they can actually belong. Loneliness in those circumstances, it isn't about resilience, it's about infrastructure. Have you ever heard that you can be in a room full of people and just feel so lonely? Because people suffer loneliness, social anxiety kicks in. They can't go up to people when they come to places like conferences and speak to people. Our local run, Dumfries and Galloway Council, which is now run by the SNP, they are proposing to close the local leisure centre in Kirkconnell. That's not just a building, it's a social anchor for the community. When places like that close, connection reduces. After years of failure of SNP government, rural transport's been cut back to the bare bone. Community facilities remain under pressure. Recognition of people being lonely is welcome, but it must match the scale of the problem that this country is facing. And I'm thankful that Paul has brought this motion to conference because it gets right to the heart of what people are facing. We need to improve rural transport, protect community spaces, expand social prescribing, investing in places that are open in evenings and weekends. So many people, and it's not just about loneliness, but young people, where they're told that they're just hanging around and they're not making a difference in society. We are forcing them to be lonely because there's not the places that they can go to. This is not an optional extra conference. These are preventative public protection measures that could save the NHS thousands.
Can I ask you to draw your remarks to a close, please?
If we're serious about tackling loneliness, we must protect the roots and spaces that make belonging possible. Support this motion.
Thank you very much. Can I ask James Calder, please, to stand by, and I call on Malcolm Wood from Edinburgh West to speak, particularly for lines 44 to 47.
I think this is an excellent motion, but I confess to some initial misgivings about it. My first thought was, uh-oh, here's another responsibility that we're trying to push onto the state, which is already struggling to meet the demands of all the things we want it to do with its budget. But then I saw the statistic at line 14 about the amount of money that loneliness is costing us, and that made me look at it a different way. If the state is picking up the tab for the costs of loneliness, then plainly the state does have an interest in trying to tackle the causes of loneliness. I particularly like the idea of social prescribing at line 44. I'm married to a paediatrician who deals with many families whose problems go beyond the medical. She says that the idea of social prescribing is much discussed in her circles, but not widely practiced yet. A GP friend of mine says that lots of people who come to see him would, in previous generations, have gone to see their priest. Their problems are not medical. It's more about needing someone to talk things through with. And for someone whose problems include loneliness, a priest might have suggested joining the local book group. And I'm sure GPs suggest these things too. But formalising it, I think, is a good idea. I can imagine that being told to get out more by your GP is a little frustrating, but being given a bit of paper showing where you can get out to might be more successful. Now, I know that the pressures on our health service have led to a drop-off in lots of public health schemes in the past decade or two, the sorts of things that stop people from turning up to their GP quite so often. And governments are tempted towards high-profile things like new hospitals, while less flashy things like schemes to help people improve their diets or stop smoking or take more exercise or get out more and be less lonely, these schemes dwindle through lack of funding. So, but as Paul said, these things are investments in the future. I'm sure we could calculate the return on investments from schemes like this, and I'm sure it will be a positive number. Now, when a government talks about investment, it's normally meaning infrastructure in the sense of roads and buildings and in this city, trams. But just imagine if we could treat public health like other investments, the sort of thing for which a government can borrow a ton of money, confident that it's going to be repaid with interest in future years. Now, that seems to me like a radical idea and perhaps something for a future conference motion. But in the meantime, I think we should support this one. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Malcolm. Can I ask Tom Lederland, please, to stand by? And can I ask James Calder from Dunfermline West 5 and leader of the Liberal Democrats from Fife Council to speak for the motion?
Thank you very much. And conference, I want to speak in support of this incredibly important and worthwhile motion. Loneliness is well documented as a significant issue for many groups in society. As point 3 on the conference beliefs section says, this often disproportionately affects certain demographics. So last year, I was privileged to be working with academics from Heriot-Watt University to look at, it was a project looking at the health, well-being and access to support for unpaid carers from the minority ethnic communities across Scotland. The research demonstrated one thing, that a staggering 70% of the unpaid carers that took part in it reported loneliness. And high proportions of them were also reporting issues with their mental and physical health as well. One of the unpaid carers said, "My friends invite me to things, but 9 out of 10 times, I can't go because I have to be with my mum." Eventually, the invitation stopped coming. You know, with all the various other barriers that unpaid carers often face, you know, the impact can be devastating. And that impact can also impact the person they're caring for as well. So we're looking at an issue here that is going to be impacting the health and well-being of multiple different people. So to me, this motion is an excellent example of Liberal solutions to tackling a major societal problem that is often rooted in inequalities. It tackles the serious issue that many older adults face as well. And I know that Age Scotland, as Paul McGarry kind of mentioned earlier, have been doing a power of work as well in raising awareness of the issues of loneliness. It's clear to me that we must be ambitious in tackling this very real public health emergency. I therefore ask that we take the step in tackling this challenge by backing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Can I ask Chris Young, please, to stand by? And I call on Tom Lederland from Dunfermline and West 5 to speak for the motion.
Good morning, Conference. Well, I must confess, I'd not thought about this at all before this morning, but I do live in a road with a rapidly increasing number of widows and widowers, and this has affected the social fabric of the road. Faced with the big changes that people have had there. There has been more visiting between homes, which never happened when they were each discrete families. But once there are people on their own, I mean, I've been doing it myself, visiting people who I never really spoke to before, because I know they are now on their own and lonely. And I think there's a real danger that that sort of thing won't happen with people too enmeshed with, well, web services, TV, Netflix, and social media. But you cannot beat getting out and talking to people. And sometimes when I've been out canvassing, you knock on a door and you can recognize the single person in that household as probably lonely quite a lot of the time. There's not much you can do at the time, apart from be nice to them and try and get them thinking in Lib Dem ways. But I think we've got to somehow try and make society more interactive on a personal level, as well as get government support for this. But it's a very good motion. Something does need doing, so I will strongly support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Can I ask Jane Alson-Pickard, please, to stand by to submit the motion, and I now call on Chris Young from the Highlands to speak for the motion as a whole.
Conference. We all know that physical and mental health are intertwined. They are in fact part of the same thing. There are complex feedback loops within that. From the summer of 2015 to the summer of 2016, you didn't see much of me. I was in a top floor tenement flat. I left once or twice a week. I shuffled to the co-op. It took me quite some time. I was being overtaken by people with walking frames. I learnt the hard way, one of the ways in which it can feel to be old and disabled. It was horrible. I had to write the experience down in a poem so I would not forget it. I want to bring these lessons here today. When I left the house, when I left the flat, I needed the confidence that I could stop somewhere along the way. I needed public benches. And I needed, if the sun was out and I could actually go to the big supermarket, I couldn't make it necessarily all the way to the supermarket without needing the loo. Sometimes I did, and other times it was very painful, and I just made it. So we need more public facilities. We need those open to people who have need for sanitary waste, including stoma care. We need to recognise that the people with physical impairments are even more impacted by the loneliness. There are things we can't solve, but having the facilities available. And so it's not just transport, it's getting out there in the world. It's not all about enforced jollity, it's about getting people with the confidence to go out in the world, to be in the world, and rather than being actively excluded from it because there aren't the facilities to use basic facilities. And everyone has the right to pee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And can I now call on our final speaker in this debate, Jane Alson-Pickard from West Edinburgh, to summate the motion. Jane is also our candidate for Edinburgh Southern and one of the lead candidates on the Edinburgh and Lothians East list. So over to you, Jane.
Morning, Conference. I'm delighted to summate for this speech and also to support it. Just to notice, when I arrived this morning through the rain and the dreariness, to walk into a group of people, it's nerve-wracking. But when you see a face you know, just notice the impact that has on us, on our mental health, on our stress, on our nervous system. I'm in a group, I've arrived, and a really positive experience. And this speaks to that, if the door is closed and it's difficult to go out beyond that. So thank you to Paul for bringing this and for speaking so honestly about the experience of watching his father's life shrink and what that put through for you as a child and a young person, seeing that and the fear that that instilled in it, but also the impact that it brings in shining a light on it. There is stigma around loneliness. It's one of these things that is taken as shameful. Well, what's wrong with me that I'm on my own? So it cuts to the heart. And I work in mental health as well. I'm really aware. It takes a long time for someone in the therapy room to actually hint at how limited their social connections are. I'm fine, I've been busy, tends to be the approach. And thank you to all the speakers who have stepped up today and shared their experience. Jacqueline knows so well her community in East Lothian and understands and is so frustrated with the limitations of public transport, but also notices the rising cost, if you have it available to you, of car transport, that it's increasingly costly and you're put under pressure of time if you are out in your car about where to leave that car and how limiting that is, and particularly for carers as well, who need to feel connected in elsewhere. There was a lovely phrase that Paul brought up, which was, let's maintain our infrastructure of kindness. And we heard from Barry talking about the limits in his day, the realities of if transport isn't there after 5:30, your day, your connections have to be squeezed in from when you get up, and a lot of that'll be working time, so not available to have relaxed interactions, and Sunday written off by no access. So this is an area that really affects our rural communities disproportionately. And Malcolm approaching this with a healthy cynicism and looking at the price, but so interesting to think about that the cost of this isn't visible at the time, and isn't visible because we're not seeing people who aren't connected because they are indoors. They are a silent group of people. And yet there is a cost down the line in terms of our health services. And GPs know and want to socially prescribe, but it's actually very difficult. It's very easy to quickly in that 10-minute interview say, have you tried a walking group? But somebody who needs encouragement out of that will need more clear pathways, and we need to make sure that there are very clear pathways. Tom really spoke about looking around at his community and realizing, yes, bereavement is having its impact. Life is shrinking, and sometimes we don't notice it until it's too late. And our last speaker really spoke very clearly about once you sit in the position of ill health, some basic needs have to be met before you can reach out and get connected with your communities. And the important part of that is providing public facilities, toilets, benches. It all comes into it. This is building the infrastructure up at a very basic level. If we lose it, it's lost long term. I just wanted to also comment on whether this is a surprise to us. I mean, we have known for years, there's been studies running for 60, 80 years on longevity that show social interconnectedness is absolutely key. I don't know whether you've heard of the blue zones. The blue zones are areas where we have centenarians living as normality over 100, and there's lots of aspects of that. And some we will know that exercise, a little bit of wine, not too much, lots of beans, not too much, salami sandwiches will keep you alive for a very long period and keep you in good health through that period. Interesting to note that there's a study that showed a group of Italian Americans in Pennsylvania was showing the same kind of longevity. And it didn't really make sense because they were living an American lifestyle in the 1960s. So they had started to eat, frankly, meatballs and lard was very significant in their diet. And yet they were still living to 100. And actually what they had brought over from Italy was the social connectedness. There was a social solidarity that is incredibly protective, and the incidence of heart disease for them was 50% lower than communities half a mile down the road.
Sorry, Jane, can I ask you to draw your remarks to close?
So this is an incredibly important motion, but it's preventative. So we see the bomb down the line, and we need to act now. We have 5 very simple calls in this motion. All of these have been well supported in the discussion today, and I absolutely recommend this motion to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jane, and thank you to all the speakers in this debate. So we are now going to move to a vote. As I mentioned, there are no amendments and no separate votes, so you'll be voting on the motion as it's printed in the agenda. And just a reminder that if you do want to vote, you need to be seated. So, can I please see all votes in favour of this motion? And can I see all against? That's very clearly carried. Thank you very much. A thank you to my aide, Mel Sullivan, and to my runner, Richard Coxon, and I would now like to hand over the chair to Jenny Lang.
Sorry about this. Yeah.
Right, good morning, conference. Lovely to be back in the chair, unexpectedly. You can always tell it's first morning of conference because you start off your debate with one card and you suddenly end up with quite a lot, which is fabulous. Thank you very much to everybody for being wonderful. So we are going to be debating. Now, before we do, I've just got a quick announcement. We do have some Q&As this afternoon. If you would like to ask any questions, you can pop your question on a card with Kirsty at the back. She's waving. Richard's waving, I can't really see the lights. And that would be great if we could gather those questions in. So have a think about what you want to ask and get that popped in. So we are doing motion SC3, which is in your agendas on page 17, Building a Stronger Scotland Through Youth Work. So in a moment, I'm going to call Michael Gregory to move the motion. And can I ask Lewis Uni to please stand by? So Michael, would you like to come up and move the motion?
Thank you, Chair. If I may allow me to start by wishing Scotland the very best of luck in their Rugby Six Nations match tomorrow against Wales. And I'm sure my Italian grandmother would be at me with her collection of wooden spoons if I didn't also pass on my luck to the Italian squad against France. They could win. Conference, I'm proud, not only because this is my first time speaking at conference, but more so by moving this motion today. This motion speaks to something fundamental about who we are as Liberal Democrats, our belief that every young person matters, no matter where they grew up, who they are, or the challenges they face. And I'm sure our leader, Alex Cole-Hamilton, as a former youth worker, will agree that youth work is a very important cause. And to many, it's a lifeline, a second chance to help improve their lives. I myself am a former service user of the King's Trust, a youth work service who saved me, who made me who I am today, and is the reason why I'm able to stand here and speak in front of you. Scotland has always had a proud tradition of youth work, delivered through local authorities, voluntary organisations, uniformed groups, community projects, and national youth organisations. Youth work has long been a quiet success story of our communities. It is where confidence is built, isolation is challenged, where young people find trusted adults who listen, support, and believe in them. But conference, that proud tradition is being hollowed out. Real-term cuts to local authority budgets have forced youth clubs to close, opening hours to shrink, and experienced youth workers to leave the sector altogether. The result is a postcode lottery where access to youth work depends less on need and more on geography. And the inequalities are stark. Young people in rural and island communities face long distances, poor transport, and few safe spaces to gather. In deprived urban areas, overstretched services struggle to meet the rising need. And care-experienced young people, disabled young people, LGBTQ plus youth, young carers, and those facing poverty or discrimination continue to experience the greatest barriers. Conference, when youth work disappears, problems don't disappear with it. They escalate. They surface later in poorer mental health, disengagement from education, involvement in the justice system, and communities left picking up the pieces. That's why this motion is clear. Youth work is not a luxury. It is essential infrastructure. It is as vital to Scotland's future as schools, colleges, and health services. And youth workers are not volunteers filling gaps. They are skilled professionals who deserve stable funding, fair pay, and clear progression pathways. Most importantly, youth work is one of the few places where young people are not just consulted, they're truly heard. Which brings me to the heart of this motion: voice, access, but most importantly, long-term commitment. And that's why, through this motion, I want to call for a national youth work guarantee for Scotland. A simple but a powerful promise that every young person aged 11 to 25 can access high-quality, open-access youth work in their communities. To make it real, we need to give youth work statutory protection within local authority budgets, backed by increased government funding, so it can never be quietly cut behind closed doors. Second, we need innovation. We need to meet the young people where they are. That's why this motion proposes youth work on wheels. Mobile, professionally staffed youth work units reaching rural, island, and isolated communities. And I also propose a standardised youth worker first aid and well-being training, enabling youth workers to deliver early mental health support, intervening before a young person reaches their crisis point. This is smart preventative policy, but it saves money. Third conference, we must embed youth voice, not as an afterthought, but as a right. This motion calls for a statutory requirement for meaningful youth participation in local and national policy development. It proposes a national annual youth work hearing in the Scottish Parliament led by young people and youth workers themselves to hold government to account. And it expands participatory budgeting so young people directly influence how money is spent in their communities. Conference, young people are not the leaders of tomorrow, they are citizens today. Finally, we must ensure safety, well-being and dignity. A trauma-informed youth work framework across all services with specialist support for care-experienced young people and those affected by violence, exploitation or homelessness. A stronger collaboration between youth work, schools, mental health services and community safety partnerships so young people don't fall through the gaps. Conference, this motion resolves that the Scottish Liberal Democrats will champion youth work as a pillar of a fair and confident Scotland. It commits us to making youth work central to our platform for Holyrood and local government elections. And it commits us to working alongside YouthLink Scotland, youth organisations, and more importantly, young people themselves. Because when we invest in youth work, we invest in confidence, opportunity, and community. And when we listen to the young people, Scotland becomes stronger. Conference, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. Can I ask Councillor Sally Pattle to stand by and now call Councillor Lewis Uni from West Edinburgh Liberal Democrats to speak for the motion.
Morning, Conference. I was very fortunate growing up. I had a family and home where I felt safe, where I had strong role models through my mum and dad, who were determined to ensure that I was a thoughtful and kind person. Their failure in that regard to make me so is no reflection on them, though. Lots of kids in Scotland, though, aren't as lucky as I was, and that's where youth work comes in, or rather, that's where it should come in. Over the course of the last Parliament, and the one before that, and the one before that, we have seen youth work provision decrease in impact and effectiveness, and that's not because people aren't as passionately devoted to youth work and its capacity to transform lives. That's not because youth workers are getting worse at their jobs. If anything, they're getting better. That's because the money has been cut, either directly by the SNP Scottish Government or by their raids on funding from local councils. This doesn't just mean the loss of opportunities, though, for those young people who could have benefited from strong youth work in their communities. This also, the cost of not funding youth work is astronomical in itself. In terms of justice, additional education support, and wider community costs, even if you are the most hard-hearted person on the planet, this is an absolutely prudent spend. Beyond better opportunities and saving us money, though, youth work saves lives. Like I said, I was very lucky growing up, but the area I grew up in didn't have a vibrant youth work provision. A schoolmate of mine, a good person with a good heart, didn't have the support that I had. He made choices that weren't right for him and fell in with probably a bad crowd and sadly lost his life to substance abuse. The motion's central thrust is a good, solid policy, especially in its recognition that the youth work sector needs to be treated as a properly recognised and supported profession. Michael said investing in confidence. I think that's such a good way to premise it, that we are investing in communities becoming more confident in themselves and young people in those communities being the change makers of tomorrow. I think it's a really good point. This motion allows us to deliver on that essential promise that should live at the heart of our community and our society. We owe our children our whole strength, our whole hearts, and we owe them every opportunity which can help them build their lives how they want to. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Lewis. Can I ask Willie Wilson to stand by, and I now call Councillor Sally Pattle, who's also speaking for the motion.
Thank you very much. I just want to say thanks to Michael for bringing this motion today. It's something that's very close to my heart. I think it's really important. I think the most important thing for us to know is that this is not about hugging a hoodie. It is about affecting generational change and engaging with our young people from an early age. And crucially for me, it's providing consistency in youth services throughout their lives. They know those people will be there week after week, that they can depend on them, they can rely on that connection. That's where the trust is built. That's how we affect the best change. In my own area of West Lothian, I'm currently battling to stop any further cuts to the council youth services in our budget negotiations. We all know that local authorities are obviously under huge financial strain, and that cutting non-statutory services is very appealing to those who wield the power of the Excel spreadsheet. They want to make what they see as an easy cut. But we know that this short-term thinking will have devastating long-term impacts. And it's not just on our young people of today, but on our civil society, which sounds super dramatic. I should have asked for music to back me up. But it's actually true. It's completely true. This is what will happen. I think one of the final things I want to say is that none of this is new. We've known about this for decades, for generations. We know the power and the positive life-changing impact that well-delivered and consistent youth work can bring. What is new in this excellent motion is the call for statutory protection for youth work in local authorities. It is such a solid motion. As Councillor Uni said, this is a really good piece of policy that we can be proud of, and I hope that we can all support. And just finally, thank you for bringing up the Six Nations, but I'd also like to say, go curling, yeah! Please support the motion.
Thanks, Sally. How many sports teams can we mention in one debate? Can I ask Michael Turvey to stand by, and I now call Willie Wilson, who is speaking for the motion.
Good morning, conference. I thought maybe we've had a lot of youthful contributions to this debate. Maybe you need an old man to say a few words from a different perspective. And that comes from experience. When I retired from council work about 4 years ago, I was appointed to the board of PCAVS, which is a big charity in Perth and Kinross that provides carer services, young carer services. And also, I kept my chair my local Bloom Group hat on, where I'm involved in the local high school, where we're helping SEN pupils to learn something about gardening. How many gardeners have we got in the audience here? Quite a few. Well, it's a great skill to learn, and I'm enjoying my part-time teaching post, PGV checked properly, I might add. From personal experience, our own son David, who took up golf, was a member of the school orchestra and the school choir and another choir. But we had the time to spend with him. We had the resource to support him. Mum had the car to run him to all the practices. Not a lot of parents have that. And I felt privileged in being able to do that. So I'm going to say something about parents just in a moment or two. But the experience working with young carers has been a riveting one, because the support they get in terms of respite, in terms of support, in terms of education, in terms of just sometimes a quiet word from the staff at PCAFS is fundamentally important. And it's part of a big package. And let's not, this is an excellent motion, but let's not forget the voluntary sector as well, that has to be supported throughout. And local authorities struggle to find that extra resource to help in that regard. I think funding obviously is important, but you know, if we don't invest in our young people and youth work, then we simply will have a cost at that. And we've heard one or two examples of the cost of not investing in youth work. And it's high time the SNP Scottish Government, I never mention the Scottish Government without the three letters, because it's guilt by association, I think. But it's high time they stopped a lot of fancy policy stuff that's costing money and time, and civil service time, and concentrating on fundamentally important things like youth work. I support the whole motion, but particularly the bits about rural and remote communities, because travel is an issue. The cost of travel is an issue. Even with the bus ticket now, it's still logistically quite hard to get there. And it's difficult to organise groups in small communities in the Highlands and the Islands. So travel and connectivity is something we should be more innovative use of technology in trying to tackle some of these support. Support for parents. Again, the motion refers to that, but I just want to emphasise there are a lot of parents who, because of pressures of time, through pressures of finance, through pressures of ability, and I'm not being critical about that, but the background may not be as good as some folk have had, for some parents to devote the time and support. It's a skill, and we don't all have it. We're not endowed with that skill. So youth workers are and are a fundamental part of a very important service. So I support the motion. I ask everybody to vote for it, please, in its entirety, and not just to support it, but mention it on the doors. Mention it when you're out and about. Mention it when you're in company, because we'll all know somebody that would benefit from youth work. And thank you for listening, and I very strongly support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Willie. Can I ask Corey Boniface to stand by, and now call Michael Turvey from Aberdeenshire West to speak for the motion.
So, Michael, huge thank you for moving this motion. It's very brave, not just to make your first speech, but actually to make it move an emotion. So, well done. Really delighted to speak for it. For me, when I grew up, there was, I guess, the sort of Biker Grove sort of view of youth work and the importance of that, and how people could fall through the cracks into crime, into drugs, and so forth. That hasn't gone away, but I want to talk about a slightly different angle, and it does connect actually to the last motion we had about loneliness. For me, in my community, and for EPE as well, I mean, we are heavily involved in all sorts of things supporting young people, whether it's the local football club, the Scouts. We've got a young musicians competition next week where we're delivering a grand piano to the local academy. You know, lots of really great things going on. Young artists, young writer, all of these things that we're involved in. They're amazing because they connect young people with the real world, the tangible world that we all live in. Now, that's not true for all young people these days. And we've seen a huge change over the last two and a half decades. In Japan, you get the hikikomori, who are people who withdraw from society, most often young men. They'll take themselves away and you won't see them for months, years on end. In America, we've seen the rise of the incel culture. If we look back, there were early warnings in 2014 when we had Gamergate. Huge surge of online misogyny that took place in these online gaming forums. All from young men who had been isolated from society and radicalized through the online forums that they were a part of. Now, who are those people today? Those are the people today who are voting for Donald Trump. Those are the people who today are empowering that far-right mentality across the pond. And we are not far away from that either, friends. So I support this motion. I support it wholeheartedly because it reconnects young people with the real world. It gives them role models. It gives them focus. It draws them into society rather than staying out on the fringes. So on that basis, I commend the motion and I would urge you all to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Can I ask Councillor Pauline Flannery to stand by, and I now call Corey Boniface, who's a comms officer for SYL, to come and speak.
Hello everyone. I support this motion because as a young person, I see a lot of people around me who have really struggled to get jobs, and especially considering the recent figures UK-wide that about 1 in 6 young people are unemployed, it's shocking, and it shows a big failure of the SNP and Labour in providing these essential opportunities for young people. And I think that it's clear that that young people desperately need more safeguards and more support so they can have more opportunities to work and gain experience. So, yeah, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. And that was Corey's first time speaking at conference, and I did ask him very last minute, so he's done a brilliant job. Thank you, Corey. Can I ask Christine Murdoch to stand by, and I now call Councillor Pauline Flannery from Edinburgh City Council and South Edinburgh to speak for the motion.
Good morning, conference, and lovely to see you. This motion is so timely, and I want to thank Michael for bringing it. And there's a phrase that really, I think, resonates with what I want to speak about, which is line 3, about embedding the young person's voice into decision making at a local, national, and also policy level. It is absolutely vital. But back to Michael's phrase, and that is that young people are the citizens of today. They're not going to graduate into something. There isn't a phase, there isn't any kind of transition where they are one thing at one point and another somewhere down the line. And I want to illustrate that by a very, very small story from my casework, which is now over a year ago, so about sort of January. I had two 17-year-olds that actually first got hold of me through email, and then we arranged to meet at City Chambers. Essentially, they were in homeless hostel accommodation, and they didn't have either accountability or processes or any voice that they could really share the experience that they were going through. Now, first of all, I just want to go back and say they're 17. 17, taking that initiative, actually contacting a counsellor, that is quite incredible. What I also want to go on from that story is that it got me thinking the one unifying element to them and their experience was that they were in full-time education. One of them was at college, the other one was at a high school. Also, what struck me at the time was that one of them said, I have moved 4 times in 1 year. Now, those of you that know me know that my background is teaching. So suddenly I thought, hang on a minute, you've moved 4 times and you've got somebody like me saying, where's your homework? Where's the project? Where's the essay? So again, it got me thinking about how do we serve young people who are in full-time education. That led very quickly to a motion proposed at Housing, Homelessness and Fair Work, of which I am a committee member. That was then approved, and I'm really joyful to say that we now have specialist accommodation for young people in full-time education, and they are recognised as a group. So my point in sharing that with you is about we need good representation and we need their voices because they have got something to say. So I wholeheartedly support this motion and I hope everyone in conference will too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I ask Alistair Thompson to stand by, and I now call Christine Murdoch from Dumbarton to speak for the motion.
I too want to thank Michael for bringing this excellent motion. I was torn between speaking to this motion or digital inequality as modern poverty, as there are so many links between the two. As many of you know, I am a Church of Scotland minister, and when I was growing up, there were youth activities in our local church every night of the week, and most of them were run by groups that were not under the umbrella of the church. I now serve in a rural Central Belt parish. In 2 out of the 3 communities, the only youth work that is provided by the church. Breakfast clubs, yes, because they've stopped in our primary schools. Supper clubs, because yes, we know that people are going hungry. And homework clubs, with free access to Wi-Fi and computers. All these, along with a part-time youth worker, are paid for out of the generosity of our members. However, at a time when rising costs squeeze household budgets, I don't know how long our members will be able to support these initiatives. Michael mentioned a call for youth work, first aid and well-being training. If you live in Argyll and Bute, and I know this because I have done it, you can access youth mental health first aid training. And if you are older in years and therefore have some wisdom, you can also train to be a mentor for pupils in your local secondary school, usually pupils that don't have a positive role model at home. I mentioned earlier that I live in a rural Central Belt. That is important. Our young people can travel to their nearest town with their bus passes. However, if you live on an island, your bus pass does not provide you with a free ferry pass. You cannot travel across Scotland in the same way as somebody who lives in the rural central belt, and that is inequality. I fully support this motion. We need to invest in our young people. After all, they're the people who will be sitting in the building across the way in not too many years, and they'll be the ones making decisions about senior care when you and I need it.
Thank you, Christine. That's a scary thought. Can I ask Fraser Graham to stand by and now call Alistair Thompson from Glasgow to speak for the motion?
Good afternoon, conference. This is actually, bear with me, first time speaking and first time, and this is my first conference as a member at all. I'll blame Neil Alexander for that. Now, a bit of background about me, as mentioned, from Glasgow. I am actually part of the LGBTQ people because I'm bi. And it'll be relevant. And I am actually currently unemployed, as well as under 30. So this speaks a lot to me. I heard a lot from everybody who's been up here. I was from a very fortunate situation growing up. My dad would drive me to all the rugby games I could do. Mum would take me to guitar lessons. I had everything I could have possibly wanted growing up. However, a lot of my friends didn't, and a lot of them are still like me. A lot of them are still either unemployed or in dead-end jobs. As somebody who worked for 10 years in bar work while doing my master's degree and doing my bachelor's, I'm still unemployed, and it's still hundreds of interviews going. And what really makes a difference, and what I really wish I'd known growing up, was there are people there to guide you and tell you what you need to know. Conference, I am by no means the least fortunate, but the fact that I'm still unemployed and struggling speaks volumes to the people who are disabled, both ethnic groups and nationalities that are getting looked over. I support this motion wholeheartedly because, as somebody who's still technically for 3 weeks a young Liberal, I think it's very important that we make sure that the young people actually have a voice and actually perform. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I ask Dan Carno-Malley to stand by, and I now call Fraser Graham to speak for the motion.
Conference, it's motions like this, motions brought by our members, especially first-time speakers, that made me want to be conference convener in the first place. I love it when our members bring forward brilliant policy ideas, and this is one that I wholeheartedly agree with. When in my youth, I was a volunteer with the British Red Cross. I volunteered at university, and it was amazing the different breadth of people I met through that volunteering opportunity. You know, I entered as somebody, didn't know that many people, gained so many friends, gained so many skills. Started off just as a basic first aider, worked my way up, became a trainer, a team leader. Eventually, I even became volunteer ambulance crew. And those skills, and it wasn't just, the actual physical skills of the first aid skills, but actually the soft skills, the sort of leadership, the ability to cope with stressful situations, the ability to work together with other people. That is probably a strong part of why I'm stood here today as conference convener, because it is those opportunities that allow people to grow and learn. And, I'm fairly privileged. I was at university, I was a student. It was an opportunity I just walked into, and there are so many people in this country that don't just have the opportunity to walk into, whether it be because they can't afford to do such things, because rather than having that free time to go and do that volunteering opportunity, they're having to work to make ends meet, whether it's just simply not available in their communities. And so this motion, the proposal that's brought, especially these radical proposals like youth work on wheels, is just a brilliant way of thinking about, okay, there is this issue, how do we resolve it? And that's a fantastic liberal thing to do. I particularly love
the calls for 2B about providing that dedicated first aid training, because obviously, as someone who used to be a first aid trainer, I think that's something that is so vital. And, you know, this motion very much ties back to the motion that we just had about loneliness, and I think there are so many of our young people right now that are probably feeling quite lonely, the people that grew up through that generation that have had to deal with schooling during COVID and not being able to form the social groups that other young folk had the opportunity to do. So that's why I wholeheartedly commend this motion and ask you to support it. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Fraser. So can I ask Michael Gregori to stand by to summate on the motion, and I now call Daniel Carno-Malley to speak for the motion from Glasgow.
Conference, Scotland has always taken pride in its youth work tradition. Whether it's local authority services, community groups, voluntary organisations, these spaces have shaped confidence and they've built skills and opened up opportunities that many young people simply wouldn't have had otherwise. But Conference, we need to be honest, that tradition is under real pressure and young people are paying the price. In my professional work across the UK nations, I see daily how investment in people, in their skills, well-being and support structures shapes life chances. In my previous job, I saw the real benefits of programmes like Guardianship Scotland, which provides children with life-changing support, unaccompanied asylum-seeking children with life-changing aid that truly helps them get from the edge of society to building a better life in Scotland. And I've seen just as clearly what happens when the investment in youth work is withdrawn. The reality is that cuts in local authority budgets have left youth services patchy, unequal, or in some communities, non-existent. Rural, island, and deprived urban areas have been hit the hardest, and young people who are care experienced, disabled, from the LGBTQ+ community, and young carers, and young people living in communities facing poverty, face the steepest barriers of all in building lives and building careers in our country. This motion recognises something fundamental. Youth work is not a nice to have. It is a vital part of Scotland's education, well-being and community infrastructure. Young workers are skilled professionals. Youth workers are skilled professionals. And like any workforce, they need stability, fair pay, and a clear career pathway. That is why this motion lays out the need for a national youth work guarantee, and that is important. A guarantee that every young person aged 11 to 25 can access high quality, open access youth work, regardless of postcode. It is not just socially just, it is economically smart. Early intervention saves money. Prevention is cheaper and kinder than crisis response. This motion delivers fairness, practicality and long-term vision. It reflects our Scottish Liberal Democrat values and beliefs in opportunity, dignity and empowerment for every young person in Scotland. That's why we are campaigning for change with fairness at its heart. So, Conference, I urge you to back this motion.
Thank you. Just before we come to our summation speech and move to the next part of the agenda, I've got a lot of people in the room. If you have a space next to you, can you shuffle down and make room so that people who want to vote in a few minutes can actually vote? That would be absolutely fantastic. For those of you around the walls, if you want to find a space, that would be fantastic. So Michael Gregori, I invite you up to summate on your very first motion, in your second time speaking at conference.
Twice in one day. Conference, I want to thank everyone who's spoken for this motion today. Allow me by telling you a little bit about me. I was born into a horrible family. I was adopted at a very young age, and I grew up and feeling abandoned. That affected me negatively in school. I was constantly told, you will not amount to this because you cannot pass your exams. Conference, when a young person like that is being told that by key figures, that becomes a core value for them. And it is because of organisations like the King's Trust, I no longer have that. Conference, this motion is about who we are as Scottish Liberal Democrats. We believe every young person matters, regardless of postcode, background, identity, or circumstance. Scotland has always had a proud tradition of youth work, delivered by councils, voluntary organisations, and others. Conference, this motion speaks clear that youth work is not a luxury, it is essential infrastructure. This motion offers practical, liberal and preventative solutions, a new national youth work guarantee, statutory protection and real long-term funding, programmes such as Youth Work on Wheels, proper training for our youth workers, proper pay and career pathways, but most importantly, embedding youth voice so young people can shape the decisions that affect their lives. Conference, young people are not a problem to be managed. They are citizens that need to be empowered. When we invest in youth work, we invest in confidence, opportunity, and community. When we listen to young people, Scotland becomes stronger. By supporting this motion, we say the Scottish Liberal Democrats will champion youth work as a pillar of a fairer, healthier, and more confident Scotland. We commit to listening to young people. We commit to investing early rather than paying the price later. I, myself, am standing here today because someone invested in youth work, because someone believed young people like me mattered. So let us collectively send a clear message this spring conference. The Scottish Liberal Democrats will champion youth work, not as an afterthought, because it is the right thing to do. Conference, I urge you, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. We are going to come to the vote now. You need to be seated and show me the voting side of your voting card. Can I see those in favour of the motion? And can I see any against? That is very clearly carried. Congratulations to Michael for bringing that very first motion and for his first speaking at conference. And thank you to all our first-time speakers. I want to thank Leo as my aide, and I'm going to hand over now to Willie Rennie.
Don't worry, I'm not back. I'm sure Alex looked a little bit nervous earlier on that I said, I'm speaking next, Alex. Then I think he's behind the stage. Anyway, first of all, bunch up. There's still some people standing down the side. There are seats down here. So come and take a seat, please. Come and take a seat. We want you to all to be bunched up. Now, I used to think I was good at raising money from people who had money, from rich people and others. And then Alex came along, and he has knocked it out of the park. So today's mission is for you to help me get back up the league table of raising money for the party. And I'm going to extract every single penny I possibly can out of you. And I'm going to give you lots of reasons to give us money. Now, there should be buckets and there should be QR codes going round where we are. Paul's at the back. So please give as much as you possibly can in cash, but also use the QR code. And if you possibly can, give a regular donation. Because if you won't notice it going out your bank account, it'll hardly touch the side. The money will be straight in and straight back out the other side, and it will go to a tremendously good cause. So give a direct debit if you possibly can. But the good news is, and it is really good news, I've been around the country and I have seen some outstanding candidates who will make fantastic members of the Scottish Parliament. They are working incredibly hard. Now, the weather in January has been awful, but that did not stop them. Honestly, they were out day in, day out, knocking on doors, gathering support from voters across the country, from the Highlands down to Strathkelvin and Bearsden, over into Edinburgh, all the regions up and down the country. I've never seen as much activity as I have seen in the last few months in advance of a Scottish Parliament election campaign. So they are good to invest in, believe me. They will be well worth your money. So please give as much as you possibly can. And these MSPs will make us proud. Now, I have been in the Parliament now since 2011. I am desperate for some friends to be with us. And also friends who can speak and speak well. And I can tell you the quality of our candidates will knock the others out of the park. And I want you to think, for the next 5 years, how do you want your Parliament to look? Do you want it to carry on as it is? Correct answer. Correct. Do you want it full of Liberal Democrats? Right, so what I have there is a commitment for you to give every single possible penny that you have into the direct debits, into the bucket, and using the QR code. So the next issue, though, however, is the threat. And there is a real threat in this election campaign. It's a threat about what this Parliament is going to be, and also what our country says about itself. Now, there is a potential that we have lots of reform MSPs in the Scottish Parliament. And I think it will take a turn for the dark if that happens. You think Russell Finlay's dark, wait till you see these characters. This will set this country off in the wrong direction. We need to get a progressive Parliament that makes a difference to people's lives, to people like Michael. And I have to say, Michael, that was a tremendous contribution. First 2 speeches to the Parliament, excellent work. So that's what we should be focusing on, in giving young people an opportunity in life, not turning in on ourselves and closing us off from the rest of the world. We had enough of that with Brexit. We're not going there again with reform. So again, we need every single penny that you possibly have to give us that money. So what I also fear is that all those candidates that I've met across the country who are outstanding, we know they're high class, that the day after the election, they might be crying. Now think about that. Will you be able to sleep yourself if these people do not win? They will be crying in their bed. They will be crying on the sofa on their way to work. You'll have Liberal Democrat candidates across the country who are weeping into their porridge. And it will be because of you, because you never gave enough money. So think about that when you're giving your direct debit. Now, the direct debit's getting bigger and bigger all the time. So think about that. So we're going to relieve you of every single penny that you possibly have. Because what are you going to do for the next few months anyway? All the holidays that you had planned, they're all cancelled. They're all gone. You're not going to go out for meals. You're not going to go to the shops and buy things. So what are you going to do with that money? Think of these candidates weeping in their porridge in the morning. Give every single penny that you possibly can. Now, I'm going to hand over in a minute or two. Are we almost done? Are the buckets almost round? Yes. So I'm going to hand over to 2 winners. And this party is on a winning track. But we've got 2 particular winners. Connie Ramsey and Ben Langmead. Now, for those who have been watching closely, we had two outstanding by-election victories. Let's give them a round of applause for what they managed to achieve. And they've not stopped smiling ever since. They are happy people. Think about making all our candidates happy after May. All of that together shows that we can win. We're on a winning track just now, believe me. Alex is raising lots of money, we need more. We've got campaign teams across the country that are working incredibly hard, knocking on doors all the time. We just need to give them every single bit of support that we possibly can. And then we can have a parliamentary group, a big parliamentary group with smiling faces that we can all be proud of. Thank you very much. Now, so where's Ben and where we are? Ben Langmead and Connie Ramsey, everyone. Round of applause.
You'll have to excuse me, I've been told what to say. Yeah, wonderfully prepared. Good afternoon, conference. Fantastic to be here amongst so many people, so many friends, friendly faces, and now colleagues for a lot of people as well. Why did I have to follow Willie like that? Tough gig to follow. Over the last few months, we've seen some remarkable victories for our party. I was privileged to be part of one of those in Bearsden South, and Connie in Tame, just above Inverness. These wins show what happens when you work hard and when we pull together as a team. Wonderful that I had a job at the end of it, but I would not have got anywhere close without the volunteers and the people helping me out. Connie, sorry, smooth.
As you can see, we've had lots of practice at this. When we go out knocking on the doors, speaking to voters, the story is the same. People want change. And they are turning to us as a party to do it. They know how hard we work and that we never give up. The spirit and determination is something we see in everyone who fights for our cause.
And it's that same spirit that's embodied by our leader, Alex, in the drive, in the energy and enthusiasm driving the Scottish Liberal Democrats forward.
So please welcome the leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Well done, Aisin. Thank you, Ben, and thank you, Connie. Conference, Ben Langmead in Bearsden South, Connie Ramsey in Tame, won 2 of 3 fantastic victories for our party over the SNP in the last few months. Alongside Matthew Prosser in Fort William and Ardmurchan, they are our newest Liberal Democrat councillors. They took the fight to the SNP, and in areas that they do not hold at Holyrood and Conference, they won. Three by-elections, 3 gains for the Liberal Democrats. And how did they win? How did they win? In that old-fashioned, time-honoured Liberal Democrat way, in the finest traditions of our party, relentlessly knocking doors, listening to what people are worried about, hearing about what isn't working, and getting stuff done. That's what you get when you elect a Liberal Democrat. Communities across Scotland are crying out for political representatives that they can trust. And we are ready to provide them with hardworking, local Liberal Democrat champions. That is the story of our party right now. We don't wait for change, we make it happen. We beat the SNP in Bearsden, we beat them in Tame, and we beat them in Fort William. And let's be absolutely clear, Conference, in May, we will beat them right across this country.
It started with big local election gains in 2022, then the record-breaking general election, and last year in council by-elections, we gained more seats than any other party. This May, we will repaint the electoral map, turning huge swathes of Scotland away from the acid yellow of the SNP to the solid gold of Liberal Democrats. Ben, Matthew and Connie are just the vanguard. Conference, you are the cavalry. And when it comes to the parliamentary constituencies, with your help, we can be the big winners in May. Let me spell that out. We can gain more constituencies than any other party. Constituencies where it's neck and neck between us and the SNP, where we have persuaded people that voting for anyone else helps the nationalists. Edinburgh Northern, Inverness and Nairn, Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch, Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, Strathkelvin and Bearsden. And for others at least, the surprise of the night will come with our victory in Argyll and Bute. We know Alan Reid can win there. I've joined him on the doors. There is a palpable sense that people feel let down. There, the SNP's ferry fiasco is their record in a nutshell. It has left islanders and coastal communities without the lifeline services that they need. Working with islanders, we embarrassed the SNP into extending the compensation scheme to Mull, Islay, Jura, Barra and more. But there are still communities and businesses being excluded. Then there's the MV Glensannox, a new ferry, out of action already for months, getting repaired. And the long-awaited Glen Rosa, delayed by another 6 months. The total bill for the pair of them now approaching £500 million. The SNP conference are incapable of delivering and incapable of owning their inadequacy. It's why no single minister has ever resigned, whether it's over the ferries fiasco or in the delays to fixing our dangerous northern roads. Scottish Liberal Democrats will get Scotland moving again. It's why we will bring forward a new ferries bill in the first year of the Parliament, giving islanders and coastal communities a fair deal, enabling them to reap the rewards of better service and fixing the ferries fiasco for good. But we're not stopping there. We'll boost regional development, rejuvenate the economy. We'll do that by improving our core connections, driving progress on major projects like dualling the lethal A9 and tunnels for Shetland. And we will make the most of government-run ScotRail with more stations and more late-night services alongside a bus network that finally works for you and for your community. Whoever you are, wherever you live, we will not leave you behind. We will get Scotland moving again. Conference, when we meet next, I want to be standing here alongside our new constituency MSPs. Sana Dijkstra-Downey, Neil Alexander, Andrew Baxter, David Green, Adam Harley and Alan Reid, having all gained their seats from the SNP. 10 constituencies, imagine it. It would be a monumental leap forward, but my goodness, the opportunity to make big gains on the regional list is now absolutely massive for us. That could turn a great night for our party into an absolutely phenomenal night. It won't have escaped your attention, Conference. I'm using every broadcast, podcast and print media interview to appeal to people, to tell them, you have 2 votes. And in seats across Scotland, we are poised to beat the SNP. But wherever you are, a vote for the Scottish Liberal Democrats on that second peach-coloured regional ballot paper will deliver change with fairness at its heart and a hard-working regional Liberal Democrat MSP. That peach vote is absolutely key. It's how we break through. It's how we get more done. Claire McLaren, Duncan Dunlop, Morven May McCullum, Paul McGarry, Jane Alliston Pickard, Daniel Khan O'Malley, Ipe Chu-Turvey. If you ask for the peach vote on every single door, then Conference, we can send each of them to Parliament. If you're tired with politics, if you're tired and frustrated and scunnered with how things are and how the other parties have let you down, I want you to know we hear you. We absolutely hear you. And I don't think there is another party leader in Scotland who knocks more doors than I do. And when I meet people, when I speak to them where they're at, face to face, I hear the same thing time and time again. People are desperate for change. They're tired of the fact that the queues for their GP are longer, their schools are more violent, and their roads are crumbling and full of potholes. Some of those I speak to are even considering voting for reform. Not because they are particularly fond of Nigel Farage, but often it's simply to stick two fingers up to the Conservatives, Labour and SNP politicians who have let them down time and again. There is a lot at stake in this election, and reform thrive when people feel tired and frustrated and cynical about our politics. I want to show them that there is another way of doing things, because I suspect the change those people are looking for doesn't come in the form of cozying up to Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. A former Scottish head of media, Andy McKeever, wrote a column recently in which he talked about the established nationalism of the SNP and the insurgent populism of reform. He pointed out, and these are his words, if you tried to build a party which would be the simultaneous antidote to both of those, it would look a lot like the Liberal Democrats. Thanks for that, Andy. The membership form is in the post. But as well as offering people a positive choice for the future, I think it's also important that we expose reform for who they are too. So I want to tell you a story. It's a story which sums up the choice that voters have for two kinds of change at this election. It is about two boys from Greenock. Both were ambitious, both understood business, and both joined the Conservative Party. One, Jamie Green, still stays among his constituents in Greenock, and every day he gets up and he relentlessly fights their corner, pushing for investment in high streets, encouraging education and entrepreneurship, and passing new legislation to support the victims of crime. The other couldn't get away from Greenock fast enough. Malcolm Offord bought a mansion on the shores of Loch Lomond and donated money to Boris Johnson until he secured his seat in the House of Lords. One left the Conservatives on principle, the other left with a peerage. One knocks doors, the other probably has staff to answer them. And man of the people, Lord Offord's Wikipedia page admits that he owns at least 2 yachts. I asked Jamie about this and he confirmed he doesn't own any yachts. But he's extremely frustrated about another kind of waterborne transport, in that the SNP are denying his Ardrossan communities the ferries they desperately need. This is the choice we are offering people at this election. Local champion or a multimillionaire former banker who doesn't release his tax returns and knows nothing about how ordinary people live their lives. Two boys from Greenock prove that where you start matters less than who you stand with. Two choices, two kinds of change. One that wants tax cuts for millionaires like him, funded by getting rid of those people responsible for checking our hospitals are clean, and one who wants change with fairness at its heart. So let's be absolutely clear, conference. His lordship has no clothes. The change that Reform UK represent is bleak and miserable and self-service. Scottish Liberal Democrats get stuff done. We are the antidote to cynicism. We are the antidote to frustration. Conference, on that beach ballot paper, we are the antidote to reform. Comrades, there are two kinds of political opposition. Opposition parties who only fire out angry press releases and achieve absolutely nothing for their constituents from the opposition benches. or opposition parties prepared to roll up their sleeves and get things done. Let me remind you that Scottish Labour's decision last month to abstain on the budget means that it was always going to pass. Despite that, we sat round the table and squeezed every penny we could out of it. It's how we got £300 million of government money put behind Scottish Liberal Democrat priorities. It means serious support for pubs, restaurants, hotels, music venues, licensed clubs and nightclubs, linchpins of the high street that have suffered so much. A 10% increase in the college budget because we trust them to produce the skills our economy needs. Millions for hospices so they can attract and retain staff. Millions to speed up autism and ADHD assessments. Millions to keep projects and activities open in our most deprived communities. Millions to back young entrepreneurs. And for the Northern Isles, the removal of peak time seasonal ferry fares. Of course, a single budget can't unpick all of the damage done by 19 years of SNP government. We know the only thing that will truly bring about the change that Scotland needs is a change of government. But budget by budget, bill by bill, case by case, we choose to use our leverage as MSPs, as an opposition party, to get things done. It isn't always easy. It's certainly not risk-free, but conference, sometimes it's the right thing to do. It's how we opened up new opportunities to train workers in care and offshore wind, saved Corsford College for young people with complex and additional support needs, restarted work on Edinburgh's Eye Pavilion and the Belford Hospital in Fort William, gave family carers the right to earn more money and restored money to the housing budget that was cut by the Greens and the SNP. Jamie Green secured new rights for victims, including Suzanne's Law and Michelle's Law. Beatrice Wishart has got more money for ferries with her efforts, and with her efforts, it means there's now light at the end of the tunnel in the campaign for the fixed lanes that would transform Shetland, and Emma MacDonald will pick up that legislation from Parliament when she is elected there. Flood-stricken families and businesses in Cooper only got money because Willie Rennie stood up for them and when the government turned its back. And it's why Liam MacArthur is exactly the right person to lead Parliament's thoughtful debate on the assisted dying for terminally ill adults bill, the most prominent piece of legislation in the whole of this 5-year Parliament, handled with the utmost care. That's what we've been up to with just 5 MSPs. Conference, just imagine what we could do with more. Scottish Liberal Democrats get things done. The more MSPs we have, the more we can get done. And wherever you are, you can vote for that on your second peach regional ballot paper because Scotland deserves better. But conference, for all the wins that our parties secured in the budgets of the past 2 years, I want to tell you about one that means the most to me. While it may not be a huge amount of money, it will turn around the lives of some of the smallest members of our society. Conference, in recent years, 1,500 babies in Scotland have been born addicted to drugs. Neonatal abstinence syndrome is something I've been aware of since my time as a youth worker, working with services which help newborns to detox. I remember being moved to tears when I was first shown a device known as a tummy tub. It is basically a bucket of water which is kept at body temperature, into which babies in detox are placed. It simulates the womb and comforts them as they move through the stages of withdrawal, like uncontrollable distress, spasms and fever. Abelara, the charity that first taught me about this, with whom I worked at the time, is now delivering new services for mums and babies to stabilise and detox from drugs, thanks to our efforts. And a few weeks ago, I got to hold a cheerful, cuddly baby boy who will never remember the agony of his first days, and thanks to our party's negotiations, can look forward to a brighter future. Conference, this is why I got into politics. From my earliest days as a youth worker, to protect and comfort those on the hardest margins of our society. This is the defining mission of our party: to make lives better, to protect the vulnerable, to stand up for those children when no other party will. Conference, sometimes getting stuff done takes time. It takes persistence. You've got to keep banging on that door. And in November 2024, 60-year-old Margaret McGill was rushed to hospital. She'd become paralysed from the waist down by a rare condition known as cauda equina. They think it was caused by her lifting both her disabled son and the patients in her care as an auxiliary nurse and as a social care worker. Margaret has been in hospital, first in Rakemore, now in Wick, for more than 400 days. The family home was adapted, the ramps were installed, doors widened, a whole extension's been built to receive her. The house is ready, it's been ready for a year. Margaret is ready. What's missing are the carers, the staff she needs to drop by every day to help her. So she waits, and she waits, and she waits. Remember, she was admitted to hospital in 2024. It has now cost the NHS £200,000 to look after Margaret when she doesn't need or want to be there. Jamie Stone has been working hard locally on her case, and I have raised this with the First Minister repeatedly, as recently as yesterday, even passing on the invite to visit Margaret anytime, because it seems like she isn't going anywhere. But I will keep banging on that door, trying to get Margaret home. It has been 10 years, Conference, since Shona Robertson, as Health Secretary, promised to get rid of delayed discharge altogether. But on any given night, there are 2,000 people marooned in Scottish hospitals, just like Margaret, well enough to go home, but only if there's care available to receive them. In Conference, there isn't. It's costing the NHS at least £1.2 million every single day. The cost, however, to people like Margaret is utterly incalculable. It's a care bottleneck that means cancelled surgical operations, endless waits in A&E, ambulances stacking up outside, longer waits when you dial 999. That is how far the care crisis extends in Scotland right now. It goes to show that until we fix our crisis in social care in the budget, until we fix our crisis in social care system, we won't be able to fix the crisis in our NHS. Scottish Liberal Democrats secured £20 million for social care in the budget so that providers have the funding they need to lift workers' pay to the real living wage. That's only a down payment, Conference, on our actual plan to fix care. Because Liberal Democrats are the party of social care. We've established that. We will keep banging on that door until things change for Margaret and everyone like her, getting stuff done, because Scotland deserves better. Conference, when it comes to getting stuff done, Jim Wallace has to be considered the greatest of all time. An architect of devolution and our Scottish Parliament, he made it work for people. His belief and his tenacity helped bring our Parliament into existence. He envisaged and led us into coalition government, the first Liberal to take up ministerial power anywhere in these islands since the Second World War. Abolishing tuition fees in Scotland, that was down to Jim. Free eye and dental checks, we've got Jim to thank for that. Shining a light on government through freedom of information, Jim's signature was on the bottom of that law. Fair votes in local government elections, the list goes on and on and on. None of it was easy, none of it was risk-free, but it was always, always the right thing to do. Quietly, seriously, Jim was a master negotiator, getting things done at a time when Donald Dewar and Tony Blair were at the height of their popularity and of their power, because he was able to get them to think differently, to change course. Jim had the rare ability to lay aside political tribalism and to reach for the better nature of his political opponents. And at a time when rancour too often defines our politics, his example of grace and reconciliation is one that we could all do well to follow. He lived to see the revival of our party, the best Liberal result for Liberals in an election in his lifetime. And he had a hand in it as chair of the general election campaign in Scotland. I am profoundly grateful for that. I'm so grateful he said yes when I asked him. Conference, Jim phoned me a couple of days before he went into hospital for that last time with some strategic advice about how we as a party could get things done in the months ahead, how we should approach the election and its aftermath. Backing that up with a handwritten letter and a document that landed on my doormat the morning he went into surgery. His pen scribbling, his great mind whirring, thinking of our country's future to the very end. A more caring and decent or kind man you would struggle to meet. After Ming Campbell, he is the second Liberal giant we have lost these past months. We are heartsore at his loss. And we are all the poorer now he is gone, but this country and our Parliament are immeasurably richer because he lived. Thank you, Jim. Conference, during Jim's time as Deputy First Minister, Scotland's education was amongst the best in the world. There were literally only a handful of countries who ranked ahead of us in terms of maths. Now, under the SNP, Scottish education is just average, and our maths scores in the international rankings are the lowest they've ever been. It's the same for reading and for science, the worst ever. Remember what John Swinney and the SNP promised and said they would do on education? A free laptop for every pupil, free school lunches up to primary 7, teachers spending less hours in front of class and more time preparing, smaller class sizes, closing the poverty-related attainment gap, 3,500 extra teachers. Conference, none of this has been delivered. And the impact, after 19 years of the SNP, Scottish education just isn't what it used to be. People feel let down, they're right to. And every week, without exception, I meet families worried about their children's additional support needs that are just not being met because they can't even get to the races of a diagnosis, worried their teenager is frequently absent, worried about the violence in their schools captured on camera and shared across social media like wildfire. Children and parents and teachers deserve better. Education is, and we've always known it to be, the best investment we can make both in our children's potential and in our country's future. So here's the plan. We will invest in pupil support assistants and specialist support, such as speech and language therapists. We will create a young carers lead in every school to help young carers balance education and caring for their loved one. We will use youth work as a means to reach young people who are not engaged in formal education. We will legislate to make classrooms mobile phone free so that children can learn and teachers can teach. We need that conference to bring about the cultural change that this requires, because it's just not fair for us to leave this up to head teachers and ministerial guidance. And today, I can announce that we will open up a new route for qualified primary school teachers stuck in precarious work to quickly gain the right to teach in secondary schools. And if you need to be trained in an additional subject, we will help with that too. It will improve their job prospects and ensure pupils have the teachers and subject choices that they actually deserve. Because it is a scandal, conference. It is an absolute scandal that 3 out of 4 newly qualified teachers are forced onto demoralising temporary and 0 hours contracts. They are ready to shape young minds. They have grafted for their qualifications. So why is the SNP government forcing them to move abroad to find work, or spend years in jobs where they can't pay the bills and rack up thousands of pounds worth in debt? It didn't used to be like that. And we will end that scandal. It's part of our plan to fix the mess that the SNP have made of teacher recruitment and retention. It's part of our plan conference to get Scottish education back to its best. Conference, we're all about improving lives. That's why we are all in politics. And the very best way that you can do that in Scotland is by growing our economy so that we can improve the living standards of the people we ask to send us to Parliament. If there are 3 words which encapsulate Scotland's economic failure to thrive right now, then they are these: planning, skills, and housing. If we're going to make Scotland a powerhouse for the industries of the future, then it needs to be easier to do business here. In Scandinavia, they maintain local input and democratic oversight, yet they still manage to greenlight necessary projects within weeks. Whatever the ins and outs of those projects, it shouldn't take 3 years to make a decision on a salmon farm on Loch Long. The Berwick Bank wind farm, 23 miles from here, shouldn't have sat on a ministerial desk for 2 years while the climate is in a crisis. We need to reform our sclerotic planning system. Secondly, it's all very well to attract inward investment, but firms will not choose to come here, to locate here, if they can't be sure of a skilled workforce that they need. The SNP have, in the past 19 years, presided over the quiet death of Scottish further education, and we need to turn that around. That's why the £70 million we've just secured for Scottish colleges in the budget is a down payment on our plan to get them motoring. Then there's housing. From Wick to Wigton, Portree to Pittenweem, there are gaps in the workforce that can be traced back to the lack of affordable housing. People are finding that they can't take up a job because there's nowhere for them to live nearby it. So we will deliver a new programme of affordable homes for rent reserved for key workers. In conjunction with the private sector and local authorities, eligibility will be decided locally because we know each area has its own specific needs and will define key workers accordingly. We're talking about homes for care workers, homes for teachers, homes for engineers. Whatever you need in your community, you're a key worker. We will help you live close by to where you need to be because housing has held back industry and our public services for far too long. And finally, conference, I make no apology for restating this. We need to reimagine our relationship with Europe, to rekindle the bonds with our nearest neighbours, with whom over the decades we have stood in triumph and in tragedy. Because, conference, the greatest thing that we can do for our economy has been staring us in the face for the past 10 years. A bespoke UK-EU customs union, a youth mobility scheme, and a renewed commitment to the European project. It's part of why I'm a Liberal, conference, but I'm also a Liberal because we will always reach for policy that seeks to lift up those living at the sharpest edges of our society. We will always seek to give platform, comfort and remedy to the downtrodden and to the dispossessed, because we believe that a society that doesn't work for everyone doesn't actually work for anyone. And at our conference 2 years ago, to commemorate a quarter of a century of devolution, Lord Wallace of Tankernes, our dear departed Jim, said this: I believe our Liberal Democrat quest is to champion the freedom, dignity and well-being of individuals, whatever their colour, creed, nationality, gender or orientation. Ours is a belief that the state exists to serve individuals and not individuals to serve the state. Conference, I agree. We cannot be champions of freedom from the sidelines. We cannot improve the lives of the people who send us to Parliament if we just do opposition for opposition's sake. Conference, the next 10 weeks could be the most important in our party's history, and anyone who tells you they know what's going to happen in May is lying to you. Make no mistake, the coming election is wide open. We stand on the threshold of a huge revival. Conference, our 10 target constituencies are just the start. Wherever you are, for the first time in a long time, you can vote with confidence on that second peach-coloured regional ballot paper and know that you are sending a Liberal Democrat MSP to Holyrood. I got into politics to get things done, and I will attack every day, from this day to polling day, with a belief and a determination that this coming Parliament, the decisions and spending of the next government will be shaped by Liberals. This is the opportunity which falls to us. There may never be another like it. We have never been better prepared. We have never been better funded. Our activists are ready. Our candidates are ready. Conference, go forth from this hall with hope and confidence and belief in your hearts. This is our time. Go out there and seize it. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That is now the lunch break. We have 2 fringe sessions during this period, between 1:15 and 2:15. There's the NSPCC Scotland, which is in the Ozone Room, which is upstairs, and Uplift, which is in Biosphere Blue, which is directly next door. Thank you. Straight upstairs, and then just go round the curve, and it's immediately.
Hey, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Afternoon, folks. Thanks very much for coming along. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. We're going to hopefully have a bit more food at the back. We'll keep you going, sustain you through this, but we're going to start about 5 minutes and we'll finish around 2 o'clock. Thanks a lot. Good to see you guys. I'll keep you to time now. I'll give you a share. I'm just gonna. They forgot our lunch, so I'm gonna go and deal with that to make sure everyone. Thanks, Liam. Much appreciated.
I think I'm found to drop something in with Russell. With
Okay, so we're going to ask you maybe to begin looking at the teams.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm conscious we're a little bit pressed for time as a result of someone having to dash off to Ming's Memorial. But a very warm welcome. I'm, for those who don't know me, I'm Neil McCarthy, I'm the AMP for Auckland and the Party's spokesperson on climate emergency. I am the pleasure of chairing proceedings this afternoon. I'm very grateful to UK for sponsoring this event. As well as for the engagement with myself and the team and parliamentarians over the course of this session, absolutely front and centre. It does still now feel like a debate where the tone has somewhat changed in the last couple of years. We're getting to the kind of business end of what the transition needs to look like, where for decisions becoming more difficult, and therefore the way in which we as politicians engage with that debate, engage with the public, and continue to bring the public with us. The polling tends to confirm that the public is still sees that the need for the transition and the aspirations of being net zero. But that doesn't mean that individual decisions that are integral to achieving that are proving to be now challenging. But I think all the more necessary, the urgency only gets greater. We've got four great panellists here who are going to set the scene in their own way. I've instructed them they've got 2, possibly 3 minutes to do that, after which I may chip in, but I'm very keen with a little time as possible. So we are going to, I'll tell you what, I'll announce all of them and then we'll go on individuals. But Tessa Cannon is going to be starting off. She's the Executive Director of Uplift. We're then going to hear from Zoe Holiday from Community Energy Scotland. We'll then hear from David Green, our candidate in Caithness and Sutherland, and then Alison Michael, for Auckland and Sheffield, will wind up with opening salvos, and we're going to put after the so
Thanks so much, Liam. Very delighted to have the opportunity to speak with you all this afternoon. I just want to offer a few reflections on why I think Scotland and Liberal Democrats in particular can be ambitious about the energy transition, despite some well-founded misgivings about how that transition has unfolded so far, and why I think that ambition is consistent with core Liberal democratic values and is exactly the kind of leadership that's essential now more than ever. Just to start with the imperative of the climate crisis, which is ultimately what underpins want to future-proof our industries, our workforces and our communities, including competitiveness, energy security and resilience as a country against increasingly turbulent geopolitics. But as the last year's made clear, climate change isn't just a distant threat, it's something that's making itself felt across Scotland right now. Scottish Water called 2025 a, quote, wake-up call, with rivers and groundwater dropping to historic lows, hitting farmers in sectors like whisky production especially hard. And the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service said that the country in 2025 faced an unprecedented scale of wildfire risk. So, as we're increasingly hearing as well, there are rising insurability risks as towns and communities deal with repeated flooding, the costs of which will ultimately be borne by ordinary people. This mounting evidence of climate impacts is why, according to recent polling that we commissioned that was conducted by a different partnership, 2/3 of the Scottish public think that climate change should be a high priority for government. And what's clear from the science, whether that's the UN or the International Energy Agency, if our existing global oil and gas supply is burned, it will take us well past internationally agreed safe limits for our climate. So there's really no room for major new oil and gas developments if we're going to stay within those safe climate thresholds. What this underlines is that there's an urgent need for us to take our climate obligations seriously, and there's no question in our mind that if Scotland and the UK show leadership in this agenda, as it's done in the past, it will have an outsized impact on global ambition. That leadership is desperately needed now, not just because of the accelerating climate crisis, but as a rebuke to those countries who are targeting climate action as a way of demonstrating broader contempt for international norms and global cooperation. And climate leadership would send a very clear signal that Scotland is committed to internationalism and collective action to address our greatest global challenges. There's also an opportunity, of course, for Scotland to demonstrate that this is a transition that can happen in a way that creates prosperity and resilience in an increasingly volatile world. In the last decade, there's been unquestionably a failure by the UK and Scottish governments to plan for this transition and to ensure that the boom in offshore wind in particular translates into good jobs at scale and wealth for communities that are at risk as the North Sea continues its irrevocable long-term decline. That decline, which has involved the loss of more than half the jobs supported by the industry in the last decade, despite hundreds of new licences being issued, makes it clear how untenable the status quo is. But thankfully, in the last year, we've seen a bit of momentum that's been much needed from both Scottish and UK governments to address this decline, including the development of multiple strategies for the future of workers and communities who are tied to North Sea oil and gas, whether that's the North Sea Future Plan, the Clean Energy Jobs Plan, and so on. And in Scotland, investments by Smoothie Manufacturing, together with the Scottish Parliament's recent overwhelming support for the Community Wealth Building Act, which means that there is now much more momentum behind a fair vision of an energy transition here. But there's no question that it will require much more significant forward planning and investment, not least of all a Scottish energy strategy and just transition plan. It will require the UK and Scottish governments to work in lockstep and with unwavering commitment to putting fairness at the heart of this agenda. That, together with taking up the mantle of global climate leadership, is, in my view, a powerful way to realise a liberal vision of Scotland's energy transition. Thank you so much.
Very much indeed, Tessa. On the basis that opposite responses in the event, there's a little more latitude that will not be forthcoming for the rest of the speakers. With that,
Noted. I'm the CEO of Community Energy Scotland, which is the membership organisation for community energy groups, by which I mean community groups that have decided to take forward their own community projects. And across Scotland, we have multiple examples of communities that have put up their own wind turbines or solar panels or done other transport-related projects, etc., and have transformed communities by doing that. And I think that, whilst I'm sure we're talking to an audience that is very much engaged on climate change, I want to emphasise that actually you don't have to believe in climate change to believe in community energy. You don't have to believe in the need for net zero to believe in community energy, because community energy is not just about those environmental positive impacts. It's about community resilience. It's about community wealth building. It's about energy security. It's about community cohesion, and actually, you know, we have seen communities that have reopened facilities in their areas. We have seen them develop their own affordable housing. We've seen them, you know, just do incredible things with the income streams that they're bringing in from those assets. And what we see is that, you know, recent polling showed that 2/3 of the Scottish public support community-owned renewables versus 40% supporting private renewables. And I think what we need to start seeing is this justice element coming through, because right now, so many parts of Scotland, people are seeing these huge developments going on their doorstep, but not seeing the benefits from them. And that's what we want to see, is a real transformation in terms of who owns these assets, who sees the benefit from these assets, and how can we make sure that we're all getting across the whole of Scotland a fair deal as we move through this energy transition. And I'll stop there before I get told.
Thank you very much indeed. I think you need Nick
You can just see it again on the also. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, uplift to have the French here for us and so coming along. Look, I think in terms of our approach as a party to this issue, we have to, as with any other issue, use our audience to solve. I can't get in what doesn't matter, so I'll be pushing the shame and saying that I'll apply a hidden lens to any aspect of this debate. And when I say being audience focused, it's recognising our fuel power, which are communities that are depopulating, have serious issues with fuel poverty, rising fuel costs, and yet they've been asked to host energy infrastructure without some of the real opportunity or benefits that Zoe spoke to earlier, both not just from the big developers, but actually in terms of proportion of some of the projects that could be community owned, or at least have some stake in shares. So I think that's really key. And I say that as well because for us there are, I think, two fundamental principles here as liberals. There's one which is about strengthening our local communities that we deeply care about. I think we'll come back to what we can say in terms of community share. But the other is, of course, we do fundamentally believe that we have a strong responsibility to tackle the climate crisis. But I think what I would say about the latter just there, and as we went to great detail with the climate case that needs to be made, I think the case has been made. I think we've won that case. I think the time that we spend talking about it is not the time that we're spending engaging in communities and what benefit we can get in this opportunity. So at any time I was saying to your colleagues or whether it's folk from SSE and elsewhere, I'm interested in it. Let's talk about what we can benefit our community from. So let's move about it. And we've talked a lot about community benefit, and Angus McDonald, now President of Edinburgh and AIS, has been a champion of that issue. But actually what I think is we're critical as a party, we've not talked enough about community ownership, or to a lesser degree in terms of the hierarchy of importance, community share. And that's because fundamentally it's about democratising. It's about not just treating people as folk who are consumers of energy, but those who can own it too. And I think that's incredibly exciting. And I think that's where the space is for Liberal Democrats. Not least in my own part of the world, where if we're going to win this case and bring communities with us, I think this is going to be fundamentally important, because it will genuinely have that lasting legacy, not just a benefit here and now, but for generations down the line. So all the best for us. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And again, thanks to Uplift for joining us here at the conference. We appreciate the support and the engagement. And normally my role in these things is to use my naturally sunny disposition to give an all-uplifting message. I don't really feel like that today, I have to say, because I think that some of the things that we have taken for granted for the last 10, 20 years are genuinely under threat. And they're under threat because there are forces of populism and smallish nationalism on the march across the world that try to pretend that actually, first of all, climate change is not a problem, it's not real. That, things that we would take for granted and accept as a truth, they are challenging. On a dodgy basis, but they are challenging, and they are taking people to their side, because so many people feel that actually the things that we are trying to do in order to address climate change are sticks with which they are being beaten. And unless and until governments, both in Edinburgh and in London and in other countries across the developed world, get real about that and start levelling with their communities and being honest with them, then the bad guys are going to keep winning. They are going to keep making the advances that they're doing. So I think actually we need to start upstream. We need to say that climate change is a global challenge, and that the global challenge is not made, even if we do get leadership, it is not made solely by national responses. It has to be multinational, transnational responses, and we have to make the case for the multinational, transnational institutions that the likes of Donald Trump and Nigel Farage are challenging and are posing a real threat to. And that's where, Tessie, your words about fairness matter so much, because so many people see these changes in their communities. They see an energy market that is regulated in a way that delivers energy to their homes at prices that they simply cannot afford, while they live in the shadow of the turbines that are generating it. We talk about community benefit. I'm afraid I'm not really in a mood for talking about community benefit anymore, because that's just a proxy for beats to the natives. Yes. You know, we have really got to be serious about the fact that if you want to accept people, or if you want people to accept that they will live with the industrialisation of a landscape, then you have to give them something back in return. And there has to be something there for them that is tangible. There are only so many teams that you can give new football strips to, or community halls that you can put a new kitchen into. What people really want is to see a difference in their energy bills at the end of the month when they are living in substandard housing in some of the coldest, windiest, darkest parts of the country. So until we address the relationship between governments and corporates, then you are not going to bring the people with you. And at the end of the day, the risk is that we lose the bigger battle and the bad guys win.
Thank you. You didn't sponsor the event, and therefore you shouldn't have had that additional latitude.
I just took it anyway.
Food.
Just to quickly say, there's more lunch in the back there, so if there's anyone that is hungry,
you look more cheerful after getting it off your chest.
Thank you for that. Could I maybe just start with that conundrum? I mean, Tessa, you talked about the polling, which does evidence the fact that the public support for and a recognition of the need to address climate change remains fairly steadfastly overwhelming. Nevertheless, the debate that Alistair's just reflected there about the rise of populism is seeing this played out very differently. We certainly see this in the Scottish Parliament. I chaired an event, a members' debate not so long ago, which is the closest I've come to being in a parliament where it felt like a public meeting. I mean, the gallery was packed with those who were absolutely adamant that storage facilities, pylons and all the rest of it were ruining their landscape, their lives and all the rest of it, and they were mad as hell and not going to take it anymore. So is the fairness that Zoe was talking about, is that, and whether it's community benefit or whatever, is that the way of bridging that gap? And do you, I mean, David suggested that we don't need to restate why this is necessary. I would tend to disagree. I think unless you keep restating, this is not an option. We need to do this, and this is why we need to do this. But we can do it in a number of ways, and one that has fairness at its heart. It brings communities as far as possible along the way. Is the only way we're going to do it without having communities absolutely up in arms.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And actually the polling is very clear that while support for more ambitious action on climate change is where the majority of the public is, the one thing that the public is even more sensitive to is whether or not that climate action is fair. So actually fairness is a sort of driving consideration for people as to whether or not they are enthusiastic about the government being more ambitious on climate change. And I agree with you, Liam, that it actually is worth us continuing to actively make the case for the climate crisis being real, for action being needed insofar as there are increasingly vocal I would say, actors, bad faith actors who are trying to undermine well-established science and, a well-established public understanding that climate change is something that needs urgent action. But as you say, you only get so far on that if people think that they're going to be made to bear the costs, that they're seeing considerable wealth being generated within their communities that's going to offshore investors, that the questions that are really material for them on a day-to-day basis, whether that's fuel poverty or a sense of actual ownership or agency in the decisions that are being made in their communities, if they don't feel that they have some control or that there is fairness in the way that those decisions are being made, then that support is very vulnerable indeed.
And in terms of the community aspect of this, I think David was talking about looking at through the Highland prism and engaging with people within that community. And it strikes me that very often you will hear from those who are hacked off with what you're doing or what's not happening. You'll not necessarily hear from those who are either supportive of it or generally fairly relaxed about it. From the experience of being involved in community energy projects that are embedded in their communities, how do you reach beyond those who are angry or dissatisfied with what you're doing and sort of, I think, expose the fact that within communities there's probably a multiplicity of views, but there's more support than necessarily you would determine just from listening to those who maybe are kind of self-appointed representatives of the community.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point, and I think that it is always this kind of dichotomy between what you see the loudest voices who are often the most frustrated and who are getting kind of often the press because it's a more interesting story than I'm quite happy with the status quo actually, and then kind of the actual kind of vast majority of people supporting the action. But I think also you have to kind of be aware of kind of the ripple effect of those loud voices and that people kind of start to think that perhaps that is a wider voice than it is. I think also I think it's very easy to kind of just write off people with a different opinion to yourselves, but I think actually what we need to understand is that actually there's a lot of common ground between the different voices. Often it is that frustration of the feeling of being out of control. I think the reality is that a lot of people who are looking to vote reform right now, they're looking to vote out of these frustrations, out of the fact that they're struggling. And there's I think there's going to be a real need within when there's a new parliament to actually look for the common ground, not necessarily in kind of the overarching views, but of actually what is it that at its core we're trying to do, and at its core we're trying to help the people who are at the margins of society, who are struggling, who are in fuel poverty, who aren't paying and being able to pay the bills, and trying to find language that unites rather than divides. Because I do think, as I said, things like net zero, it's very hard to get excited about the concept of net zero. I often laugh when people start talking about net zero skills because it sounds like you've got no skills whatsoever. And I think another phrase that kind of sometimes upsets me is the idea of taking people with us, which someone once said it sounds a bit like you're taking people hostage. And I think what we need to do is look at where people are at and then start to build up a shared narrative of the way forward together.
Can't rule out hostage taking at some point in this journey, but it's maybe a little premature for that. I'm going to open up to the floor. I've got microphones, but it's a small enough room. I think we can probably hear. So they've got a very active back row. So can we maybe take the three in the back row, and then I'll invite responses from the panel. So we start the gentleman here and move along. The other questions are going to have to be briefer. I mean, saying they're not nutters and then praying Andrew Neil in aid of the argument was a bold step. No, I certainly accept the point there. I think to some extent the debate I see playing out in Parliament becomes very, very polarised, and yet the difference between even where the Greens' position is and the Conservatives' position has been in terms of reaching net zero in percentage terms is pretty narrow. I mean, the geological fact is we are going to have to transition. So there's a political argument to be made, but this is the geological fact, and that oil and gas is going to remain with us for some period as part of our energy mix. So it's not an entire zero-sum game. Alistair, do you want to pick up some of the first points there in terms of the, and also the undergrounding and offshoring point?
I mean, others are probably better qualified than me when it comes to the engineering expertise on that. But look, you know, our energy provision is a commercial enterprise, and it's got to stack up financially, and that's where cost does matter. Look, leadership only matters if you can get people to follow you. And the danger is that we are at risk of getting too far ahead of populations and communities. And if you don't have an engaged and respectful dialogue and debate, and you advance arguments that ultimately don't stack up, then you lose credibility and you damage the case in terms of long-term outcome. I'll offer you one example of that, and it was the recommendation of the Climate Change Committee that we should cut livestock numbers by 35%, which the Scottish Government rejected, because that would have been the end of critical mass of red meat production in Scotland. I think they were right to reject these, because we already have rapidly declining livestock numbers, and that means that we are going to fill the gap in the market, because if you reduce your domestic production but you don't reduce the consumption, then all you do is you open the door to imports, and that will be importing meat that you bring across the world, having been reduced to standards that are lower than the ones we expect of our own producers, and probably on ground that has been reclaimed from rainforest in South America. And that just makes no sense in a global context, because climate change is a global challenge, and the emissions are just as potent if they come in South America as they are here. So you cannot anymore do, as the chair of the Climate Change Committee, just shrug your shoulders and say, well, I don't want this to end up in meat imports. If it happens, we've given leadership and we have made the gesture. That's not going to cut it anymore.
Okay, I'm going to channel my inner Deputy Presiding Officer self and I think curtail remarks, because I'm conscious of passing time. The point was made about the sort of urban community projects and delivering our net zero ambitions. Is there a particular dynamic with those sorts of projects compared to rural and island projects?
Yeah, I think in terms of urban areas, I guess the kind of most common models, and I would say these are probably more common in south of Scotland than actually in Scotland, are both kind of bulk purchase programs for sort of individual householders, whether that's to improve the energy efficiency or to actually put their own, for example, solar panels up, or to do kind of larger rooftop solar models, often on public sector buildings but owned by the community. So Edinburgh and also Glasgow Community Energy have both taken that model forward, and that's actually a model that is now going to be supported by the UK government. They've specifically said that support for local authorities and funding will be expecting them to work in partnership with communities, and again things like solar car parks, etc. But I do think one of the challenges in an urban area, what we have seen traditionally is that a lot of our community energy groups are in more rural and island areas. I think there's a much greater awareness of the fact that where your electricity has come from, and it's not just a kind of never-ending resource when you come to kind of the fringes of the electricity system, the grid edge. Whereas I think and I think this is partly kind of addresses the last question as well in terms of this kind of kickback. Is actually I think we need to get a greater understanding of energy usage, and actually that we need more energy because we're all using more, and even things like the amount we're using ChatGPT and all of these things are just going to exponentially increase the amount of energy that we need to produce as a country. So it's not just about that. There is no way for us to achieve kind of status quo unless we all kind of stop using all of our devices and stop using AI and all of these things, which is unnecessary.
Do you want to come back on some of the earlier points there in relation both to the infrastructure, but actually the challenge within communities take a strategic approach?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more that the lack of strategic planning when we're dealing with a transition on a scale unprecedented in, we're transitioning the material basis of our entire economy, and we're trying to do it in the next 30 years. And the fact that the Scottish Government published its draft energy strategy and just transition plan in 2022 for consultation, and that still hasn't been published. I mean, the next Parliament is absolutely critical for ensuring that we have proactive planning, that, I think some of the totemic examples here of when this has been done badly, like what's happened at Grangemouth, what's happened at Mossmoran, those were predictable developments in terms of there being, multiple flashing red lights, that those jobs were going, that investment was leaving those facilities, and there was a total failure to plan for that, as a result of which jobs have been lost, communities are suffering. And now there is scrambling to, in a reactive way, try to manage some of the fallout from those developments. And so, in the absence of a plan, you can have all the ad hoc investments that you like, or smaller scale plans, but unless we stitch it all together and ensure that there is really joined up thinking across government with communities and people who are at the front lines of this change, workers, unions and others, and local authorities, then we're just not going to be able to manage this in a way that's fair.
Okay, I'm going to give David a right to reply, given that he was being attacked from the floor there. So.
But there is a serious conversation about what a contribution.
I think there were people with just walking in
And I make my point
sticks.
okay,
no problem, yeah, that's
which is that
Cool.
many meetings like this, you sat,
Yeah, it's good. Very well. Everything is flawless. Let's keep it up, right?
Too often you see people rolling their eyes and looking at me. There was an MP about 10 years ago who sat to my left, who told me that in politics, the right to be heard is fundamentally important.
That's a doctor trick. I've said before.
See, it is now. And unfortunately, I think we are doing that. Well, that was a lecture on the climate that too many people are switching off. But they are listening to us when we talk about the community benefit, but far more, I think, about real opportunity around do think we need to give priority in terms of good access to community projects, and that's absolutely key. My very last point, because Alice raises the context of the international case. I think we've got something pretty clear that not all the institutions we have right now are working. I was at COP a number of years ago. We have COP on an annual basis every single year, and those institutions are failing because they are, we go from Dubai to Baku to now Turkey coming up. We've got fossil fuel lobbyists on a huge scale of these projects. We haven't got global South voices involved in the conversation the way that we should. And quite frankly, we have a Prime Minister who doesn't very well turn up. So I think we have to be clear that actually the institutions are not working. We've got a contribution to how we can improve them.
Okay, I'm conscious it's now 2 o'clock. Alistair and I are certainly supposed to be out of here imminently, so I'll take a couple more questions or comments, but they will have to be brief. I'm going to cut right across you. I'm going to go for the gentleman in the middle row and the gentleman at the far end there.
Thanks. So I totally hear what you're saying about community benefits or not in football shows. You're talking about environment, but the thing with community wealth building, it's in the word wealth, which is about where does the wealth come from? Wealth comes from who owns the economy. So yeah, don't talk about the environment, don't talk about football shows, talk about the economy. I joined this party about a year and a half ago, blown away by the amount of democracy that goes on in the party. But still, why are we not talking about democracy in the economy? There's your strength. Is that work? So pushing hard on that.
Good. Lots of nodding at this end. And gentleman at the far end there.
I want to make, I think, the same point today, that we mustn't, people arguing against the changes for net zero are not necessarily denying climate change. They are talking about the costs and benefits and whether it's worth making big efforts by other countries or not. And that discussion is not the same as arguing against what people say that changing atmosphere potentially without affecting it. And we mustn't, I think, put people off that important argument by saying if you are arguing against the net zero changes, you must be climate deniers. And I know the form of blurring that boundary is unhelpful, but I think we can have a constructive dialogue about what to do without saying if you're not on the net zero side, you must be a crazy
Good. And that's getting lots of nods around it. I'm going to take the lead in terms of democratising the process here by allowing each of the panellists here a couple of minutes to sum up some thoughts on the discussion. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to reverse the order. I'm going to start with Alistair.
Go back to what I said about that relationship between corporates and governments. Recognise the fact that you've had a big shift of influence from governments to corporates, and that leaves many people feeling that there's no accountability, no transparency. I chair the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Select Committee. Every so often we bring in another English water company and just kick them out and stop pushing. And when we do that, my inbox explodes at the end of the day. So people say, thank God for you asking these questions. Nobody else ever holds these people to account. And it is that feeling of disempowerment that you have as a consequence of that shift of power and influence from governments to corporates. If we don't start regulating these markets better, if we say that we can't run them for the benefit of the people and the state, then that's where we will keep failing.
I think I'll start where I think we need to be a little bit more honest with folk. We talk often about just transition, and I think in rooms like this, it works. But out in communities, often people switch off. As I said previously, our contribution. I think we accept it's not working. We're losing jobs. We're not, and the rapid scale of investment we need in renewables, and it's certainly not the shape and size of the investment in new sectors we need. So I think we need to start from that perspective, really honest with folk. And I think that's how we can win that work regard, as I said, lessons from Alistair from years previous. But also, I think we come back to the role our party can play too. Angus MacDonald, reference him earlier on, has done some terrific work in Highland in terms of convening and bringing community groups together. If we allow this debate to be about this polarisation, which is continuing to be between the big corporates process in terms of getting that right. But I think that's a space that we need to fill and be bold about it, because a lot of other parties are running away from it.
Thank you very much. Tessa. Oh no, that's right. Zoe first.
I won't speak for John. I just think that this is a real opportunity right now for the Liberal Democrats to take leadership, and I think it was noticeable to me in the speech next door just now that kind of ownership and even energy barely got mentioned. I think there's a real opportunity to look at actually where do the core positions of the Liberal Democrats overlap with all of this conversation that we've just been having. And I think the point the gentleman just said about democratising ownership is really key. So I think there's a really big opportunity here to actually kind of say, well, actually, what is the future that we want to see? How does this align with the policies, and how can we kind of actually have some of these kind of core positions, whether it's on planning, whether it's on whatever it might be. We can put any suggestions ourselves, but to actually kind of create that future that we want to see for us.
Thank you. And Tessa.
Yeah, just I think on the theme of opportunity, I think there is a lot of pessimism around this agenda and more broadly across the country at the moment, and that's exactly what the populist right is trying to exploit, is a sense that, government doesn't deliver for people, that things are getting worse, not better, that people don't have any control in their own lives, and that actually the energy transition is something that actually provides a massive opportunity for Scotland, an opportunity to create jobs for the long term, to create prosperity for communities, to revitalise previously deindustrialised parts of the country, but that we can only achieve those things, and in doing so, I think, tell a very powerful counter-narrative to the one that the populist right is putting forward, if there's proactive planning, if there's ambitious thinking, if there is investment at scale. So these things aren't going to happen on their own. But Scotland, with, for example, just one example is that it's in the top 10 offshore wind markets in the world. It has amazing resources to make the most of this opportunity, but it's imperative that we act urgently and that we do so in a way that is, as I said, ambitious and proactive.
Thank you very much. That's a positive note to end on. I have to say, as the MSP for Orkney, I'm very aware of the extent to which, for example, community turbines have been the enabler for development trusts to build resilience in their communities. We have a population that is pretty well sensitised, not just to the net zero challenge, but the opportunities that come with that transition. And those jobs aren't just about engineers and people with hard hats on. These are taxi firms, they're shops, they're supply businesses that pivot in order to respond to the opportunities that are there. And so the jobs that could be broadly described as green jobs are often kind of dismissed as that, because they're seen as ones that have always been around. But their sustainability comes from the fact that this is a community that is embracing that transition. It doesn't mean it's always easy. We haven't necessarily had some of the infrastructure you've seen in places like Shetland and the Highlands and down in the northeast. But having that engagement where, I think the point you're making, Tessa, where you push back a bit at this doom-laden scenario that we're going to hell in a handcart and all the rest of it, I think we need to challenge that a bit more robustly. It's not trying to convince people that it's all sunny and it's all upside. But I think there's a risk that we get drawn into accepting too much of that narrative in making a point where we're challenging the government, whether it's here at a UK level. I think there's a space here for us as a party, given the track record we've got, and here I pay tribute to Jim Wallace in the early days of the coalition, Scottish Executive Coalition, that set those initial renewables targets, achieved them ahead of time, etc., and put us on a path that I think has seen real progress made over the time. But we are getting to the point where the decisions become more difficult. We're asking of people and of communities and of the country is more challenging. But I think the better we're able to engage in that debate through discussions like this, discussions that may be more challenging, as David, I think, quite rightly alluded to. But I think we do that in good faith, and we meet people where they are and try to influence that debate in a positive way. But can I thank all of our panellists for their contributions today? Can I thank all of you and apologise for the truncated nature of the discussion. Some of us will be heading off, others aren't, so feel free to I think there's still sandwiches at the back of the room. There are still sandwiches at the back of the room, so please fill your boots and collar whoever's left for the conversation as certainly myself and Alistair make for the exits. But thank you all very much again, and thank you to all.
I'm Tom, I'm John Fernley. I'm an environmental scientist. I've never been Willie Wemmick dragged me into the party and I've worked my socks off for years. But I'm fundamentally environmental scientist. I was virtually two scientists in secret until I returned. Our house is doomed. It will be flooding in about 100 years' time, whatever the world does, because we've already put all that money you're not going to be able to get it.
Right, Mr. MacArthur, there's a taxi with our name in it somewhere. Listen, good to see you, thanks for coming.
So
Probably under all that, maybe the economy and probably the sort of transition.
I live in Greenland. I was involved in the initial design of it. So
Oh, exactly. Oh, I'm a bit oriented. Oh, yes, yes. The COVID, Oh, we see the 6 coming up. Yeah, we see the 6 coming past our house every day. We get furious.
Yeah, I mean,
From the Americans, we get loads of Well, come back to me if you don't find anything. I've got some biscuits. I've got some biscuits in my bag. And that is the peculiar. How nice of that they are. That's it. Have you got a pen handy? And I'll write that down. Sorry. Thank you. I usually always have one. Oh, there's a system.
Where it's like, one, they have like,
yeah. I'll look that up. I can perfect. Well, this is it. Because I'd say not. I mean, I've been an ex-oil and gas myself, and I run a little bit. It is just we need to do something. We've got skills. Let's use them. And if we can make that transition, as I say, we're at saturation point. Everybody's like that.
And
really.
again, this is where, like, you know, like in general, the
I think there would be less.
the majority of our members have never had planning, never had suggestions or anything, because people understand like why they're doing it and what the benefits will be. So I think that's what it's also about making sure that
You bring them on.
and you know, you utilise them.
That's why I was, yeah, exactly. And that's why I think if they're being forced, because that's at the end of the day they are going to be financing and we will have, if they're going to be getting doing that road, then at least raise them out of it. And I don't mean, as I say, the t-shirt, oh yeah, we'll support our putting your kitchen in your library. No, I'm far south from that. That's the other side of Aberdeen. Yeah, no, we're in Edinburgh, and we have enough. We're going to struggle down there in Angus, from Aberdeenshire and the whole thing. But yeah, no, as I say, people at saturation point, so it's just if we can work our way around it, that would be great. I'll be in touch. Thank you. Sorry. Monopolised. Sorry.
Yeah, we've got a wind farm proposal for us by a big industry 2 kilometres from us. They give us a local public meet and greet to see what we're planning to settle. I would love to see our community, our community council, not the least interested in us doing something.
Super site for solar. It's
totally wasted out. Back to the south, absolutely perfect. Yeah, but that's another thing that they're not interested in. If we could do something, you know, it's Babcock.
Oh, Babcock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're putting it on their land. That's the proposal. We want to see it.
I don't mind seeing it.
I would love to be able to put some money into that. Some community garden, what do. I've got shares in SSE.
Yeah.
Hasn't been privatised. Done remarkably well.
They're a good company.
We go to their AGMs. We both ask questions in AGMs. I get on well with them as a company. The directors know us because we're there.
It's not always about energy. It's a good thing to do, to have shares in the company. Go to the AGM and stand up for the company. You know, they televise it out to the so you're on TV, you ask the chairman, something difficult. He's got to agree. He's got to give you help. I've done it now 3 times and they've delivered. Not twice with SSE, once with PT. Yeah. And we went to the Babcock AGM in London. You bought next to no shares.
I went to next to no, just so I could go and speak at the AGM. They were planning a stupid project. It was economically insane. We thought our community thought it would upset our community.
No, but it also upset the SPA.
Oh, it was? Yes. She's right into SPA. Much more than me. But no, this wind farm is a much more reasonable thing for the proposal than the last one. They did eventually drop it. Clearly they realised it wasn't the way. So that was a victory for us, basically. We won hands down the public inquiry on it.
Well, that big development. Yeah, we had a public.
There won't be anything like that for the wind farm. It'll just go ahead.
Oh, I
think it would be so much better. And I don't know how. No.
Either way.
They've got a new chief exec.
After we went down, we made something that the board obviously knew nothing about. It was amazing because as we went down, I did enjoy it. And we just flew down to the and we went down to the train and the chairman and the chief financial, no, the chairman and the chief exec, they only lasted about another couple of years. We went again the following year. It may not have been because of us, but they didn't last long.
I think this will be
No, it's just the community council. It's just
Oh, they're hopeless.
I do in detail just in the past.
Run by local and Scotland. That's all about basically supporting initial stage kind of set up doing your own solar or both. And I'll right. That's the thing, so we don't. So that's all parts of that, yeah, I'm just writing it out. So yeah, I'll drop an email to that email address and say, if you're interested in both of those things, I'll support you to both reach out to that. And also if you're interested in kind of taking forward the idea of solar, we've also got kind of technical support and so on. So, and we've also got the Development Association, our partners as well in the public sector. All right, yeah. Setting up the governance structure, if you wanted to set up your own. Yeah.
But I mean, people do. I'm surprised not more people do it. Ordinary people can do something. We had a new solar farm set up near us, 10 miles away from us. But Storm Arwen, wasn't it?
Storm Arwen.
Five years ago?
It devastated it.
Totally destroyed it.
All the panels, they were all quite high things.
Yes.
It was just the wrong angle. It was that angle.
They were all joined to the south, which meant the wind didn't sail on Humber scale and came to the north.
If one of them landed in your garden, that's community ownership of energy. So they didn't know how to buy it. It was on a farm.
I phoned up the company, got a director just like that. I was absolutely amazed. No, it was quite a big company. We did know the chief exec because he was also on the SSE board.
So perhaps not. It's a valid
That's the other thing about SSE. You can actually chat to the board members. It's terribly difficult.
But there are aspects of that really
or
it's amazing what you can do.
It wouldn't necessarily be like contracts for
access across land. Health and safety, SSE in their wisdom, stop people walking across their dam.
Yeah, definitely.
Lots of key routes into mountains. This is when this one was Secretary of the Mountaineering Council. You were Vice President. I knew you were something.
And so I went and I've gone up with the AGM about that. And they did, and I said, well, we would like to review nature, so well, it's not an Mountaineering Council review. And there I was, and the chairman with all his institutional addresses, and I and yes, that's what they did. They met,
got our way,
got it sorted out. It was great fun.
Yeah, yeah. You've got to be reasonable with your argument.
Well, you've got to have something that's deliverable. Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah.
It's goodwill.
It's deliverable and it's good for them. You know, good for them with that particular community of people in Scotland. And they haven't got a leg to stand on because it was access. Yeah. And you know, Jim Wallace's access legislation.
Well, Jim Wallace's access legislation. Yes, that was brilliant.
When the Scottish Parliament, when the Scottish Parliament was first set up, that was 3 years. It was brilliant, wasn't it?
Having a ship turns up and they build the turbines.
No.
And the marginal benefits when they could be considered more. So that's the space that we want the Parliament to be in, talking about trades, to deal with like you would just sit there, some of the posture, saying the same rubbish, that's what you wanted. What are you doing to create jobs?
But energy regenerates just goes into the grid though, doesn't it?
Oh, well, so it depends.
On the island.
So at the minute,
Well done for getting it.
when you first got elected, didn't a lot of projects like this, like solar on public buildings, they would
Because you got me to go to the top of that platform to deliver on the way down, rather than starting to watch me working out. You taught me that.
but that's I mean, especially in this part of the world,
I'm not keen on
One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, hello. Oh, that's loud, isn't it? How are you? You all had your lunch? Yeah, I can tell. We're going to have to liven this audience up a bit. Has the rain stopped? That's good. So, my name is Jamie Green, MSP. I've been asked to chair a discussion this afternoon with some of our amazing candidates. Alex, of course, on stage just before lunch was talking about many of our target seats, at least 10 constituencies and regional seats as well that we think we're going to pick up at this election. But I thought it'd be really great if we got a chance to actually chat to some of those candidates in person. It's going to be very informal. We're going to get into politics, but also it's all about people as well, because at the end of the day, every single candidate on those lists will bring something to the table here in Holyrood. And also to find out a little bit more about them. And I'd like to give you the chance to ask them some questions as well, so we'll make sure we dedicate some time for that. I can see the clock is ticking. So without further ado, let me invite to the stage, we have Councillor Sana Dykstra-Downey, Councillor Claire McLaren, Neil Alexander and David Green. Please give them a warm welcome. Yeah, they're counting me down. So we've got two roving mics, so we just need to share the love.
You can see how we both grabbed one each. Who's going to talk the most? Is it going to be you?
So no, we're going to start with the other end, I think, just because of that. So first of all, thanks very much for coming along, getting you on stage. You're going to be spending a lot of time over the next 6 weeks knocking on doors in the rain and the sunshine, but it's really good to have you here at a conference and to meet some of our members and give them a chance to find out what makes you tick. And I guess that's really a good place to start. I first of all should introduce you all properly. Sana, you are a councillor for 4th Ward in Edinburgh City Council, and you are standing in the Edinburgh Northern seat, that's correct? Correct, yes. You just nod your head, it's all good. Neil, Inverness and Nairn is your target, and you're going to win it. Yeah, I need a bigger yeah than that. Yes, of course he is. Where are you from?
So I grew up in Dunblane. Oh, sorry, can get right. So I actually grew up in Dunblane, really small village which had a lot of kind of similarities to the Highlands in a lot of ways, and grew up in kind of the shadow of the tragedy that happened there, seeing the heart of kind of community politics at its real root and how they managed to change UK gun laws by working together cross party and things like that. So that's where I grew up. We moved up to the Highlands with my fiancée a good few years ago now for work. Fell in love with the place, want to raise our family there. So it was the kind of classic story really. Once you get to the Highlands, you never want to leave.
He's going to make a good politician. I asked him where he's from and I got his whole life story. Wow. You're doing well. This is well trained. Claire, you are standing in Perthshire North, and we'll come on to that in a little minute against the great John Swinney, I believe. So, yeah, are you from Perth yourself?
Yes, I am. I'm born and brought up in Perthshire. Lived there all my life, really. So, you know, it's the best part of Scotland.
And you're councillor in the Stanley Ward, is that right?
Strathty Ward, yeah.
Right, okay.
Councillor there, so takes the lovely part of Perthshire, the A9, beautiful Dunkeld area, as well as on the edge of Perth. So I think it's the best part.
It is. I do a lot of fishing up there around there, like that part. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. So, okay, we'll hear a little bit more about that. David, Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, you are the man that's going to take down Marie Todd.
Yeah, we're going to do it. I'm feeling pretty confident. Yeah. It will require a few folk from this conference venue to come up and knock on some doors. That's the challenge. But yeah, I think we can do it. We're on the right side of the issues, but it's all hard work from here.
So who in this room is going to come up to Caithness?
Hands up.
Ross. And give him a hand.
I'm a little bit blinded
Not
by the light.
Not a round of applause. He doesn't need a round of applause.
See.
Not enough, but by the end of this, we're going to get everybody in this room up. It's really important that we do support our candidates everywhere we can. We heard from Ben earlier, from My Patch, and some of the people that helped get Ben elected are in this room. And I know they were out every single night working tirelessly, knocking on doors, engaging with voters. And I suppose we'll find out what people think across the country, because Scotland is a very diverse country, and what's good for Edinburgh maybe not be the same in the Highlands. But it's really important that we do talk to people, because there are votes to be won if you speak to them. Isn't that true? I guess my first question is really are we all just crazy? What got you into politics in the first place? I mean, it's a mad world, politics. Sana?
So, I guess the reason why I'm here, the short answer is because somebody knocked on my door 20 years ago with a bundle of leaflets to deliver, right? And I had joined the party just a few years before that, at the time of the Iraq War, and the stance that Charles Kennedy took at that time, which I thought was really distinctive and really values-driven, and I really, that really resonated with me. But I guess the reason why I stayed with the party is because, although things like environmentalism and education, civil liberties, those things are reasons for joining. Actually, what made me stay is all the people that I met throughout this journey in this party, really, really committed people who are, working day in, day out for the people that they represent, that they want to represent, and I've made a huge amount of friends along the way. So it's been, it's sometimes been tough. We've been through some tough times as a party, but we've had some really, really amazing times as well. So, politics can be fun.
It can be fun, yeah. I mean, perhaps I'm lucky because I obviously joined the good times, yeah. Well, hopefully. I mean, but yeah, it feels like every political party goes through these rise and falls. It's just the parabola of politics. But I'm perhaps, I'm lucky because there's such energy and enthusiasm and positivity around. But you've seen the tough times as well over the years. So how do you get through those tough times to know that there's light at the end of the tunnel?
I mean, there were definitely some years where door knocking wasn't a lot of fun, right? But I think, again, that sense of team, working with people that believe in something and coming to a conference like this when you're surrounded by people who all believe in the same thing that you believe in, but you can also have debates with where you don't agree, you disagree nicely. I think all of that, got us through. And, look at where we are now. We're in a fantastic place, and I think we can do some really great things in May. I'm still actually shocked that you have debates about policy. I mean, this is news to me. The idea that we actually listen to each other and care about each other's opinions and can agree to disagree on certain things. And I have experienced quite a bit of that over this last year, and it's been really healthy disagreement actually, and that's what makes good politics, isn't it? Neil, what got you into politics? You're from a digital background.
Yeah, so I'm a game designer by trade. I've worked in game development for about 8 years.
You say games, you're not talking about Monopoly here.
No, video games. So I've worked on mobile games and some less interesting ones, but there's also some really good titles like Train Simulator, etc. that I worked on, which may appeal to some people. But I...
Hands up, you're a fan of Train Simulator. There we go.
Actually.
We've got quite a few.
Oh, there we go. It's the right audience.
And have you all donated to Neil's campaign?
I'll slip you that $5 later, David.
Or the wheels coming off the campaign.
Full steam ahead and all that.
Yeah, I mean it's a big jump. I mean, your day job is very, very different to what happens over there, I suppose. So why do you want to be sitting in that chamber as an MSP?
So it probably does come back to where I grew up and seeing quite a lot of hardships, and particularly up in the Highlands where people feel like they're not listened to very well. There's been a lack of delivery, which we've gone on about, whether that's the A9, the A96, healthcare. It's pretty shocking just how people have been left behind in our Highland communities. Coming from my game development background, there is some real problems in that industry with underpay, misconduct in terms of how they treat staff, as well as being able to, for small studios to be able to develop as well. It's one thing being at some of our major AAA titles, but the newer sort of industry and the newer companies starting up, which creates more jobs, aren't getting the same support levels, and that's, to be quite frank about it, since Brexit, because there's been a lot of funding, the funds that were there in place, like creative funds, just aren't available for Scottish studios anymore. So,
but I mean, we'll maybe talk in a bit more about your industry and its importance to Scotland, but what has the SNP government done in 20 years to support the tech industry in Scotland, if anything?
To kind of borrow from, I suppose, that gaming analogy, they've been sitting watching on a stream and not actually been playing the game themselves, if I'm perfectly honest. They are happy to talk about the successes of the industry, but in terms of actual support, not a lot at all.
Okay. Claire, Perthshire is, again, another rural seat. Very beautiful rural seat, great fishing, I should add. But it also comes with its own challenges. Is that what got you into politics?
What got me into politics? I think politics found me. I don't think I went out looking to be in this environment, but I'm here and I'm enjoying it. It's something that, and if I look at it, it's been around me all my life. You know, I'm from a farming background,
okay.
And that sector is very much controlled by politics, policies, moving policies, whether it's in the UK, Scotland, or was Europe.
Mm-hmm.
So, by osmosis, I'm here, and I feel I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the challenges, many challenges within it. But yes, Perthshire is a lovely rural space, just on the edge of the Central Belt. So we do have all the rural challenges that the colleagues in the Highlands will be experiencing.
Yeah.
But it's a lovely mix between urban and rural.
But I mean, we have, I mean, 3 candidates here from rural communities. Do you all agree that politics feels very central? It feels very Central Belt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holyrood feels
Yeah.
very Central Belt.
Yeah.
The Scottish Government, SNP, are very Central Belt focused. They've just forgotten about rural Scotland.
Absolutely. Despite even, the First Minister representing an area of Perthshire,
Yeah.
very much let it slip, taking their eye off it. I mean, the rural economy is worth so much money to Scotland, and it really is forgotten about in so many regards. So, and if it's not agriculture, it's the food and drink sector. So much of it. So definitely, I do feel that. I agree.
Yeah, and I'm keen actually over the course of what time we have to chat to you about Scotland's food and drink sector. It's such an important industry, and there's so much potential there.
High value, yeah.
David, Caithness, I mean, you are standing for probably one of the most sparsely populated, furthest away from Edinburgh that's not an island as you can get. That surely must come with massive challenges.
There are massive challenges. I remember when I used to work for Lee MacArthur, and you'd go from one small island in Orkney to another, and an afternoon hour there with Liam and Alistair, and Alistair was talking to me about the challenges of some of the language that we use actually when it comes to talking about these sort of sparse places, as you put it. So I get really frustrated when I see ministers talking about remote communities, because let me tell you, when you are in Wick, Edinburgh feels pretty remote to you. Remote's relative, but that kind of stuff actually really matters.
Yeah.
So I think we need to get it right. We're talking about rural communities and there's unique challenges. And if you look at actually, you say we've got prospects in this election, I think you're absolutely right, but it's because we're on the right side of the issues. The SNP's broken promises on the A9, which has really left a lot of folks scunnered and businesses really struggling. You can talk about the lack of housing availability or childcare opportunities, which is really a stranglehold on the opportunities for businesses to recruit and get the skills that they need. And a big one for me, which you'll have seen me talk about time and again, and Jamie Stone before that, is the fact that mums to be in Caithness have to travel 100 mile plus journeys in order to give birth at a hospital in Inverness. I think that is absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
And that is down to the
160 miles.
Over 100 plus miles.
Right.
So it's 200 mile return.
So that's like asking
and in the
someone
midst of
from
winter,
Greenock to go to Edinburgh to give
it's
birth.
absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
And that is just, I think, fundamentally the reality of an SNP government now, prospect of a third decade and all the centralisation that comes with it. So big challenges. But I think as Liberals we do generally have the right approach to the solutions. I've often said, it's been 15 years now that I've been coming to conferences. I know I look much younger than that. You can all nod, thank you. But 15 years now, and I'm a Liberal fundamentally because I believe that everyone in this room should have the right to live their life if they so choose. And I think that means 2 things. I mean, first of all, it means government getting out of your way so you can go and do it as you so choose. Or it means ensuring that you've got that safety net in order to be alleviated from your poverty or wherever it might be in order to live your life to your fulfilment. And I think actually that's quite, that small L Liberal outlook, I've seen folk in the room like Duncan Mackay, who's been a Highland Liberal for a few years more than me. I think it's quite fundamentally what our communities are like in that part of the world. So yeah, there's a combination of reasons as to why I think we're on the right side of the issues, and we've got the right
How do you
approach.
translate that, though? Obviously, that passion and those core beliefs and those principles that you all hold. How do you translate that into a message on the doorstep that you can say to somebody, look, you may not have voted for us for some time or never at all. Now's the time to do it. What is that message?
The most genuine answer I can give you is that there's a palpable distrust of the SNP government right now. So fundamentally, if you don't want the SNP, I'm your guy to beat them, and I will. So that's first and foremost. But actually, and this is where I'll get to sit and praise you for a little bit, Jamie, if that's okay. But
I'm always happy
I was sitting here reflecting, listening to Sana as she was speaking there about coming to conference, and it really sort of fills you up. You leave feeling your cup was full. And without a shadow of a doubt, the highlight of my last year was when Jamie, when you joined the party there in Inverness. You could feel the energy in the room, and it really just sort of lifted me up. And not just because it's a great media moment, because you're a genuinely decent guy.
Thank you.
And you've gone on in the last year or so now of your party membership to lead negotiations with the SNP government on the budget. And so when you're asking, how can we convince people to get them across the line and put an X in our box, well, just look what Jamie Green has secured, £178 million in relief for businesses. When I met the North Highland Chamber before Christmas, they were desperately frustrated and worried about the re-evaluation and their ability to do business and all the jobs that could be at risk of that. Well, Liberal Democrats get things done, and Jamie, I think you've absolutely demonstrated that and you've led on it, and I think you deserve an absolute round of applause, so thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I did not ask him to say any of that, although I'll give you that check later, David, thank you. Sana, that's one extreme end of the country. We're here in the capital city. It's a very different vibe. You're knocking on a lot of doors. I know that. I'm in the group chat. I see how much activity is going on. What are people saying to you across Edinburgh? These are seats which go in every direction. It's really hard to predict an Edinburgh win. There are seats that have gone SNP, Conservative, could go Labour, could go Lib Dem. I mean, who knows? How do we get across the line in places like that?
So in some ways, it's not dissimilar to what David just was describing there, and that is a real dissatisfaction with the SNP, with the SNP government, with things that aren't working, and I think that is something that's coming up. But the one that always gets me is when I knock on a door and somebody says to me, "Oh, you're all as bad as each other. I don't trust any of you," right? And it is that distrust in politics in general. I think it's really sad for us as people who ultimately believe that politics can do good for people. And I think the way we counter that as Liberal Democrats is to show up for the people that we represent. It's to show up on the doorstep. It's on knocking on doors when it's raining or when it's sleeting, and just showing that actually, no, we're not all the same, actually. There are people who actually really genuinely want to do a good job for you, and it is hard. And it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of courage, but we're not all the same. And if there is something that we can do as a party, is just that restoring that little bit of trust in people in politics. I think that would be incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I mean, David reflected on me turning up at conference last year, and I was literally shaking. It was a big move, but the one thing I have felt from day one, 4th of April till now, is that sense of decency in the people that I meet. It's their passion about the local communities that they're in. It's this idea that politics doesn't need to be nasty and bitter and horrible and full of hate. But there's so much of that around at the moment, isn't there? There's so much division and hatred around in politics, and that's why people turn away from it. How would you approach knocking on a door somewhere? A nice house, nice car in the driveway, probably electric and plugged in, probably a working family, good jobs, and then they say to you, "I'm thinking about voting Reform." And I've had some of that on the doorsteps in the West Coast. What do we say to them?
Well, I mean, there's a number of different things I could say. I mean, first of all, I often say I'm really sorry you feel that way, because they are disenfranchised and they feel that what they're doing doesn't matter, their vote doesn't matter. So that's often how I start. I do talk about the fact that we are here to listen, and that is something that is important to us. I mean, I sometimes make the tactical argument to say, in this constituency, it's going to be us or SNP, so, But it's hard. I think when people have come to that place where they don't trust anybody, I think it's going to take a really concerted effort to bring them back. And I think the only way that we can do that is actually show that we are people that can be trusted and that we are there to work on their behalf. But yeah, man, it's tough. That's really hard.
Now, on the other end of the spectrum, Claire, you know, John Swinney always has a stonking majority. You've got some other well-known politicians in that area. You know, Murdo Fraser's repeatedly tried to win that seat for numerous elections. Yeah. But you know, when you're up against that, it's a two-horse race between the Tories and the SNP. How do you squeeze in the middle of that conversation?
Well, for this election, we have that wonderful opportunity on the second vote, and that's really sort of where you place it there. Perthshire is very much either SNP, and traditionally it was very conservative. So, and fundamentally, they are. It's there, but it's changing. Oh boy, it's changing, particularly with the SNP vote. And you know, it's been really interesting seeing that move. Core voters of theirs are saying, "I voted for them all my life, and they are not getting my vote this time."
Right.
And they see their vote to be safe with us as well, because they can see that we do have a chance. Yeah, they do want to back winners, but they're realising that what they've been delivered for the last 19 years has been a decline.
And even if somebody said, look, you know, I quite like Mr. Swinney, I'll probably give him my vote, is there still a pitch to those people for that second ballot?
Yeah, definitely. Right. And that's how we can pivot it. You know, that's fine, you know, but if you give them the second vote, that's a waste. So if you want to see a change in the chamber in Holyrood, give us your second vote. We're going to increase our team. And just look what we've done in Westminster by having a larger team. Look at the influence that we've got there. So, yeah, you know, if you can get, sometimes as Sanet's saying, you get the disgruntled, oh, you're all the same. And I do get upset with that as well, and angry. And I sometimes say, well, there's Willie Rennie, 2 doors down. He's not like that, or otherwise he wouldn't be here. And I'm angry that it's got to that space, and it's got to that space because of the SNP, but also because of what's happening in Westminster. And it's the pulled politics down to such a low level, these other parties.
Now, you're number 1 on the Mid Scotland and Fife list.
Yes.
So when you're elected, not if.
I know. Manifest it.
When you're elected, what will you bring from your life experiences, from your background, into the Holyrood Chamber? Because I've seen over the years, you know, particularly from the SNP, is people just, you know, they get on the paper on the ballot, they turn up, they've got no experience of the real world, and they're particularly poor at how they handle themselves in debates and in committees. So, you know, our candidates have a lot of life experience behind them to bring to the table. What will you bring?
This is something my father always said was really important in politicians, that they brought life experience. Anyway, for me, it's that rural conversation. But also, I want to see the economy, what we're talking about, I want the economy to move. And I've had business experience or been involved in other businesses, family businesses, generational businesses, entrepreneurs. You know, it's the whole big picture. There's so much wrong, broken, but I would focus more to the rural communities, keeping them alive, rural housing. And I've worked away in a couple of examples for that. Skills for the future. You know, we need futures. We're here for the future. We're not here for the here and now. We're here to create that positivity for the future. We want to keep our young people living here, living in the local areas, keep the schools alive, keep it all moving. And I feel that's something that's been overlooked, and that's that rural
it has been, I mean,
centralisation.
It's interesting. I sit in the Public Audit Committee, and we've just done a piece of work into UHI Perth, which is the Perth College bit of University of Highland Islands, and the mess. And one of the first things they did when they were running out of money is cut courses. And these are courses in things like food and drink, hospitality, and all the growth industries.
And they've got some really key courses there. That there's maybe that's the only place in the UK that you can do one of their specific courses. Yes, I've been in and I've had a meeting with them, and they're turning the ship around. But again, another area that's been overlooked. But Willie Rowney is doing a great deal of work, keeping that.
Not too bad this time.
No, he's not too bad. So, further education sector is, and it's not just all about university. I've set up a rural skills initiative within Perth and Kinross Council. I got budget money last year for it, and I'm negotiating further budget money this year. Like you, Jamie, we're taking a great, following your lead, and we're negotiating our budget at the moment.
Yeah.
Squeeze
every penny you can out of it.
We're on
my
that.
advice. Yeah. Neil, I'm quite keen. I'm going to take a guess and say you're the youngest person on the panel. I don't know. Maybe.
Don't want to remind
I don't know. I might be wrong.
I was the future one.
I mean, it's either you or Claire. I'm not sure, but it's between the two of you. One of you is.
1994. So I think so.
There's clearly a lot of apathy amongst young people politically. The mainstream traditional political parties have an aging demographic. Okay, so even the once popular SNP that young people swarmed to back a decade ago, they're seeing their voter base getting older as well. And don't even start me on the Tories. They're so. How do you think we as a party can appeal to younger voters?
So I think it kind of ties back to what we were already just saying about how do we reach out to people and how do we engage them and get them to vote for Liberal Democrat. It's about meeting people where they're at. We're very, very lucky that in the Highlands we have some brilliant champions who people fondly remember. I mean, I've lost count of the amount of people. In fact, it's a running competition in Inverness and Nairn. Who gets mentioned more? Is it Russell Johnston or Charles Kennedy? People remember the good work that these people do for their communities, and they remember that they like them. But it's also about meeting them where they're at in all kind of forms. So we've been doing a lot in our campaign, not just in door knocking, we've done a heck of a lot of it, but we've also done a whole lot of social media, going on different platforms, exploring that, trying to find new different ways of engaging in terms of content, and asking questions, responding to them, and really being that listening voice. Because that's how we can engage any generation. Young people particularly do feel left behind by broken promises, and that comes from skill shortages at UHI, which is the exact same in the Highlands, or affordable housing, or even just support to get that first home. So there is definitely things we can be doing to support younger people, and I think in terms of engaging that, the best way to get them involved or want them to be voting for Liberal Democrat is having that unique policy position to be able to deliver from.
And one of the things that's really struck me is when you see some of these online videos, and particularly from Reform, there's a lot of young people in those videos. And are we at that point where people are turning away from mainstream politics and looking for something new and exciting and different?
Yeah,
is that the reason you think they're attracted to?
People are upset. Let's not hide from the fact that they've been let down by Westminster and an SNP government that have completely let them down, for generation after generation, and that is definitely young people who feel that as well. And I think they are looking for other places to place their vote and their trust and their support away from Labour and the Conservatives particularly. And as we were hearing earlier, we are the absolute antidote to that because we care so passionately about our communities, whether that's getting a new hospital at Raigmore, which is completely overstretched, and having to deal with centralisation of other services further afield in the Highlands, whether that be a struggling care sector, building roads that should have been dualled a long time ago, or public transport that isn't cheap or reliable. Like, these things matter to people, and that's why Lib Dems, I think, we're going to do really well this year.
Absolutely. Sana, one of the things that you're very passionate about is local government, clearly. And we know that the local government sector has been very challenged over a number of years, particularly during the years of the council tax freeze, which was a top-down policy, effectively. And you're now still trying to recover from that. A lot of the discussion news at the moment is about massive council tax hikes across the country, particularly at a time when people are really feeling the pinch of the cost of living. How will you navigate that balance between making sure that local government is properly funded but you're not clobbering people who are already struggling with their bills?
So, I mean, this is a really pertinent question at the moment because we're all going through our budget setting processes. We're doing that in Edinburgh this week. We put together a budget proposal for the Lib Dem group that that actually has one of the lowest rises in council tax across the country, in line with the proposals that were brought to us by officers. But you know, obviously, we do want to bring things that are distinctly liberal, and so the way we approached that was, are there measures that we can take, you know, either from a policy or a revenue raising perspective that don't spread the burden of council tax, you know, across, but very targeted initiatives that then allow us to do things like, you know, investments in, you know, in play infrastructure, in play parks, supporting the third sector, you know, and also providing really basic services that our residents depend on. So trying to, you know, while keeping council tax, you know, rises as low as we can, still making sure that we are doing things that, you know, that we can shout about, say, look, these are things that we've delivered for our residents. But look, I think what we're finding is we've had years and years of underfunding of local government in Scotland. And, you know, in Edinburgh, for example, we're the lowest funded local authority per capita. And, you know, that means that services are under huge strain. There's no doubt about it. And the other thing that we see, and we saw that recently in Edinburgh with the discussions around the visitor levy, is the extent to which the Scottish government tells us how to spend that money. So what I would really like to see actually is more power and more kind of empowerment of local government to spend the money that we get in the way that we know it needs to be spent, because ultimately, you know, we as councils know where our pressures are, how that money needs to be spent, and you know, central government really, as much as possible, needs to get out of the way of that.
Now, surely you're not implying that there's been a centralisation agenda over the last 10 years?
Gosh,
shocking.
What a shock.
Local democracy, eh?
Indeed, yeah.
David, I was reading the brief about your background. You work for Christian Aid, is that right?
I'm on sabbatical, but yes, I've been working for Christian Aid for the last 4.5 years, the Red Cross before that, yeah.
Why so? What is it that drew you to that sector?
I have a faith, so you will find me at church on a Sunday morning, so that, you know, something that matters to me and something that drives, I think, my sense of public service. You know, the attitude of you look out for your neighbour, and your neighbour is either somebody that could be on your street or the other side of the world.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, as Liberals as well, we fundamentally believe that our issues and challenges are far beyond our own borders too. So I went into the sector because, you know, fundamentally, if you want to wake up and help people most in need, then some of our partners that we have at Christian Aid, in terms of, you know, the crisis that we're seeing in Gaza, the crisis that was in Afghanistan and East Africa, you know, you've got civil war in South Sudan. These are people who are really, really struggling, you know, beyond what we could possibly imagine. So if I can help tell their story in some way, if I can help in some way give them the dignity to get on with their life through working in an organisation like Christian Aid, then all the better. And actually, you know, if you think about where we've been over the last number of years, and I know you've spoken, you know, very proudly about it in Parliament. See, I've been following you, Jamie.
Oh dear, what else have I been saying?
There you go. You know, we have had a Labour government that has maintained and actually increased the cut on international aid. Yeah. And I think that is just morally bankrupt, quite frankly. We've got a historic responsibility, and actually we've got, I think, the ability, you know, to take on some of that share of the responsibility to help folk. And actually, it's not just about, you know, doing it to make ourselves feel better. It's about soft power as well. It's fundamentally about influence in the world. And, you know, all Liberal Democrats in the room will agree, particularly post-Brexit, our country is in decline. Our influence in the world is in decline. So this is one of the last things that we should be doing. So, yeah, for all those reasons, pick one of them is why I decided to throw my lot in with Christian Aid.
No, it's very admirable, and I think you're right. I'm really nervous and concerned about the rhetoric coming, particularly from the right, that we should stop international aid, we should stop, you know, refugees are bane in society, there's just this othering of people, particularly people who've come from very difficult backgrounds, both in our own country and from overseas, and I think it's our job to fight that. Someone has to fight it.
You're absolutely right, and we're the only ones who are doing it as well, incidentally. Neil can talk to some of the context of people seeking refuge who are potentially going to Cameron Barracks and Inverness. We have to be compassionate about our response, and whether that's tough to do or not, we absolutely have to do it, because you see Labour running towards reform votes. The Tories have absolutely vacated that space, and the SNP, quite frankly, the response to these issues is to somehow do the other thing of saying, well, Westminster is different, and in Scotland don't we know that we're so much better. And that's not true. That is not true. There's a small C conservatism right across our country, and we've got to be bold about making the case on these issues. So if that doesn't inspire you to come up and knock on doors for Neil or Sana or Claire, I don't know what will, but please do.
I'm going to we haven't got a huge amount of time left, but chuck your hand up if you want to ask anyone on the panel anything at all, within reason. Oh, there's plenty of questions. Well, we've only got literally a few minutes, so short questions, short answers, and if you could direct it not to the whole panel, but to whoever you want to answer the question.
Who are we going to?
Here first.
Okay. Once you're elected in May, and on the off chance we're not the actual government, what brief would you like to be spokesperson for?
Ooh. Make your pitch now.
Agriculture.
Agriculture.
Agriculture. Jim Fairley, I would get him off the stage.
Right. Quick fire, Neil. Just shout it out if you want. There's only one mic,
Well, I'm already our party spokesperson for sport and culture, so it makes sense that I stick to that. But also I do quite have a fascination with transport, particularly the issues in our constituency. But sport and culture is, playing rugby my entire life, being involved in performance sport, it makes a lot of sense, and coming from the digital media kind of industry as well.
So for me, it would be either environment or net zero, or local government, because you say I am really, really passionate about that. I have some experience in that now. So yeah, one of those.
Yep, and David? Go on.
I have a dreadful joke that I'm not going to do.
No, go on. As long as keep it clean, we're on camera.
When you lead the party, you speak on all issues. So.
Bold.
I do not moderate the answers nor the questions in this session.
Genuinely, there are a number. I think health is obviously a big issue in my own constituency in terms of maternity services. I'm terrified of the dentist. Absolutely terrified of the dentist. So I will start shaking.
You won't get one anyway, so it's fine.
Well, this is true. Yeah. I serve the pleasure of the leader. So wherever Alex wants.
Wherever he wants. Yeah. That was your question. Great minds think alike. Come on, you must have more than one question between the two of you.
So, Sana.
You got 20 seconds.
20 seconds. What are you going to take from being councillor into the chamber?
That's fine.
So apart from what we just talked about in local government funding, I would say the way that we work with other parties and the way that we negotiate and try and build coalitions in the widest sense around ideas rather than, structure, I suppose.
Okay.
Something that we have to do at Edinburgh all the time.
Right, I'm going to chuck this mic over here. We've got 2 minutes. I'm going to do a quick fire round, okay? And I want you to just say the first thing that comes out of your mouth. This could be fun. This could go in any direction, folks. Right, it's a quick fire round. I'm going to give you 2 choices, and I just want an answer. Actually, I'm going to start with you because you look more nervous. So have the mic between you because you're going to have to go back and forth quite quickly. Right, Sana, city break or beach holiday?
City break.
Neil, dogs or cats?
Dogs.
Someone's booing. While you're there, PlayStation or Xbox?
Xbox all day.
Right.
Game Pass all the way.
Claire, salt and sauce or salt and vinegar?
Salt and vinegar.
Is there a difference?
West Coast, is it not? East, right.
I'm not going to ask you this one. I think, David, football or rugby?
Football.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, he's
That
like
just
no
tells you how
chance.
middle class our party is.
It is okay for David to be wrong sometimes.
Claire, Crocs or not?
Not.
Are there any Croc fans in the room at all? Yeah, one. Okay. Sana, Trump or Farage?
Oh, I'm going to have to pass that.
You
mate.
can't pass.
Pass.
Okay, David, Malcolm Offord or Russell Finlay? I had a lot of fun writing these, I tell you.
Maybe we can have a drink later on and you can tell me who's worse.
Ooh, I probably have a little bit more insight into that one, that's for sure. All right, here's one for all of you. PR reform to the House of Commons or abolish the House of Lords?
PR.
Yeah, PR.
Right.
I would say the House of Lords do a good scrutiny on legislation, so yeah, PR.
She wants a peerage, you can tell. Yeah. You're not alone, I should add.
I think it absolutely has to be PR. And the reason I say this, and let me be very brief, and the clock is now just about out, is that I think if everyone's vote counts the same right across the United Kingdom, I think that makes it incredibly challenging for the Nationalists to play this continued grievance. And fundamentally, I think that's the best way to save the Union, and that's what matters.
PR, so that we can better build the cross-party consensus to abolish the House of Lords.
Spoken like a true politician. Well, I don't know about you, but I found that really helpful. It's really good to get to know you a little bit, find out what drives you, finding out why and how you're going to win your seats. As I said, I'll make that plea that we did at the very beginning. We can't do it alone. We need every single person in this room. Willie was right. We need money, but we need more than that. We need to get your trainers on, get your Pacamax out. The spring is just around the corner. The weather's getting better. I would say, given the experience we had with Ben over in Bearsden, every single vote counts. Every single door you knock on is an opportunity to convince someone. There's so many people out there who have no clue what they're going to do in 11 weeks' time. They do not know who they're going to vote for. And if you're that person on the door, speaking to them, inspiring them, listening to them, I think it gives them a reason to vote for us. And for that reason, I think every single one of these people will be across the road there in Holyrood on the 8th of May. And I wish you the best of luck. Thank you so much. Give them a big round of applause.
Who's on it? Is Artie here? Artie's here. Yes. Yeah, this is. Right. How long are we going to give for each motion in total? The timings there. Yeah. So we're at roughly 20 past just now. They do want to. It's 15 minutes. Yeah. So you can keep an eye on that as well. That would be super helpful. So when the first person starts, start the clock for 15. Yep. We don't need a card. No. Okay, everyone. We're going to start the mini motion session now. So thank you for coming along to that, and thank you to those who've submitted motions. A quick reminder for those who haven't taken part in these debates before. These are designed to be a much less formal process than our normal motion procedure. And we will hear from the submitter of the mini motion. They'll have 3 minutes to tell you about their proposal. Then we will open it up to the floor. Just raise your hand and we'll come to you. Someone will find you with a microphone and you'll have say roughly 90 seconds to give us your input on the mini motion. So there's no need for speakers cards or anything like that. And then after we've heard both mini motions, so at the end of the session, we will have 2 indicative votes. They're not binding. This won't create policy in the way that a vote on a normal motion would. This will be a decision on whether you are in broad agreement with the mini motion proposal and whether that should be passed to policy committee for further development and research so that it can possibly be brought back as a full motion or whether it can just go straight to being considered for the manifesto. Obviously we're a bit tight on time for that given how close we are to May, but that's the general idea behind this. So without further ado, if I can ask Andy Williamson to come up to propose his mini motion on homes around stations, fast track urban housing delivery.
Hello everybody. It's very clear that we need to build more houses. That should be irrefutable. We have councils across Scotland that are declaring housing emergencies. The target that we need to build each year in order to just sustain the level of lack of housing that we have is 25,000 houses per year. Last year we built 20,000, so we didn't even meet 80%. And year-on-year completion of housing has diminished each year, so we're getting further and further away. We're getting deeper and deeper into this hole. Just today we found out that private rents in Edinburgh had gone up 9% versus last year, so this is moving far beyond inflation. Home ownership is currently a dream for a lot of young people, a dream in both senses, in that it's aspirational, but also that it's unobtainable. We can't just label something as an emergency and not do something about it. It's very clear that something has to change. And something about this room makes me think that it needs to be changed with fairness at its heart. So the main lever that government can pull is liberalisation. We hear a lot about demand-side reforms, but fundamentally this has to be a supply-side change that happens. If we can't or if we won't liberalise the entire sector, which is actually my personal preference, then what we can do is liberalise a small sector of it through zoning areas that are brownfield sites that are what we call grey belt in urban areas around train stations and bus stations. So these changes, and when we're looking at making changes to planning and building houses, I think it has to fulfill 3 criteria, and one is an ancillary bonus, which I'll bring in at the end. The first one, if we're going to liberalise planning, is it has to be where people want to live. It's no good building houses and liberalising planning where people don't want to live. And I think it's very clear that areas around train stations, around bus stations, are where people want to live. I'm told you have to reference the constituency in which you're standing, because that sounds good in literature. The constituency in which I'm standing is Edinburgh South Western, and Curry Hill train station is a car park every single weekday, because people drive there to commute into Edinburgh or sometimes into Glasgow. It's very clear there's demand for this. And so the vast majority of Scotland's 350 plus stations are within commuting distance of a major town or a major city of where people want to actually work and they want to live out in these commuter areas. The second criteria is it has to be where the infrastructure is. The big problem with a lot of new build estates is that they're car dominated. They're built out in suburban areas and they rely on people to own 1 or 2 cars per home in order to do that. This plan reduces that, and it means that people live where the infrastructure already exists. The third thing it needs to do is it needs to preserve the environment. It does that in 2 ways. Firstly, we're focusing on density rather than spread or sprawl. We're building on these existing brownfield sites and we're densifying them. Rather than having our towns and cities sprawl into the beautiful countryside, we're preserving the green belt in doing this. The second way it preserves the environment is by diminishing car ownership. Statistics show that if you build public transport and you support public transport, it diminishes car ownership per household and amount of mileage driven. That should be fairly self-evident. The fourth ancillary, very Lib Dem way, is that it boosts local communities. It gets people living near high streets and boosts town centres. So this is planning reform.
Start to wrap up, please, Andy.
Got it. This is planning reform that represents liberal values. It's our values. I'd love to work on this. So I'm interested in hearing your thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Andy. And you'll have 2 minutes at the end, so take note of what people say. Thanks. Yes. Got lots of hands up, so hard to see in the glare of these headlights. But yeah, we'll start here, and then I'll start to move towards the back of the room. I can see quite a few hands up.
I mean, I'm a massive fan of the idea of transit-oriented development. It is not a new idea. In fact, if you look back at the history of the Metropolitan line in London, that's literally what they did. They built the line, advertised Metro land, built the houses around the line, and that created that infrastructure. The one thing I would caution is, and I know you used the example of Curry Hill, and as last time's Holyrood candidate for that very area, I know that the actual train frequency is not great and evening and weekend services aren't great. And if we're going to do this type of development, we also need to be making sure that we actually have the transit availability there. Because it only works as a lower car use development if people can use it all of the time.
Thank you. Okay, let's see the hands again. Gentleman here on the left in the grey jacket. I think it's good.
I think it's a great policy idea, worth building up to a greater degree. The one thing for deregulation that we must be very careful about is not to reduce the quality of buildings, especially in the light of the climate crisis.
Okay, thanks. And sorry, what was your name? Colin. If you can state your name as well, just so that we've got a note of who's spoken in the debate, that would be great. And then there's 2 hands at the back, if we can hear from both of those in turn, and then I'll come back down to the front.
Thank you. It's Norman Ray from South Lanarkshire. I am on the South Lanarkshire Planning Committee, so a bit of insight here. I'm very supportive of the principle. I think densification is very important because to reduce sprawl and as you said about access to services and so on, and I think it also supports the transport links by adding additional custom to those. My one slight concern or question around it is in terms of speeding up the planning process. How do we do that? What are the practicalities? Is it permitted development, and if so, what do you lose out as a result of that speeding up process? Do you lose out in terms of public input or other regulatory concerns? So that would be my one slight concern, that would have to be properly thought through in that sense.
Thank you. And there was another hand up at the back there, yeah.
Yeah, Chris Young from Highland. I used to live in Inverness in a flat between the bus station and the train station, but there was no off-street parking, and most of those flats were not occupied by people. They were sort of effectively buy-to-let. Sorry, not buy-to-let. They were Airbnb and short-term letting. So it may not actually achieve your outcome. And secondly, that area is currently set for redevelopment, and the brownfields for redesigning the bus station and integrating the bus and the train station. So it would be a shame if a developer came in and nabbed things before the strategic development could take place. So you'd need to find some legislative way to stop better integration of public transport being stymied by property development.
Thank you. Okay, a hand here at the second row, and then we'll move to this side of the room. You can see a few hands up.
Hi, Flora Sharp, Edinburgh West. I really like Andy's proposal. The one thing I would mention, so many inner city developments seem to be flats. And I would like to see more houses so that people, as they moved on in life with families, might be able to continue to live in these areas. Thanks.
Thank you. And then we'll start from the front again. So Michael, then Claire.
Yeah, Andy, thanks very much for bringing this. I think it's a really good initiative. I think the one thing I would say, though, is that it did feel like it had quite a sort of urban angle to it. So I think it's really worth thinking about, well, what would this look like in the countryside? How do we make sure that we retain the character of our rural villages, not let them just turn into, I think in some places they call them dormitory towns, where people just go back to sleep and then commute in. So we need to make sure we retain that community feel and all of that as well. So it's certainly not a negative. It's just you need to develop that angle too.
Thank you, Claire.
Thanks, Claire McLaren, Perth and Kinross. I too sit on the planning committee of the fourth busiest planning authority in Scotland. I would say National Planning Framework 4 is working pretty well. It's very new. I feel one of the biggest issues in planning is the resource, how it's resourced through local government settlements, which is something we talked about there earlier. So that has a big aspect in it. Transport networks have a big aspect in it. What you've spoken about is very urban, rural. My rural communities, if they had a better train link, that would help. Bus links, it would stop. And can we be realistic about the use of cars? People are now moving to a different type of fuel within the cars. I don't think we can stop people using cars in any way. So can we bake that in to our thoughts how we do it? But infrastructure, I feel, is something that is not looked upon enough.
Thank you. Artie, and then we'll start to move our way back up the room, and then I'll take maybe a couple more after Artie.
Artie Kvanov, I think this is an absolutely brilliant idea. What I would say is a lot of people bringing up good points about some of the policy trade-offs and challenges. I feel like if all of these points were incorporated into the motion, it might become so watered down as to become meaningless. Unfortunately, increasing supply requires trade-offs. Building, dense urban developments will have some people that are opposed to it. You just hope that, the payoff of having functioning communities again, where people don't have to own a car to be able to go to the shops, or to be able to, commute to work, will sort of outweigh those objections. So of course we should take into consideration sort of reasonable problems, but I would caution against putting in so many caveats into the policy that it does not actually achieve its stated effect of increasing supply and building dense urban neighbourhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a gentleman there, and then one more after that, and then I think we'll hear from Andy again.
Michael Crichton, Dundee, and I'm also on the planning committee on Dundee City Council. I actually think it's a great idea. I think it's really good, and I think we've got to move away, and we've got to make ourselves unique compared to all the other parties. And you hear so often 15-minute neighbourhoods. Actually, I know it wasn't Michael was just raising the point. It wasn't disagreeing with it, but I think I completely disagree with the fact of look at rural communities. Or I think it actually is for rural communities in the sense of the 15-minute neighbourhood is something that's barked on about all the time, and it's on centralisation. I think what this does is have a practical response for not just urban areas but rural areas as well, saying, and it's not saying the car or not the car infrastructure, it's us as a party looking at housing and saying we desperately need it. And I think the public who don't listen to conferences, who don't watch this room, that's something that they could see. It's a short policy that we could obviously iron out that could be really effective for us going forward.
Thank you. Okay, one more, and then we'll hear from Andy again.
Hi, Andy, Amanda Clark from Perth and Kinross. I think you know me.
yeah, as a mum of a daughter who cannot afford to buy her own home, I think there's a lot of good ideas there. I would just be concerned about environmental health and the health of people that would live there, because there might be noise pollution and there might be air pollution. So it would be something, having lived in a very busy town centre for 22 years and continually having my sleep disrupted by people walking in the street, it might be something that might pose some environmental health problems. So great idea, Andy. Lots to think about.
Thank you. And thank you for those contributions. I hope I got around most of you there. I think there were a couple of hands up, but we're short on time. So if I can ask Andy to come back up for 2 minutes to summate.
It's pretty brutal to have to summarise 12 people's in 2 minutes. But broadly, thank you very much for your comments. I don't pretend to have all the answers for all this. This is a mini motion. I had 3 minutes to breathlessly outline this. But the goal is to turn this into a proper, full-on policy. So the points that you made about using this as a tool to improve transport connections, I think is really valid. And also the sort of the stipulations, the worries, the concerns, the sort of edge cases, I think are really, really important to take heed of. I think Artie kind of made the meta point that there's a danger. I mean, we lose sight of this, and perfect is the enemy of good, that when we're trying to improve the supply of housing, a lot of people say, well, what about this thing, what about this thing? And very quickly, that is not a liberalisation. We haven't created zones that are any different from the rest of the country. So I think that fundamentally is the important point that we need to make, is that if we are creating these liberal zones, we can work on the details of what that actually entails. But it's important that these zones, they have different planning rules than the rest of the country. It is quicker to approve planning. We set the criteria and then we say, okay, we've stipulated what these are going to be, and therefore we've liberalised this section of the housing economy so we can build houses faster, where people need them, where they want them, where they do all the lovely things that Lib Dems love, like improving public transport and improving community links. And then the urban-rural divide, I think that's really important. Between the two Michaels, I think I take the point, both of you, but I think what Michael said, this is something that could really boost rural economies and help connect them better into urban environments. I don't think a dormitory town is necessarily a bad thing. I think there's plenty of people throughout the world that enjoy living in dormitory towns, so I don't think they're the hellscape you painted them to be. But in general, thank you very much for your input on that. I'm sorry I didn't name check everybody, but thank you very much for your input. And I look forward, hopefully, to working on this as a proper policy with more input from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as I said, we'll have our indicative vote on both mini motions at the end of the session. So we'll move on to our second mini motion. So if I can ask Artie Kovanoff to come to the stage, please, to propose his mini motion on improving space standards for student accommodation. So 3 minutes, Artie.
Thank you, and thank you, Fraser, for helping with the motion. So purpose-built student accommodation, despite often costing a higher rent than normal private rented housing, has smaller rooms, actually very small rooms a lot of the time, having gone to university recently, and especially in some of the shadier ones, there's frequent scandals about quality, you know, rats in the rooms, sometimes even unfinished student blocks. Basically, the purpose-built student accommodation model relies on locking in and exploiting clueless students, especially international students who might not be as aware of their rights or their ability to complain. Sadly, that is basically the business model of these companies. And then, obviously, having this poor quality housing will negatively affect students' ability to live and study during a very important period in their lives. So that's the impact on the students. How about the impact on the wider housing market? So particularly as international student numbers fall due to national government decisions, which are bad, but they're national government decisions, purpose-built student accommodation needs extensive rebuilding if you're going to convert it to normal residential housing because, well, for one thing, as this motion suggests changing, the rules for the sizes of the rooms are different. So this proposal is a step towards securing living standards for students and making our housing stock more flexible, and it disincentivizes building out lots of purpose-built student accommodation that non-students are then not able to access. The last thing I'd say is we need to bring people with us as we build more houses to bring down the housing costs and make sure we can house people. That is the Lib Dem approach, right? We take communities with us. If the option is between trying to align purpose-built student accommodation with the broader housing market to improve flexibility and improve standards. And the other option is, you know, a moratorium on this sort of building. I think we should choose regulation as a way to deliver the housing stock we need without, you know, jeopardizing the whole thing due to a backlash. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so same as before, hands up, and if you can keep the interventions relatively short so we can get round everyone in the time we have left, that would be great. So once again, we'll start here and I'll make my way around the room. So Fraser, do you want to go first? Is there a microphone? Have we lost our... We've lost our runner. Oh, no, there he is.
I'm away.
It's all right, we having a nap? Penalty. It's all right, no one's watching.
Yeah, so I did have a hand in sort of the drafting of this, and there's almost a step further here that we can even look past this of, if you build student accommodation to the same standards as regular housing, at some point that could become more mixed. And actually, I do feel that at the moment we are very much siloing students that come to our cities, and actually, that means they very much are then siloed, don't become and integrate, become part of our cities, which means a lot of them don't stay. They're here for a few years and they leave. You know, I live here in Edinburgh, and I live here in Edinburgh because I came here as a student and I stayed, because I became part of the city and I felt like part of the city. But a lot of our students don't get that, and I think there's a further opportunity here even going forward from this.
Thank you. I saw some other hands. Can you put them back up? And we'll start this gentleman over here at the side, and then I'll work my way around to the front, as I said.
Alex Ashman from Midlothian. I was listening, and it occurred to me that when they're built to standard, it can then move in the transition of the key to stopping homelessness is giving people homes. So eventually, like, people might not, people who are in positions to buy or rent might go, oh, I don't want to live in X student accommodation. But if it's built to standard, then it can help local authorities to then put homeless and unhoused people into a safe place, which takes them off the streets, which in the long run would save having to put that money into those non-preventative measures.
Thank you. Are there any other hands at the back? Sorry, I'm trying to see in the glare of the headlights. No, okay, we'll come to here, and then we'll move across to this side of the room.
Yeah, my name's Ron Gray, and the question is, when I hear something like this, I'm actually quite confused. I've got a motion here, I don't know who owns the properties. Is this private? Were they built by the council? What's the spatial options here? In other words, the quantity of students and X metres of space. What happens when we build houses? Is this taken away from something else for people that are coming back? There needs to be a little bit more clarity on what the actual situation, for somebody like me that doesn't know, and I suppose other people in the room might not know either. So I don't really know what I'm voting on at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have Michael and then Andy.
So, I just want to say thank you to Artie for bringing this, because I think it's a genuinely positive thing. My experience was incredibly mixed. I lived in a manor house one year. I lived in a terraced house with oyster mushrooms sprouting from between the stairs in another year. I lived in, with the international student point you made, I found out how much that cost in the Netherlands. It was 3 times the price as local students. So I got my Dutch phrase book out and interviewed for a Dutch house. You know, so there are all these things that are actually barriers to people getting a fair deal when they get their student accommodation. So we do need better design, and I remember one hall I stayed in was actually built by a prison designer. So that kind of gives you an idea of the standards that are being set. So I think having that level of space, that level of storage, yeah, that's just appropriate. That's how we should treat people. So the details need to be worked out, fully get that, but full support for this. I think it's great.
Thank you. And Michael, and then I'll come here.
Hi, Andy Williamson, South Edinburgh. Yeah, thanks for this, Artie. At the risk of sounding like I want to keep students in horrible accommodation, is there not a danger with this regulation of increasing the costs of student housing and/or disincentivizing developers from building student housing in the first place, at a time when student numbers are far higher than housing capacity, certainly in Edinburgh? Is there a danger not of distorting the market that way and then pushing them all out into private rentals anyway, which makes the situation worse?
Thank you. And here.
Thank you. Jane Pickard in Edinburgh. I really support this motion, Artie. I've seen some pretty horrendous modern so-called luxury student housing. It's also an issue about which students are choosing to go into these housing. In first year, you'll find that you get students from lower incomes going into the cheapest accommodation in there, and they're the ones in the basements, they're the ones living with the rats. I mean, you couldn't get more of a metaphor for where we are as a society at the moment. If we build in flexibility, there's a huge amount of student housing going up. There's a fight to get on board in student housing because the developers are making huge amounts of money in it, and I don't think it's too much to ask with that level of demand to put it in, that there is flexibility built in for future use. And I'm a little fearful when we look at the demographics across the world. You know, it's not just the UK, you've got it in China as well, that we're suddenly going to grind to a halt on the number of students who are coming through, and then we're left with non-functioning units that aren't suitable for perhaps the older generation in our cities that want to downsize into a nice flat in the centre of town. So there's something very useful about thinking about flexibility in this, so I entirely support it.
Thank you. Any more hands? Okay, Artie, do you want to come back up just to maybe tackle some of those points for another 2 minutes, please?
Yeah, okay, just to cover some of the stuff. Alex, yeah, good point on ex-student housing being used for temporary accommodation. I think the point there is that, you know, sort of to some extent, all supply is good supply, and you know, we shouldn't accept sort of the lower standards. Fraser, Michael, and Jane were sort of all talking about the impact on students. Yeah, I agree. The sort of failure to integrate students and have them in community with non-students. I mean, there's a lot of segregation, and also then segregation between international and non-international students based on where they're living. I think it's a big social issue. And yeah, international students particularly don't get a fair deal, but students in general aren't getting a fair deal. I think it's not good enough that there's a lower standard of housing for students. Yeah, the policy obviously needs more detail, but this is a mini motion. It's just an initial proposal. So voting for this isn't sort of saying, oh, it's good enough to make this policy without any of the details about, you know, what the standards are now, what the standards would be. It's about saying, we want to look into this. We think this is a good proposal in principle. So that's what I would say you're voting on today. Finally, Andy, this is a completely reasonable challenge. Yes, making flats bigger means that you can get less supply into the same space. I mean, I suppose you could ask why we regulate housing at all. The two things I'd say is, you know, why should we have a lower standard for students? That's the first thing. I think Pauline was telling me that this is because student accommodation is treated like a hotel. Is that fair to the students? And I guess that the rebuttal I'd make to your point is that actually the supply problem isn't as bad as it sounds, because what we're doing is we're increasing the flexibility of our housing stock in the long run. And I think that is an important point, especially with the demographics, as Jane pointed out. We're not just going to have increasing numbers of students, regardless of whether we want to, you know, keep them in worse accommodation than non-students.
If you can start to wrap up.
Yeah. I think that's a really important thing to think about, that flexibility. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks for your contributions and thanks to the proposers. We will now move to the indicative votes. As said at the start, this does not mean that these mini motions will become policy. You're simply voting on whether policy committee should look into these proposals further with a view to possibly bringing it back as a full motion are doing further work with it. So if I can see voting cards, please, in favour of mini motion 1, that was Andy's motion, on homes around stations, fast track urban housing delivery. So those in favour. Okay, and those against? Okay, that is clearly carried. Thank you. And the second mini motion, if I can see those in favour of Artie's motion on improving space standards for students. Yep. And those against? Okay, that is also clearly carried. So thank you very much, everyone. And I think, what's our next one? We're moving on to chat with councillors. Yes, moving on to Christine is going to host a chat with some of our councillors. So thank you very much. Well done. Thank you for the timekeeping.
I can run to that.
I think if anyone's sitting on anyone's lap, I'm not sitting on you.
Obviously, our current focus is on the May elections for Holyrood. However, after we let you have the weekend off on the 11th of May, our thoughts will be turning to the 2027 council elections. I hope you have all heard of 150 Rising, and that's where you come in. Are you willing to stand for a ward in your local council area? To encourage you to stand, we are going to hear from 3 first-time councillors, all elected in 2022, and I will open with a couple of questions from them, and then it will be over to yourselves. So Michael Crichton, I'm doing this in alphabetical order, is in Ward 3, which is the West End in Dundee. Pauline Flannery represents the South Side in Newington in Edinburgh, and Mel Sullivan is an Aberdeenshire councillor serving the North Kincardine ward. And my first question is, what motivated you to stand?
Do you want me to go first?
Go first,
okay,
yeah.
Let's go for it. I think the first thing is there wasn't a linear progression. I wasn't involved in politics overtly, say at university, and then joined a group, and then became part of the party, or wasn't a constituency worker. My sort of entree in has been a lot more by stealth. So, you know, I'd say from my background in education, I was a former teacher. I've also been a director, theatre maker. Both of those sectors, if you like, allowed me always to look at the empathetic side, how to relate to people, to put myself into a different perspective each time in terms of what would it be like if. And I think that potentially grew and grew and grew. Within London, I did a lot of work with homeless charities, for example, also senior citizens, the social clubs. So I was doing it quite naturally, I think. But if I've had to say there's one point, it's probably something that many people have experienced and will empathize with, and that was Brexit. I felt that that was such a fire in the belly that I really could not do anything about that. That coincided with a move up to Edinburgh. And like Sana, actually, it wasn't the same person, but like Sana, somebody was sat on my sofa, and we'd moved in 3 days surrounded by boxes, who said, well, would you like to deliver a bundle? And immediately I thought, well, actually, what a grand way of finding out what's going on in my local area.
And really, I haven't looked back since. So that's what kicked me off. And I'm still there, and I'm still enjoying it.
So kind of similar. None of my members of my family were a part of any political party. The local Lib Dems, we had 2 councillors elected, Fraser McPherson and Craig Duncan in Dundee. That was the most of any councillors we've ever got, 4 in Dundee. And I saw those 2, and then Fraser asked me to deliver some leaflets before I even joined the party. So I was involved in kind of local politics in Dundee, and I was always fairly liberal, but never thought about joining. And Fraser asked me to do one street, and little did I know a few years later my face would be on the leaflet. Fraser asked me to do a street, and then I just continued with them. And what I would say the motivation behind was that those 2 guys especially really motivated me. I think they encouraged me. I saw Marion and here today. They encouraged me to go up to the North East and be on the North East Committee to get involved. And then Fraser said he'd never had a running mate, and he would like me to be his running mate. And I think the biggest thing for me is the confidence those 2 individuals had in me. I said to them, my day job is in electric car charging, so I've worked for 4.5 years as a salesman for Swarco, the Swarovski Group, so we've got over 2,000 chargers in Scotland. And I asked Fraser and Craig, should I go part-time? And they said, absolutely not. You've got to get real life experience, and we'll work as a group to work around it. My girlfriend doesn't like that answer because I do evenings and weekends doing the council, and I do the day job during the day. But the 2 guys there really motivated me to stand in front of election. And really, we're a really tight-knit group in Dundee. We've got 4, and I think us pushing each other is what made me become a councillor.
This will work as well. My good story is quite different, actually. I was lured into this by the money. So, the longer version of the story, I joined the Lib Dems the day after the 2015 election. I'd actually voted Labour the day before because I thought that was the best choice in my area. It wasn't. And I felt really sorry for the Lib Dems, so I joined them. And because I joined on a direct debit, I stayed a member for the next 6 years. And I was reminded every Christmas, because our local councillor, Ian Mollison, would send me a Christmas card from the Lib Dems, and I'd be like, oh, I'm still a member, that's nice. He had approached me once about, did I want to do anything in the party? And I was like, no, 4 kids, too much to do, nah. And the next time I actually spoke to him was 2021. I don't know if we were in lockdown or just after lockdown, and he was phoning around all of the local party members to see if anyone was interested in taking over from him and campaigning to be the next councillor because he was going to retire. And because of the pandemic, all of my volunteer work, apart from Homestart, had gone because you couldn't go anywhere. My kids were at the not going to die if you take your eyes off them stage. And I said, and that was it. So that's why I'm a councillor, because he persuaded me that basically all of my volunteer jobs would add up to being a councillor, and I got paid for it, which was a draw. So I went from 0 to 100 in basically one phone call.
So all very different routes. So if you don't chime with one of them, you might chime with another. And if you don't, you've got 3 different people here with 3 different examples, so you can bring your own story as well. What have been the highlights of your experiences so far? Pauline, you spoke earlier very movingly about that email you received from the 2 17-year-old boys. I know in my work, I had a 17-year-old turn up recently at church to say he had nowhere to sleep that night. And I know I'm digressing here, but to discover on a Sunday you cannot access statutory authorities in Scotland was shocking to me. I was told I would. I'm still waiting for Argyll and Bute emergency services to get back to me. But in the end, we had to phone the police because this boy he's vulnerable, he's under 18. So apart from that lovely example that you gave, which is tragic for those boys, what's been the highlight of your experiences so far?
Well, if I can just tidy that off, I mean, the great thing about those 2 17-year-olds is that they are both now in settled accommodation, and that is marvellous. And both of them did actually finish their full-time courses, so that is a good result. Highlights for me have to go back, I think, to the day of the election. I was not expecting to win in my ward only from the day, so I was quite confident up to then I would have done enough. But as the day progressed, it became perhaps apparent that it was not going to be so. So I was beginning really to prepare myself for every other councillor to be named and not myself. So my highlight still has to be when they actually called my name out fourth. And what's lovely is I have my agent at the time, who's become such a wonderful friend, Val, who's being pointed at there, who actually said to me at the time, she said, "You've won, you've just done it." And I still can remember that sort of sense of, really? Me? And then from then on, it was just absolutely wonderful. And quickly after that, I suppose going outside and celebrating with 12 other Lib Dem councillors, and how much that lifted what we call the old guard. So we were literally half and half, about sort of 6, 7 or so, in terms of newbies to good old returners. And the effort and the joy that was on their faces, that definitely for me is another second highlight. Very quickly, I'd say some of the motions I've managed to get through at full council, at homelessness, housing and fair work particularly. And I'd have to say, and this was grand, we had our away day quite recently, and across the group, in terms of motions and amendments, we have some stonking stats, one of which is that in terms of motions being passed at council, we are in the 80s, 80%. And in terms of our amendments, that's even higher. And that is across all of the executive committees. And I would say that for me at that time, now being just over 3 years in, that's a fantastic fillip. That was such a boost of confidence. And very, very, very quickly, because I know I'm hogging this a bit, there's just so many that I could actually talk about. I do have to talk about my work as the...
Can I just say, we're encouraging them to stand. So if you've got lots of highlights, go for it.
Yeah. Just stick with me, kids. No, really. But one thing I really do want to say, which was a complete unlooked for absolute pleasure and privilege, is being the Lib Dem Bailey. Now, we saw our Councillor Robert Aldridge, who's the Lord Provost. He opened up proceedings this morning. Each of the political parties at the City of Edinburgh nominates a Bailey. So one proud moment that my group actually said, "Pauline, we'd like you to do it." That was pretty special. But I'd also say the role itself, it gives you a real sense of the civic life of the city that many other councillors don't actually get to see. And why that's important is that it's a real sense of being part of something on a continuum. At the City of Edinburgh, for example, when we go to for council, we have to pass the board of all the Lord Provosts, starting from 1372 all the way up to the present. That walk is probably no more than about 2 seconds. But every time I go past that, I'm so aware myself of being part of this continuing sense of history. And that's a real privilege, I think, to just get a little bit of a snapshot at the time, be part of that, and also very humbly knowing that there'll be one day when I'm not doing it, but it will continue beyond me. And I think that's an element that perhaps people will not tell you about being a councillor, and you perhaps don't get that sense until you're actually doing it. But it's pretty special, and it's a great privilege. So my last bit would be, if your instinct is to stand for whatever reason, follow that, because that instinct is normally the right instinct.
I think the main one for me is every day as a councillor is completely different from the past. I think I had my surgery with Fraser. We do joint surgeries, and when I had one 2 years ago, a woman came and asked me, she went, "I've got 2 issues, Michael. I think my neighbour's dead and there's dog poo on the Perth Road." To which I looked at her and she said, and I'm not joking, Fraser knows this story as well, she said, "Which one do we want to start with first?" And I went, "Let's deal with the fatality first." And then the person is completely fine. The windows were boarded up and all the neighbours didn't know, but they come to the local councillor to ask, and you get completely different issues. And it's the main thing for me is the kind of motivating that you're doing something for the people of Dundee. That's what it's all about. It's not about party politics. As I say, there's no left or right wing potholes. You just got to get it sorted out. And I think there's some stories that you've heard that I wouldn't have known if I wasn't a councillor. There's a kid in Dundee who's come from the north side of the city who the school saw the child being late, so they gave the kid an actual alarm clock, and the kid was early for 2 weeks, and then his attendance started dripping again, and there's lateness again. So the head teacher brought him in and said, "Why are you late?" And he said, "Because my mum and dad don't work and they smashed the alarm clock because I was waking them up." And I hear stories like that, and what genuinely impassions me is I really like my day job, but what keeps me in this is not the money. The main thing for me is I do this is I think if you look at Dundee, you proportionally spend loads more money in the places where it needs to be. The northeast of Dundee, Fintry, Ardler, places of deprivation. But the money is spent on all the wrong things, and a lot of these kids simply don't have a chance, and a lot of these things aren't actually to do with money, it's to do with opportunity. And I think one of the big things that I've worked on with the group, and is trying to, not hopefully in 2027 we can gain more Lib Dem councillors to actually enact this, is actually getting proper work experience for these kids, not just a week. A load of kids from more well-off backgrounds can afford. A lot of my mates went down to London for 3-4 weeks. It's so much better for them to do that, and I think some of these kids don't have a chance. And as a councillor, you get the insight. A woman came from Hong Kong and said to me, "I don't know," she was crying, she said, "I don't know how to get my kids in school." And it's a simple enough thing, it's just a few emails, but she was really grateful. So as a councillor, I would say committees sometimes can be frustrating when you're dealing with parties who think they matter, and I would say, I'm not saying we're just councillors, we can do a lot of things, but I think the main thing is it's not about you, it's about a group, and I genuinely love it. I think the main reason why I love it is Fraser as a ward colleague, every day we work together. It's a great privilege to work with Fraser, and I would encourage anyone who is wanting to stand to become a councillor to pick up, happy to pass on my details, but to get in touch with Fraser. He's been a councillor for over 20 years in Dundee. And the work that Fraser does is absolutely fantastic, and obviously to learn off that, if I'm half the councillor Fraser is, then I won't be doing half a bad job. It's pretty long, sorry.
It's fine.
Once again, I am embarrassed by the depth of emotion that these two have, because when Christine asked what was your highlight as a councillor, the first thing that popped into my mind was my first pothole. The first pothole that I specifically got filled, because right, I'm going to go back a bit. I'm an Aberdeenshire councillor, so it's a large rural authority. The Lib Dems are in coalition with some independents and the Tories, which has been challenging. But But we have great procedures. I think we're a very well-run council. And one of the things is a pothole prioritisation, which means that it gets scored, your pothole. So this pothole did not get scored very highly. So I had to go and argue my case for this specific pothole because it was when cars drove through it, the stones were kicking up and hitting this woman's house and her window. Which, you know, it doesn't sound like a big thing, but if you live in there, it's maddening. And I got that pothole filled, and that was, yeah. I wouldn't say it's my proudest moment, but it's the first one that came to mind. On a more serious note, then, yeah, I'm on the infrastructure services, so I tend to talk about potholes and bins and bridges. I think the biggest win I've had was in my community, a bridge went out. The trouble with this bridge is it only served one house. It was a major walking route for kids to and from school and for the community to get down to the beach. But for cars, the only reason for a car to go over it was this one house. And it was closed. It was closed to traffic. And this household was stuck, basically. They had to walk to get all of their deliveries. Their roof started leaking. They couldn't obviously get a truck in with repairs. But again, because we have prioritization, it wasn't high enough to get it fixed. So it was a lot of behind the scenes talking nicely to people to see if there was spare equipment, spare money, a spare fund to get things. And bizarrely, it was also standing, I wouldn't say against my community, but explaining to my community that, yes, the council has said, if you want a walking bridge, we can put one in. And I was standing there as their councillor saying, no, I am not supporting. I know you all want a walking bridge. You want to get back down to the beach. You want your kids to walk to school. But if we have a walking bridge, that house is a goner. Those people there, they can't live there anymore. So yeah, I think that was a bit more important than the pothole, but the pothole came first.
I appreciate that the pothole came first, but each of you, and even if you're having stones kicked up against your window regularly, that's going to become wearing. So each of you, in the examples you gave, are making a fundamental difference to people's lives. Intolerable differences to what were intolerable situations. So you really are making a difference to people's lives. And if you think that you can only do this if you're a councillor, you can come and be a Church of Scotland minister as well. I would like to open the floor up to your questions for a while. So if you've got any questions for our panel, please hold up your hand. If you don't, Mel said to me, am I going to do the quick fire round? If you don't ask them questions, I'll subject them to the quick fire round. So their fate is in your hands.
I have been thinking about my favourite biscuit, just in case.
Lady down here, please. If you wait for the microphone, and again, if you can say who you are and what your local party is, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. It was really insightful. I've just been in the by-election in Tame and Eastern Ross, up in the Highlands, so this is all very new to me. Politics wasn't such a big thing for me, but it now has taken over my life, which I love. What one bit of advice would you give for a new councillor that you didn't think that you would need to give, but you think would be very helpful? Thank you.
Do you want to go first?
I'll go first. One bit of advice, I would say it's a privilege and it's one of the best things that I do. I would say whoever's around you, family, friends, I would make sure that you're comfortable with adding that extra responsibility, because once you do it, I think it's fantastic, but it is time consuming. And I would say that just allow the time for it, because what you don't want to do, and what I didn't want to do when I said initially, when I was maybe going to go part-time from a day job, is you don't want to do 2 jobs, or if you're family, if you're a parent, 3, 4 jobs badly, if you know what I mean. So I would certainly look at your time and see if you can do it and have that conversation is certainly what I do. I think from I know you're Tane very, very well because some of my biggest clients are up there. And one of the biggest clients, their tour service station, just south. When I went up there, they're massive Conservatives, which I didn't know. So when I went up there, I said I was a Lib Dem councillor, and because I say that from my day job, I'm a Dundee United fan and a Lib Dem councillor, which gets laughter, equal measure. And when I was at Tour Service Station, he said, I met him once and I told him who I was, and the second time he brought a Margaret Thatcher mug out, which was horrific. But I still got, he's my biggest client, so we have to rub along. But I would say the biggest thing is just manage your time. But it's manageable, it is completely manageable, but just get, I would say, and there's nothing wrong with a paper candidate, but if you really want it, get it. I think local government benefits Lib Dems. It really does, because it benefits our style of politics, of localism, getting out there, and it's all about getting out there and spending the time.
Thank you. I'd echo that, absolutely. The one thing I probably would say to you is you are a representative, not just of your ward, but really of people that actually put their vote out there. So you've already done that. You've done that as a voter, as a resident. So not to perhaps think that somehow you've got to behave or deliver more than. The best thing you can do is remember that you are part of that electoral body out there, because that will keep you, I think, quite grounded. It will also allow you to be very receptive then to when people do email you in, talk to you, bring up issues, problems, etc. Just having that sense of, yeah, I know what that feels like, I think is probably one of the most valuable things you can hang on to. I do agree about the time, because the one thing I'd offer, I know you're only supposed to have one thing, and I was trying to think, how can I get an A, B, and a C and a D out of this? But there we go. But the time management, I think, is also quite key, because you have, quite rightly, demands on you as a councillor. So your ward is 365 every year, so there's no divisions in that. Council will have a recess period. So there are bits, you'll be on committees, that might be a 6-week or an 8-week cycle, depending on what you're doing. And then depending on any other outside committees that you have. So managing that is quite key. Your personal, wonderful life with all the people that you have around you, that is terribly key. You need to also make space for them. And then the other element, which is where I think it can be quite tricky, is that you're also part of your party. So, for example, I'm part of Southern Edinburgh Liberal Democrats. And again, they need also your time. So managing your time and knowing where you are is quite key. But the route, the wonderful route to it, is that you are just like everybody else. Thank you.
I also have more than one top tip. The serious one is have a mentor. If you don't have a council group that automatically partners you with somebody, or you're the lone councillor, then maybe reach out, I don't know, even here, and see if we can get matched up with a more experienced councillor. Because having somebody who knows their stuff that you can just go to, Ipe's smiling at me. We both have the same mentor in Aberdeenshire Council, Sarah Dickinson, awesome lady. And another one of my mentors is over there taking a photo of me, Ian Yule. So, yep. And my other bit of advice is something that I said, you know, when you get elected and then they drag you to the back and they make you sign this whole massive sheaf of documents saying that you're going to be a good councillor, basically, and not be nasty to anybody. And I was trying to read it, and I was like, does this mean I'm not allowed to call anybody a numpty anymore? And apparently, no, you can't call anybody a numpty while you're acting in your role as councillor. So that's my advice.
Well, I'm in trouble then.
Very interesting that two of you picked up on the time management. One of my hobbies is listening to podcasts, and I do listen to Political Currency, and every time George and Ed are asked for advice for newly elected officials in any capacity, it's manage your diary and start off by blocking out time for your family. because and whoever your family is, sometimes our family are blood, sometimes our family, the people we've chosen to welcome into our families, into our lives, block out time for them, because they are the people that will still be there when all of this is gone. So, and that goes for ministers too. Any other questions? I noticed a hand up. Yes, here we go at the front, Noah. Thanks.
Hi, thanks very much. I missed the first section, so my questions are what you'd already asked me a little bit. I apologise. So I'm also a elected councillor in Scotland, and I have the honour of working with Pauline in Edinburgh Council, which is fantastic. What's the one thing that you wish you'd known when you started? So not so much about advice when I was thinking about it, but on reflection, what do you wish you knew when you were coming into it? And while you're reflecting on that, if I can offer one bit of advice to add to the ones that were mentioned, because I'm a full-time job working mum with young kids, and I understand the dynamic. And for me, one of the best things I'm trying to do is to get my kids involved in being a good life. So something they come to with me to community events, they come out with the leaflets with me. I mean, they're really not speaking that part, but I do get them involved when I can, actually, I would say. And I think just break down the barriers between that council is awesome, that takes you away, that maybe there's opportunities to get involved, to see you doing what you do, and then they could feel part of it and not listen. But yeah, what do you wish you knew?
Oh no, I'm definitely going to them.
I'm not sure whether it would have been a good idea for me to know this before I got into it, because it might have put me off. Oh, maybe I shouldn't say that then. Too late now. If you're in a council group, especially if you're in administration, you are not a free agent. Sometimes you're going to have to vote for things that you don't fully agree with. It's all about the negotiations that go on backstage, and that for me has been really quite difficult. Marion, one of my more longer-lasting councillors, is over there smiling at me because she knows how much of a troublemaker I am. So yes, I think it depends what kind of council you're going into as well. If you're going into one where you're pretty sure you're going to be opposition, or you're even going to be all by yourself, which I can imagine is incredibly stressful but also freeing because no one's telling you what to do, or whether you're in one where you have to be good, you have to be a good team player. So there's different dynamics, and I would look at what dynamics you're coming into.
I can kind of go on from that. Personalities is the big one, and I think for me, dealing with the level of abuse from the SNP administration, for me, when I was 15, I was at the Better Together. I wasn't even old enough to vote in the Scottish referendum. I know I look like I'm 40, but politics has aged me. But I was 15 and I got spat at by a Yes campaigner, and that's what generally really motivated me to be like here now. And I don't like this kind of confrontational politics, especially at local government. I don't think it's necessary. I think we can disagree fundamentally, but we don't, and we don't have to be friends, but we're there for the people of Dundee and people for Scotland. And I think what I wish I'd have known is, and it won't happen to all councils, but putting your head above the parapet and saying things that you think. The amount of abuse that me and Fraser have got from, because we've got in Dundee West End, we've got 40, I think it's 44% of the vote, but a lot of the opposition, the SNP opposition, have targeted me and Fraser and just outright lied. I was in the national newspaper 2 weeks ago because the SNP put a motion to Dundee committee and said, should we change the time of committee from 5 o'clock to 1 o'clock? And they didn't say actually 1 o'clock, they said, should we change the time of committee? Now, 5 o'clock, I think, works for people that work and don't work, and it's remote, and you can do it in the chamber. But the SNP they went out and did a consultation. Of the 140,000 residents of Dundee, 50 people answered, so no one cares when we meet. And councillors were among that. And that was that. I thought that was the case closed. And then at committee, the SNP said, we think it's sexist to not have council at 1 p.m. And I thought, where's this come from? So I came out and said, it's on about personalities, it's the wrong way to do it. If they'd have phoned round and said, this is what we want to do, that's the professional way of doing it. And then second of all, kind of banding these names round for absolutely no reason. Getting called a sexist because I don't want committee 4 hours earlier is outrageous. But you've got to have a thick skin, and I do. There's a reason why I'll probably die in 10 years. But it is. I'm saddened by it. It doesn't keep me up at night, but I just feel. I don't want to name names, Nadia El Nakla, but my work, I got on and still get on with Nadia because we are there to represent the people of Dundee West End, and I've always gone with her, and I feel someone to call me a name like that, and if you look at the comments, they're all for me, which is great, but I just think it's sad at local government. So my point is, be prepared for people to go out there and say things about you that are just clearly not true, and to not let it phase you, and just to continue going on. That was long.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm going to pick up that, I think, really, because I think when I came in, I come in, and I don't mean this, I hope not in a patronising way, but I come in with a couple of revs on the clock, let's put it that way. I've had quite a lot of experiences of, say, in education and in theatre. So there's a lot in that, I think, where you meet highs and lows, and you develop, I think, a way of dealing with things. One thing I would offer on that, and also to our lovely new by-election councillor over there, is I developed the ha-ha system. And the ha-ha system is fab, because it means that you stand, and if you know anything about land management, you can put around yourself basically, if you like, a moat or a ditch. But the correct name for it is ha-ha. So I actually find that whenever there's potentially something coming here, whether that's a personal insult, whether that's about the party, I just come into my ha-ha moment. It makes me smile, and it just relaxes the shoulders, I think. So I'd offer that, which is part of the question too, I think. In terms of what would help now if I knew then, again, I don't want to try and duck around that, but it's not so much that, but you have to be open, I think, to what the rhythm is of a year in a council, I think. It's very similar to being in a school or any new job, actually. Until you've got a year underneath your belt, you're not aware again of what happens in December, what happens in March, when a budget is, all of those kinds of things. So you need to be sort of open, I think, to that. If I'm being absolutely honest, and I can see I've got some of my council team members here, I wish I knew how much I needed to know about tech. Because I'm not very good, really.
But you can always learn. You can always learn.
Boy, do I miss my pad and pen. That's all I'm going to say there. Thank you.
I thank you for saving them from the quick fire round. Just one last question in the last few moments that we have.
But it's ginger nuts.
That wasn't the question. I'm now trying not to ask what the question would have been. You've already been asked for advice to give to a new councillor. If you could give somebody who is considering standing as a councillor, what would be the one piece of advice you would give them, just in the last few moments? So that's i.e. quickly.
let me think. No, just go for it. Like, actually just do it. Like, you are generally, when you hear what my previous answer was about abuse and stuff, you don't get that much abuse. I go out on the doors every single Thursday, and the people that you meet are great. You don't get, it's just the keyboard warriors, and you will always get them if you put your head above the parapet. But what I would say is, if you look across the chamber of any council in Scotland, there's people from every sort of background, and everyone thinks you have to be in some sort of bubble or some sort of circle or some sort of point in your life to be a councillor. I'd say it takes all sorts, and that's all for the better for being a councillor. Like, you learn so much. So the only bit of advice I'd ever say is everyone around this room is capable of doing it, and I certainly, of my past 4 years, would really recommend going for it.
Echo that, absolutely. Go with your instinct, because as I've said before, it's usually right. So just give that a chance.
Yeah, I'm going to third that, actually. I'm not going to be the outlier for once. Your experience is valid. Your experience is valuable, whatever it is. There are so many different areas of the council. As I've mentioned before, I now specialise in roads, bridges and bins, something that I never had any sort of interest in before. So actually, this is not proving my point at all. I was going to say your experience you can use in the council, or you could find a whole new hobby. But yeah, whether you were a stay-at-home mum like me or working full-time still, yeah, you are valid. Go for it.
Can I just say, we have got three very different individuals up here. We've got several different individuals out there, and you're all smiling. I can feel the enthusiasm from you here. I hope you can feel it out there. So please, if you are considering being one of our 150 Rising, just go for it. Can you show your appreciation to our panel? Thank you. There are several councillors in the room. I've spotted a few. And we were talking Mel was talking earlier about having a mentor. That will be true in this party. You know that's true in this party, whether you stand for election or not. So can I just ask the councillors, or anybody who has been a councillor in the past, just to stand up so that you know who to go to if you're asking for any advice. Councillors, past, present, please stand. That's the three of you as well. Thank you very much.
I think I've given myself two very tough acts to follow in the previous two Q&A sessions, because between Jamie Green and Christine, I think I don't know how I'm going to match that. So I'm going to obviously be hosting our manifesto Q&A with, so we've got Gibson, who is a member of Policy Committee, and James Parry, who is our Director of Parliamentary Operations. So, no, it's mine now.
Thank you.
You will have to now sit and wonder whether I have indeed written a quickfire round at the end of this. You want to start, Neil, by just giving me a bit of background about how we got to where we are? Yes.
we're in a good place, we're credible, we're winning, and we can influence what's going on in the next parliament. So I think we've got to kind of take some mark from that. And then there's also the last bit I'm going to touch on is costings that we'll have to do, because we are very mindful that we do need to put together a fully costed manifesto. That's been a little bit harder than I would like because of the budget being quite late from the Scottish Government. That comes from Rachel Reeves's budget being quite late. But the budget wasn't published until, what was it, 13th of January or something like that. And that came with a spending review, came with an infrastructure investment plan, the big kind of documents there that we've got to work out the implications of that, because we are very mindful that when it comes to what we're offering this election, we have to be realistic. We've got to be grown-ups. We do not want to make big unfunded policies, because again, Alex has kind of talked about this before, is that essentially feeds into reform. It feeds into the disillusionment that there is in politics. If you're going to turn up with stuff that just does not look credible, does not look realistic, people will see through that. So we are very determined that the policies will come with costings and that they will be realistic and they'll be deliverable, because anything else is a gift to disillusion. It's a gift to reform. And we're not willing to give that gift. So yeah, there's a lot to be worked out, and a lot of work to do over the next 6, 7, 8 weeks in particular. Most of which is work you're going to have to do. Yes. There are lots of other people involved. Yeah, and so I was asked to talk about what it's like as sort of an ordinary member of policy committee, because I came at this slightly externally. I'm not sort of in the midst of the party, and I was new to it when I joined. And there's a joke about a guy who made a statue of Winston Churchill, and someone said to him, "How did you make the statue so accurate?" He said it was really easy. You start with a block of marble, and then you cut off all the bits that don't look like Winston Churchill. And that's a little bit what it's like actually building the manifesto. Is you start with this huge raft of policies, and then you just take away the bits that aren't Lib Dem policies. And what's really stark about working through this process is we're actually an incredibly disparate party for one that's quite small and quite centrist. And we're not necessarily sort of ideologically disparate. It's disparate in terms of interests and in terms of sort of certainly pet projects and pet hates. And that's been something that's been really interesting, not just within the policy committee, but across the party as a whole. We spread across Scotland quite evenly, and everybody likes to pull in their own direction. So in general, what's definitely been really interesting is the way that as a committee, we had to operate as sort of a conduit between the membership and the parliamentarians and make sure that sort of we as the membership don't say or do anything that embarrasses the parliamentarians, and probably to a certain extent vice versa, admittedly less so. And we also, in drafting this policy, like James was saying, I think it's really important, with the rise of not just reform, but the rise of populism in general, but sort of left and right populism, that we zig when everyone else zagged, and we make sure our manifesto is definitely a grown-ups manifesto, knocking on the doors. That is something that is our kind of point of difference at the moment. That's our what makes us stand out, is that we are the grown-ups. And so, you don't want to write a super unsexy manifesto that contains nothing of interest just because you don't want to be a populist. But you want to also make sure that we're offering things that are costed, that are reasonable, and that we can actually stand behind, because we're all sort of going to be taking this out and knocking on the doors over the next 10 weeks about this. So something that really struck me, I've always been self-employed, and I'm not used to working in a committee, and very much you have to work in a committee on this policy committee. It means you don't always get your own way, which is maybe a new idea for me. But that also, in terms of the wider party, I mean, we were told at the start that, and we're always told that the party makes policy, conference makes policy. That's something that's unique about our party. And I always thought that was a line, but that is genuinely true. And so what that means as an outcome of that for the manifesto is there's a real thoroughness into what's going on. Everything has been run past so many pairs of eyes. Everybody's had their input on it. And essentially what we've done is, collectively, the wisdom of crowds, we've chipped off all those bits that don't look like Winston Churchill. And this is what we're left with then, is this manifesto, which I think is something that we can really run with and we can be really proud of. So yeah, that was my sort of outsider's eye view on what the process was like. Yeah. And I had a full head of hair when it started as well.
So now we're open to questions. I need to summon my intrepid revenue mic once more. So I'm going to see the first question here from Coach. Mel is just coming down with the mic. So yeah, if you can just say your name, where you're from, and then ask your question.
Hello, my name is Owen Kohler. I am from the Family and I'm a counsellor as well. Obviously, one of the questions I'm going to ask is, I've heard mention mid-April for the launch of the manifesto, which is, in terms of campaigning time, very late for us to be knowing what's in that manifesto and everything. So it's very difficult to go on the door, knocking on the door, because half a month for getting into the core of our policies and everything is late. So I was wondering if the campaigns team would get the manifesto in advance of that. Also, obviously, you show us the pre-manifesto, which is like, for example, sports. I was wondering if there's anything on sports, even in health, and just double check health and education. And I'm wondering on something, obviously, in mind, because people will know, assuming at schools, that we pass as a mini motion. So where the mini motions is at inside of manifesto as well. All those things as really for me still kind of blurry. I can't go on the door saying what we're standing for this election yet, except change with fairness. It's hard, which is for the moment something that people won't add there if we can get something concrete on the door right now.
Thanks. I'll crack on part of that and then I'll pass to James on timing of the final manifesto. In terms of points of detail, as James hinted at, there's still a lot of that we're working through. What you'll see in the pre-manifesto, as I probably should have outlined at the start, is you'll see us set out our stall on each chapter, where we think the problem is, diagnosing the issue, and obviously having a pop at the SNP wherever we can, and then seeing what we think is the point of difference that we can bring to it. And then you'll see a series of bullet points in bold. These are our main priorities. These are the main areas for that chapter that we want people to focus on, that we want people to know that that we care about. And as James said, as for campaigning, you can obviously start to use that document now, between now and April, when the manifesto is eventually published. This is still party policy because that's what it's based on. This has been distilled from existing policy. That we're not making much new policy here. This is taken from existing party policy. And so if there is, and as James pointed out, those points of detail will sit under those main bullet points. They will not only enhance and give more detail on each of those bullet points, but there will be other parts where it maybe didn't warrant a main bullet point in its own right, but it's still good and relevant policy for that chapter. So as I said, don't fret if you don't see your issue that you're concerned about in those main bullet points. There's a lot more detail that will sit underneath.
So one of the things we hear most often in manifesto process is that policy documents aren't accessible enough, which is why I said earlier, this manifesto in a nutshell is designed to be accessible. It's designed to cover the majority of conversations that you will have on the doorstep with folk, and provide sufficient level of detail to that extent. There will always be a heck of a lot of policy behind it that don't be afraid to send people with the conference policy that's gone through, because it is still policy. In terms of when we're going to get into the rest of it, yeah, we will be publishing the manifesto in mid-April, and what we deem the most opportune moment where we can get the most bang for a buck. Because the big advantage of the manifesto when it gets published is we get an exclusive day on the news on that day. So Reporting Scotland don't cover the other parties on the day that we publish our manifesto. We get a clean shot at it. So we will get a lot of scrutiny of the manifesto on that day in terms of online and on television. What you can do before then, Alex will be increasingly, and actually others as well, but led by Alex, will be increasingly making more policy announcements between now and mid-April. I mean, from when Parliament breaks up on, 26th of March or something like that, Alex, who's Sterling in the room, is going to have he's going to have a photo op a day. And basically, we will pretty much always have a message attached to that photo op. We'll be dropping a lot of policy in that late March, early April period. In his announcements there. There will also be, if you're a candidate, there will also be more briefings coming for you in terms of so I don't know if Paul Trollope and his team are in the room, but we will have potentially, if you've been a previous candidate, you know there's almost like a candidate hub and a portal where there'll be things like briefings on each topic, because already actually there are lots of hub things going underway on big policy topics. So we're endeavouring to make sure that where we're asking candidates to go and attend those hub things, we give them a briefing to go with that, so they're not going in empty-handed. So if you're one of the candidates turning up with that, we'll make sure you've got enough information to get through those. But we'll also be putting those briefings if you're a candidate on the candidate hub, and that'll be up and running sometime next month. So that that'll be more than
the policy team, so they're not very good at being brief, but I'm going to have to tell you to keep your answers very quick because we've got about 9 minutes left. As the ASLDC AGM follows up.
Welcome to our Zoom call.
We'll get 3 quick fire questions and we're just going to go for this. So I see one over there. I see one over there. Is there a third one? Oh, you might just be in row 2. So one over there, one. Oh, no. Yeah, okay, I see 3. So off you go.
As I'm walking, I've already had a comment that it's 3 men in suits on stage. Distribution, the policy committee has plenty of room.
Yeah, very quickly, my name is Ron Gray. I'm quite late to the party. Very interested in the policy, but the policy side of things. But I've found it very difficult to dig out what's underneath the main statements. And with kind of 6 weeks for you guys left, I don't want to be peppering you with questions. Is there any kind of open source that you can go to look at minutes of meetings or maybe preliminary discussion documents so that we can get ourselves up to date in these policies and see where things might be missing that we're interested in and bringing up without actually bombarding you and taking your eye off the ball in the next 6 weeks?
Don't keep picking up the questions. That's a very quick answer on that.
Very, very quickly, I'd have a look at the 2024 manifesto. There's 70 odd pages of policy there. That all still stands because that is what our MPs were elected on. That's probably a good place to start.
And our website also has all of the policies that have been passed at recent conferences as well, which obviously forms a big part of the manifesto.
Hello, I'm Richard. I'm Edinburgh Northern. You talked about the process for soliciting ideas and submissions from external organisations. Obviously, that's running up to April, but will there be sort of structured engagement after April in the next parliamentary term, hopefully with a wider team of spokespeople, about policy areas that emerge throughout the next parliamentary session?
Yes. No, there absolutely will be. That's something that we worked out. I mean, it's a really long process in general, building a manifesto, and it's something that happens over multiple conferences and multiple election cycles. But yeah, absolutely.
Just to sort of feed into my perspective as conference convener, I want us to be working closely with the policy team. So looking forward for mini motions, we're actually going to be working with mini motion topics, feeding into what the next policy papers are the policy committee are introducing. So there's going to be a more streamlined process of feeding into policy through conference and working hand in hand together.
And in terms of the external organisations, once we're only working with them in terms of the manifesto, but also post-election, once we see what the lay of the land is, we might want to be going back to them to pick up on some of the detail as we take forward the priorities going into the next parliamentary term.
Michael Crichton, Dundee, you're probably sick of hearing my voice now, but my question is, if I've got something to kind of comment on a specific part of the manifesto, who's best to talk to? Obviously, I'm not wanting to get a sliding door approach like DM someone saying put this in, but just in terms of my specific interest is EV charging, and obviously come from that sector. we passed something at conference, which is great about accessibility of these chargers, but it's just giving kind of facts and leaving it at that for other people to actually kind of thrash out that policy. I'm just wondering who I can contact about that.
Yeah, so you can reach out to anyone on policy committee. You can also email the manifesto 2026 at scotlabdems.org.uk email address. Not that I've memorised them. So that's manifesto 2026 at scotlabdems.org.uk, and we're looking at anything that comes into that inbox as well.
But I mean, in general, if you have any area of expertise, this is what we want. People who have areas of expertise to feed in. This is something that we've been working on over the last 2 years, really.
Yeah, this is a big part of our sort of general strategy and policy committee that I've been keen to progress, is identifying where the expertise sits within our party. We have a really well-educated, experienced party. There's a lot of subject matter expertise out there that we can tap into, and that's a big part of what we're trying to get a handle on, so that we can make use of that in coming, not just the coming weeks and months, but going forward after May as we go into developing further policy.
Right, I've got one more question I can see down front. Okay, get Mike. Accessibility, you want everyone to be able to hear.
Because I wasn't allowed on the stage.
I mean, that would resolve the whole 3 men in suits, I would say, Neil.
I just wanted to follow up what Neil was saying about the expertise we've got, the range of expertise we've got on the policy committee, but also what is good about the policy committee is that we've got people on the policy committee from all areas of Scotland. So, you know, I'm learning more about issues that are in, you know, pertain to Highlands, and, you know, so it is good. It's done. So it is good. We've got a range of geographical areas and a range of expertise, so I just wanted to have that.
So I think we're just about out of time. I've got one last question for myself. Again, very quick fire. What is the one item of policy that each of you is most proud of that's in this document?
I think it's our focus on business, the economy and jobs. I think that there's a real gap at the market for our party on those topics. No one's listening to the Tories anymore on this. The SNP and the Greens have zero credibility on this. Labour are distracted and have lost a lot of credibility given what's happened at Westminster. And Reform, you know, Nigel Farage can honk out some nonsense on the economy that he has to backtrack from a few days later. I think people will get wise to that. So I think on that area, on those topics, I think we can be really proud of the policy that we've started to develop.
Yeah, I was going to say business economy, but Neil stole that. So I'll say neurodiversity is something that's what I do in my sort of business life, my career, and so that's really important for me that is in the manifesto. But also, if anybody has this on the bingo cards, I'm going to say smartphones as well, because we have policy on smartphones in schools, which is a big thing for me. So I'm proud that we've got that in as well. Our chats at school to be will be really helpful. All of them. School. I think some of the policies that Willie's bringing on education are really well developed, are really clued up. So like, if I think about kind of absence in schools, we're thinking about additional support needs. If you go look at what's in the pre-manifesto around that, I think Willie really gets it. When he goes and talks to the EIS and teachers like that, I think all of them always seem to give them a good response. I think we're really on the money there.
But, thanks so much to all 3 of you. The end of our official session today. And thanks all of you for attending and for staying to the end. I believe it's in here that the ASLDC AGM will now follow. Thank you very much.